Hello, everybody, and welcome to North American Challengers Week 9, Day 3. Getting deep into it. It's the last day before next week, which will be the last week of North American Challengers regular season, the last week of North American Challengers before playoffs. So it's getting to a point now where these teams really have a lot to be fighting for. Now, before we get into today's matchup, I have a little bit of announcement. If you would like to see me casting an actual game, as in not just me talking over another stream, I'm going to be doing casting for the Tacti Friends or Tacti Fight games. I'll be doing it on the 14th, so if you want to check that out, go for it. I'll be there. But other than that, let's go ahead and just jump into today's games and let's talk about what we have. The first game we have to talk about is the Guard versus Mad Lions. Now, this is a matchup that I think a lot of people can look at and go, all right, I think I know what's going to happen. And I don't blame you for thinking that. And honestly, I think I know what's going to happen too. It's very clear that the Guard is a very powerful opponent. Sure, they've taken a loss already in Challengers, but, you know, it's the Guard. And they did take a loss to Moist Moguls, which is a team that's looking so incredibly powerful right now. So you can sort of excuse that loss. But the Guard did not look like they were weak in that match very much at all. If we want to look at the Guard's history, it did go 1-2, and the games were decently close. I'd say Split was closer than others. The Guard did take that map. You could definitely tell Moist Moguls was doing pretty well in that, but I would say that's not exactly how strong the Guard always is, and it's also not how strong the Guard can be. And the reason I'm saying that because last week they had a sub. Tex was out. He had a concussion. He couldn't play. So instead they had the coach subbing in, Josh RT, and he did play pretty well, but not well enough to beat Moist Moguls. And now that Tex is back, I'm excited to see if the power that we've seen the Guard have before is going to come back in full force. This should be a match which, for the Guard, is just another match to get through, right? They've got this week, then next week. The Guard at this point, they're secure in their playoffs position, but for the Guard, this match in particular will be, can we just prove, yeah, sure, we didn't have our main duelist last week. He's back now, and we're going to look stronger than when we played against Moist Moguls. In addition to that, for Mad Lions, this is sort of a bit of an interesting match because this is not a match for them to qualify because at this point, I'm not entirely sure Mad Lions can qualify for playoffs. So at this point for Mad Lions, it's pretty much just trying to win some games to go out with a bang. And that's pretty much what needs to happen. I would like to highlight a little bit of a funny tweet here from Disguise. They tweeted earlier today. We beat M80 2-0 today, and the Guard beats Mad, and next week the Guard beats G2, then Moist beats FaZe, and Mad beats OR, and M80 beats Oxygen with a round differential of plus 17, and Turtle Troop beats Shopify Rebellion, and then we also beat TSM 2-0. We can make playoffs. So this is just something funny to highlight, like the sort of positions a lot of these teams are in, where for a lot of these teams, there's not a whole lot of hope for them anymore. And that's absolutely true for Mad Lions. I don't know if there's a way they can qualify at this point, just with how many losses they've taken in Split 2. I mean, I think if they were somehow able to beat the Guard and then somehow able to beat OR, maybe they'd have a chance, but a lot of things would have to go right their way. So at this point, it's just for Mad Lions to say, yep, we're going to put out a good show. And then when we go to play in relegation, it'll be up to Mad Lions to say, yeah, we're going to be trying to qualify for next year's challenges as well. So this is sort of a good show because if you don't know, the bottom 4 teams get a chance to qualify for next year's challengers and play in relegation. If you make it to playoffs, you already qualify for next year's challengers. So for Mad Lions and a lot of these teams that really don't have a whole lot of hope of qualifying for playoffs, this is sort of to say, all right, we're going to go out with a bang and we're going to see you in play in relegation and we're going to try and earn ourselves a spot in next year's challengers. And it's a really difficult position for a lot of these teams to be in, where like you kind of lose hope, right? Like you're done. There's no hope of making it to playoffs. But that doesn't mean that Mad Lions' Steam will slow their roll at all, or if at any. But without further ado, let's get into the map picks. We've got Lotus picking the Guard here. Or sorry, what? We've got the Guard picking Lotus. We've got Mad picking Bind, and the Decider will be split. And I think the Decider being split, honestly, I think if it does go to the third map, it should pretty easily go to the Guard. I mean, their one map win against Moist Moguls last week was on split, so I feel like they've got a little bit experience there. Now, Mad also has a decent split, but it's the Guard we're talking about here. I'm not entirely sure with the power that the Guard holds that Bind or that Mad Lions would be able to take split. Vine being picked by Mad is not really a surprise. I mean, it's a map we've seen them on before, and although it's, you know, it's not like they were dominating on it or anything, it is still a map that I think could give them some advantage, especially considering we haven't seen the guard on it a whole lot, right, since the new changes. So for Mad Lions, it could be a chance to sort of throw a curveball, their pocket pick, you could call it, like something that maybe people wouldn't necessarily expect them to be good on, but that they will trying to be good on. And then, of course, the guard picks Lotus, which is another choice I think is probably going to go to the guard. I mean, I think it's going to be a 2-0 from the guard, if I'm being honest. But I do think Mad has some chance on Vine if they can pull a little bit of an upset there. But yeah, Lotus should go to the guard. They've got a lot of experience on it, especially since their only loss, other than the loss they just took to Moist Moguls and then their mid-season face-off losses, but their only loss, I believe it was their only loss in Split 1. I'm pretty sure, or the big upset loss in Split 1 at the very least, to TSM, was on Lotus, and since then they've sort of kicked it into overdrive as far as practicing Lotus, and then we've seen them on it since, and yeah, they look like they've got some good fighting spirit on Lotus, to say the very least. They seem very, very comfortable with it, and so I think Mad Lions will have a very hard time here, even with this crackdown roster that they do have, and even with these two new players of Blackheart and Bjor coming in into Split 2. I just don't know if it'll be enough to beat the guard on Lotus. As strong as I will say, Mad Lions has looked pretty strong coming into this split. I think they're looking stronger than they did last split for sure. But the same could be said for a lot of these lower, bottom 4 teams going into this split. It was like, yeah, they were gonna try and look stronger. I mean, they've had a lot of time to practice. A lot of them have made player changes, so of course there's gonna be some new, honeymoon phase of fighting spirit. But at the end of the day, the guard is still the guard, right? And like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm trying to say maybe it could go to Mad Lions, but if you're just looking at the numbers and you're looking at the way the guard is played, especially now that let's say Josh RT, the coach, was subbed in for Tex this week, maybe Mad Lions would have a chance. But the fact that Tex is back in, I don't know. It just doesn't seem that good for Mad Lions. But there is still kind of a hope. If you want to root for the underdog, I think maybe it could come to fruition. I'm just not expecting it to, unfortunately for Mad Lions. But as we get closer to the start of this, we will go ahead. I do want to talk about. Let's see here. I do want to talk about the next matchup we have today, just to finish off today. Just to give a quick little overview. Obviously, I'll talk about it more when we get to the next series after this one. It's M80 versus Disguise. And this is another match where you can look at it and go, I think I know what's going to happen. And honestly, I'd say Disguise maybe has more of a chance against M80 than Mad Lions has against the guard. I kind of agree with what I just said. I also kind of don't. But I do think Disguised, I mean, they've got Ye, obviously. But I feel like Disguised does struggle to enable Ye to play like Ye. Like, they're not allowing him to, first of all, push in deep enough with them being there to trade him off. So if he does push in and gets picked off, there's nobody there to trade it, right? So it's worthless, and we've seen that happen a lot with Ye on Disguise these past few weeks. And I did show you that tweet from Disguise earlier. So I do expect this to go to M80. But I think Disguise is a fighting chance. Again, we'll get more to that as it goes. But let's go ahead and take a listen to the casters and get ready for the start of this first series.
Kind of one of each role type situation with the Omen. So this is like a little bit, Omen is like a really big playmaking controller. Harbor's more of like a setting the pieces on the board type controller. So it's a different style, so to speak. And the guard made that pivot against Mad Lions. They were their first victims, so to speak. So there's been a lot of film out there since then. Maybe Mad Lions will find an answer. Maybe the guard decides to change things up. Who knows? It's going to be a wild ride.
It definitely will be, but we got to stand in line and wait for it just a smidge longer. We're going to be taking a short break, but after that, we're going to be heading to Lotus and the first map of the series.
Every time I throw it to them, they're always cutting to a break without fail. All right, let me go ahead. We'll do the thing that I forgot to do, which I do like doing, which is asking ChatGPT who they think is going to win. And again, ChatGPT does not do statistical analysis. It's more of a coin toss, but it is just still a fun little thing that we can do just to kill a little bit of time. So we'll go ahead and ask who will win between the guard and Mad Lions. Ooh, there you go. And then we can go ahead do this. There you go. All right, let's see. What does ChatGPT have to say? Mad Lions has been impressive. Wait, what? I think Mad Lions will win? Alright, listen, I know it doesn't, like, it can't actually do analysis, but that's that is a bit of of an interesting pick. I mean, if you just read articles, I feel like you'd be able to tell Mad Lions doesn't really have very much of a chance, but you know, sure, I'll give it to them. We can go ahead, and one thing I do want to highlight is Mad Lions did win against G2 Esports 13-6 on Split last week. That being said, so if it goes to Split for the deciders, what I'm trying to highlight here. That being said, it's G2 who is looking pretty bad to like, you know, put it quite bluntly. They are not looking that great as of late. G2 is just starting to fall off a little bit from where they were in the mid-season face-off and even in Split 1. And so Mad Lions taking a win there doesn't give a good show, but from what we did see from Mad Lions, it was a pretty decent performance across the board. They were really good, and it seemed like they were comfortable on Split. So if it goes to Split for the decider, Mad Lions might have a chance. And then I will highlight, of course, Bind, which went 13-8. Now, this is a map where 13-8 is good, except it's against G2, who's not that great right now. And we just really don't have a whole lot of data for how the guard will do on Bind, and it definitely could go either way in a certain world, but I do think the guard is a team that puts a lot of time. Like, they really do spend a lot of time practicing these maps and making sure they are all on the same page as far as where they want to go on these maps, especially maps that they haven't played before, especially after how badly they lost on Lotus against TSM, or not, it wasn't a bad loss on Lotus against TSM, but they did take a loss to Lotus against TSM, right? So, or they took a loss on Lotus to TSM. But yeah, so since then, we've definitely seen the guard start to make sure they're practicing pretty much everything. They want to have a really solid map pool. And yeah, sometimes they're caught a little bit off guard, but for the most part, the guard is a team that just knows what they're doing. They do look really, really solid a lot of the time. They've got a lot of good fundamentals. And again, if you look at their losses, it's not to these bottom teams, like, right? It's not to these bottom four, like Mad Lions, OR, Disguised, FaZe Clan, Oxygen. Like, these are not teams that they take losses to. The only teams they lose to, well, of course, TSM being the exception, a bit of an upset. The only teams they really lose to are these top 3 teams, which is M80, G2, and Moist Moguls, which, you know, could say a little bit about that the guard may not be the top team in North America right now, or Challengers North America right now, but it definitely can be said that the guard is still a powerful enough team that lower level teams, or teams with a little bit less comfortability with each other, a little bit less chemistry, and a little bit less practice even, are not going to really be able to do a whole lot against the guard, just because it's the guard. Again, like, this is a team that really knows their stuff, and they really know what they're doing when it comes to pretty much every map. And even though, obviously, again, we've got this little bit of a wild card in Bind, I think the guard will just have practiced it so much that, because they're afraid that, you know, somebody would be able to pull it out and just shut them down if they're not as confident on it as they are on a lot of the other maps, right? So I feel like they definitely, probably even before Bind was in the map pool, just like from day one after the changes and they could play on it, they probably were getting ready to practice on it. So that way, if it ever did come to a time when they did need to play on Bind, they'd be ready for it. Because that's the kind of team the guard is. They don't just practice the maps they're good at. Sure, they do that a lot, but they also make sure that they are solid on every single map so they can put up a good fight. And again, sometimes they struggle against those higher level teams, but Mad Lions isn't really one of those higher level teams, especially considering they finished bottom 4 last split. So yeah, it's there's a lot going on. As far as, I'm not entirely sure what this delay would be. Let's see. Go ahead and see if they have anything. No, I guess we can watch this because I did miss
structurally, like, found team. Like, they've been together for quite a long time. They have really good structure.
I mean, they definitely improved. It'll probably be a harder game now, but I mean, I'm not worried. Honestly, the last time we scrimmed them, I think we got 4 rounds total, so we're a little traumatized from that.
Go like have fun.
It's gonna be sloppy, I guess.
I think the Guard are like a very structurally like found team. Like they've been together for quite a long time. They have really.
I don't think you're supposed to say that you lost a lot in scrims. I feel like before a match that showing that lack of confidence isn't great. But as we get ready to start this match, I'll go ahead and hide my camera, and let's go ahead and get ready to look at this agent select. It's probably going to be a pretty common team comp you'll see on Lotus. Let's go ahead and take a look. Tret and Trick are both on Viper. Net and Bjor both on Killjoy. Jonah P and Blackheart both on Sky. And that's where the similarities end. Both teams are running double controller. The difference is Mad has Omen and the Guard has Harbor. Both teams have a duelist. The Guard has Jet. That's, of course, a Jet player. Mad on Neon, which is a pick we've seen Narrate on a lot, and I think we will probably see Narrate continue to be on Neon a lot, and yeah, he's very comfortable in this agent, so I'm not surprised by this pick, and I think sorry, give me a second. Neon is a player that does, or an agent that does definitely work on Lotus, especially considering you do need to be rotating very quickly between the sites, especially on defense, because of how quick it is for the offense to rotate. I've talked about this a lot. It's really difficult to play defense on Lotus because the offense can just rotate so unbelievably quickly between the sites. And that's why you need to do these sort of aggressive pushes. Now, this is only a pistol round, so this isn't a good show of it. And, of course, Mad just won that encounter. 3-man push out B is heavily refuted. I mean, it's a good read to push out there, but they're not going to find any picks. I think maybe they were hoping they'd find a lurker or something like that, but they did not, and they immediately got shut down for even thinking about pushing there, losing 2 of their players. So now the Guard going to have to play with 3, and Valen is down to 20 HP. So this is not a good position for him to be in. Mad now starting to push into A, and it looks like they're getting ready to put the spike down. Valen coming through drop, going to get taken out by Ange. Net going to take out Ange for a trade. Trent going to take out Neri, but just traded off by Trick, which does leave Net alone. And he's down to 17 HP after that earlier trade, and now Trick going to take Net out. This round going to go to Mad, and it's a good way for them to start it, but again, I will point out this is an offense-sided map, again, because it's such a slow rotate for the defense. I mean, from C to A site, it's something like 10 seconds, something crazy like that, which doesn't seem like a lot. It could even be 15 seconds, which doesn't seem like a lot, but you only have 1 minute and 40 seconds per game, right? So for your defense to be having that slow of a rotate, it definitely can be difficult, and that doesn't even consider the fact that you have to watch out for lurkers, right? So defense on this map is really, really difficult for that reason. The offense, however, does not have to deal with that slow rotation. They can rotate very quickly. I mean, the door through C to B, and then breakable from A to B. It's just a really quick rotate for the offense, especially when they're further pushed up. Narrate going to take out Jonah. Blackheart going to take out Valen. It's traded off by Tex finally, but Narrate takes out Tex, which does keep them with that player advantage. Trick going to take Net out, and now it's a 1v4 for the Guard. And, yeah, I don't know if Trent's going to be able to do a whole lot. He's just sitting on C. But Mad is getting ready to take this spike into A. Spike getting ready to get down. They're smoking out. Now this spike going to get carried onto site, and it does go down. Narrate going to plant the spike. And now Trent's going to have to deal with, well, whatever he wants to deal with. At this point, he's probably just going to go try and hide near the spike so he can die to it. Because there's not really a whole lot else he can do from this position. He's going to get spotted by this turret as he comes for a little flank. Able to take the turret out, but yeah, now he's a little bit lower on HP, and they know where he is, so this will be a difficult pick. It looks like he's just trying to find a pick, but, well, not as good as Tex without Sheriff, and Bjor going to take Tread out. Mad going to take the second round, which is a round they should have won, considering they had the gun advantage. So they're in a good position here. The Econ now for the Guard going to be at a place to buy. Mad going to be taking the bonus. This is pretty standard Econ stuff you see. Pretty standard Econ structure. One thing to point out is Mad's actually decently close to their ultimates. I mean, look at Narrate, only 2 ult points away from his ult. And Blackheart 3 ult points away from the Seekers, so a little bit closer to their ultimates than the Guard, just because of how many kills they were able to get in those previous rounds. Yeah, it's going to be a bonus round for Mad. They're able to get a few real guns, which means they could do some good damage to the Guard, and Trick already taking out Tex is a good show of that. Valen going to be able to trade it off, but losing players here is not what the guard wants, because this is their buy. For Mad, they can lose all of their players and still be able to buy next round, so guard really does need to start pushing here. Or the guard really does need to start defending well and prevent as many kills as possible. Net gonna take out Ange. Getting pinched, though. Trent's gonna get taken out. Now Narrate gonna clear the site by taking out Net. It's not gonna be a 2v3 for the guard, who have to play retake here. This spike is gonna have the opportunity to go down. Valen from CT will be able to take out Blackheart, and now it's a 2v2. Valen gonna get healed back to full HP, but Narrate just gonna take him out regardless. Now the Jonah peeking out. The turret does spot him. The neon wall comes up from Narrate. Jonah gonna catch Bjor off guard. It's now a 1v1. And Narrate gonna lose it. Jonah gonna take Narrate out. Just barely able to get that pick. Mad now gonna lose their first round. However, like I said, the guard needed to lose as few players as possible, and they lost 4 out of the 5. Very much so not a good place to be in when we're talking about needing to stabilize your econ. Although the guard does take a win, they may not be able to full buy everyone this round because of the fact that they did lose so many of their players. And whereas Mad Lions, who that was their bonus round, are going to be able to buy this round. The guard will be able to buy, but it's going to be with Light Shield, and it's going to be a similar situation to Mad, where whoever loses this round will have bad econ next round and won't be able to buy. However, Mad has more shield this round. Now they're going to take out Tex. They're trying to stop this aggressive push out from the guard in C, and they do it. They punish Tex for pushing out so far. Now Trent's alone on C site. It's a 4v5 right now. 2 players for the guard rotating over towards C and B. That being Valen and Jonah to back him up. And that's sort of what you have to do in the defense, is be quick to rotate, because again, it's a very long rotate time. However, unfortunately, unfortunately for the guard, Mad has decided to rotate off. The guard, in response, realizing it's a rotate as they've pushed out C main, are going to be going for this 3-man flank. And the question is, how deep do they take this flank if they follow through with it at all? Net going to be left alone on A site, trying to lock it down as Mad starts their push in. You know, Bjor going to be lurking, and he may catch the guard, but he doesn't. The wall going to protect them and allow them to push through, but because he's there, he's able to hear them. But Trent's still going to be able to take out Narrate and Ange. Bjor, Blackheart again. Going to just find 3 kills, though, in response, taking out all of those flankers. And now it's down to Net, who is once again alone to defend a site. And he's running it over to C. So after those flankers got taken out, of course, Matt is immediately going to realize, wait, this, C site's clear. Those are the defenders. Net going to get spotted and double swung. He's not going to be able to do a whole lot against that. Blackheart going to take Net out. And this round does go to Mad Lions. And it's looking like this is going to be a difficult half for the guard. But I will remind you, this is a very offense-sided map. And that really showed it. I mean, the guard had to try and go for a flank there because on this map, you really can't be going for rotating through your spawn because you'll get caught in a choke point. If you look at A and the CT entrances, you'll see this is a very big choke point. So they know exactly where you'll be coming from, or you'll be caught here. And again, they can just defend right here using util. So you sort of have to either be coming through breakable to try and catch them off guard, or just stop them from getting into the site as a whole, or you can go for a flank. And I don't know. It's a really slow rotate. Is what I'm trying to point out for the offense on this map. Or sorry, for the defense on this map. And it does make it difficult to defend. Like I said, whoever lost that previous round was going to have to be on a save. And, well, that's true for the guard this round. You're going to take out Net. That does not start the save off well for the guard. Now, they're going to be able to afford a buy next round. So they don't need to win this round. But getting as many kills as possible to prevent Mad from getting even more stable in their econ would be what the guard would want to do here. On that previous round, they weren't really able to do very good damage to Mad, so the econ stability has started to build up for Mad. Guard now going to start, they're going to hear as Mad starts this push into C. It's down to Trent. He's concussed, but he's still able to take out Narrate. You're going to be able to trade it off. But again, as many picks as possible is what the guard would like here. And getting that first one could be a good way to do it, but it's not going to defend the site for very long. Spike's going to go down, and now it's under the guard. Again, it's a 3v4 now. Still at a player disadvantage, as Matt was able to trade off Trent earlier. I'm confusing these teams for some reason. Now it's going to be 3v4. See how the guard decides to play this. Tech's going to start this re-entry, dashing in. Dashes up to try and find where the players are, and he does find them. But he gets taken out. Jonah P going to take out Bior. He's the only player for the guard that has a hero gun right now. His fellow pusher gets taken out, and then Ange just going to take Jonah out. Matt only loses 2 players this round, which means the econ stability they wanted to start building up will be allowed to start building up here. The guard going to be on a bye this round. They need this round if they would like to try and gain some good momentum moving forward. At this point, with how many rounds they've just lost, even if we're just early into this half, it's really not looking good for them. 4 ults for the guard to use this round. Viper's Pit, Seekers, Reckoning, and a Lockdown. Over on Mad Lions, they've got that Neon ults and a Lockdown. We will see how Mad does decide to play their 2 ults here to combat the 4 ults that the guard has. We'll see how the guard decides to use these ults. You often see that Viper's Pit be placed in B main, but we're not seeing that this time around. In fact, we're not seeing the Viper's Pit go out at all this round, or at least yet. It looks like Trent will be waiting to use it reflexively or as a reaction to wherever Matt is going. Probably is hoping they'd go A, so that way he can use the Viper's Pit, but it looks like Matt is going to be doing a little bit of defaulting and split play here, just trying to make some noise, get rid of some util from the guard. And now that Trick's been lurking over deep into A main for quite a while, Mad just going to rotate over to A, and they're going to start pushing in. Trent going to be able to take Trick out. We may see this Viper's Pit come out, although not quite yet. The door gets opened, and now Trent just going to turn his attention towards guarding Tree here, although it is smoked off. Mad going to be taking Breakable here, and they're just going to rotate very, very quickly. Although Valen able to stop the rotate a little bit, able to take out Narrate. Blackheart actually able to get a flash off on Tex, but does not push him, or doesn't hit him while he's flashed, and still able to win that exchange, but it did take a while. Valen going to be able to take Blackheart out for a bit of a trade, and now it's a 3v2 for the guard. Ange down to 6 HP. Mad in a little bit of a tough spot. The spike has gone down. The defender lockdown comes out, and in response, the attacker lockdown comes out as well. The guard just going to break it. You're going to take out Net. It's now a 1v2. The spike going to start getting diffused, and Trent just going to take Yor out to defend the spike diffuser of Valen. And yeah, that Viper's Pit didn't even need to come out. The guard finally takes a round. However, they did not win it with the majority of their players alive. So any econ stability they would have liked to build up is not going to be built up. And Mad Lions, who have already been able to build up a stable econ, going to be able to afford to buy this next round. Yeah, the guard's just not looking that great here. Plus, they did have to use a good few of their ults. The guard had 4 ults that round, and they've used 2 of them. They now are left with 2, Viper's Pit and Bladestorm. Actually, they may have used 3 of them. I'm not entirely sure the Bladestorm was up yet. Mad Lions has Seekers and that Neon ult still, so it's a 2 ults for either side. Question is, will Mad be using those ults this round? They did not use them last round, or they used the lockdown last round, although they did not win it. But they did start the previous round with 2 ults, and they end with 2 ults as well. So we'll see if Mad does decide to push and try and use these ults here, as they are making a lot of noise A. Likely just trying to bait some util out, maybe make some noise, maybe even find a pick if they're lucky. Blackheart and Tex meet each other, peeking that angle, but no shots are exchanged, no damage done. And Mad now just going to use these Seekers to push into the site. Tex going to be able to get a nice vantage point as he doubled updrafts up over the enemy of Mad, and they don't know where he is. He's going to find 3 picks. 2 picks do end up coming through from Mad at trying to take site, but the rest of their team does get taken out, so now it's just down to Bior in a 1v3, able to take out Net. The guard at this point should be playing as far back as possible to just watch this spike. They do not want to be peeking Bior one at a time because, well, that's how you lose your player advantage. The door opens and Bior's pushing through it. Now the guard coming in as well. With the knives, the right click comes through from Tex, but it entirely misses. Bior going to punish it, but Trent going to be able to peek it out and trade it off. Another very expensive round for the guard, but it is a win, so some of their econ stability is starting to be built up, but Again, still losing the majority of your players on these round wins does not really allow you to build up a good stable econ, although you can start to kind of get one pulled together. Mad Lion's now going to be in an eco round. The stable econ they did have has been pretty much taken down, though they do have a little bit of extra money, so they go for a light buy this round for their eco. There's 3 ults for Mad Lions to use this round. I imagine that Neon ult will be used in place of a gun. We will see. There's also a Viper's Pit and From the Shadows. We'll see if those come out as well. Trent going to be defending C site with an Odin. Just going to Odin spam and take out Narrate. That does leave the guard with a player advantage now. We'll see how Mad decides to play this. It looks like I'm just going to keep hovering at C, hoping to maybe find a pick. I doubt Mad is going to be able to find any, and they aren't. Trent gonna take out Ange, Blackheart, and Bior as Bior goes through door. That's 4 kills for Trent now, and now it's down to Trick in a 1v5. All he has is a Marshall. He's gonna need to pull something out here. At this point, I'd be saying to Trent, get your ace. He's picked up a Guardian to try and get this ace. You know he wants it. And he doesn't find it. Trick gonna deny it. Not quite the ace, and then Trick gonna try and take out Tex, but he misses his first Marshall shot, and from there, Tex punishes. And the guard has tied it up. It did not look that good those first 5 rounds. It looked very shaky from the guard, but it seems they're able to pull it back together. They just needed a few rounds to warm up in the server. You know how it is. Now they're back in it, looking strong as always, and it looks like they may even be able to take the lead on this defense. This next buy round will be pivotal, because if the guard does win this buy round, they'll put themselves in a position to get to that 6th round, which prevents Mad Lions from getting the lead going to the next half. And in addition to that, it'll mean that the guard is looking stronger than they did in this first 4 rounds, and it means Mad's momentum, which maybe could possibly be carried through off of a win on this round, would pretty much be shut down, and Mad would be trying to pick up the scraps of these past few rounds. Mad getting ready to push into A, pushing up through this main entrance. All going to be peeking Valen here. Although Valen does send out a cascade as that smoke comes out. Flashes are coming through, and Mad starting this entry. Narrate able to get onto this site, or the spike, the typical default spike plant. They're not going to be able to plant just yet, although Mad going to eloquently take the site. They take out all 4 of the players who were on or near the site. Now Trent's alone in a 1v5 as Mad lost no players. I'm forgetting what words I should use there. As Mad lost no players taking that site. That is just not at all where you want to be. The guard now going to be left in a 1v5 for Trent, and I don't think he's really going to be doing anything here. So that does mean that I did say if the guard won that round, it would have been pivotal, but they do lose it, so Mad's momentum may be able to carry through here, and they could possibly try and take the lead going into the next half. Now, the guard's econ has been able to stabilize at this point, so they'll still be able to buy next round, and maybe even the round after that, even if they lose. But it doesn't change the fact that Mad is now going to be able to start to build up their own econ. I mean, winning a buy round where you're on low econ after the buy with all of your players left alive in a flawless round, I mean, that is the best way to get your econ to stabilize. And there's still 4 ults for Mad to use. That Neon ult never came out. Possibly just it didn't have a chance, but whatever the case may be, just such a good position right now for Mad. Guard gonna take a timeout, and I think it's a good choice. At this point, Mad is looking like they're gonna have some solid momentum. Now, I will say, with how offense-sided this map is, even if Mad wins the rest of these rounds in this half, the guard is still in a good spot, because we know how solid they are on the Lotus on offense, and so even if they don't go into the next half with it tied, at 4 to 8 at this point, if Mad won the rest, would still be a decent amount of rounds for the guard to try and make a comeback, because it is a pretty offense-sided map, and the guard has a really solid play on Lotus. Now, I'm not saying it's a good position for the guard to be in. Obviously, it'd be better if it was tied up, or even if they had to lead, obviously. But keeping it as close as possible, and 4-8 is decently close for Lotus. It would not be a horrible place to be in. But of course, the guard has money. They've got a position. They should be able to tie it up going into the next half, or at least should be able to tie it up going into the next half. They definitely have some good potential to do that. Although, you know, again, 5-7 would not be bad. 4-8 would not be horrible. It's just like they would like it to be tied up. 4 ults for Mad to use this round, and they know the guard is going to be on a bye with not great econ. So if Mad does end up taking a win this round, they will be able to hurt the econ of the guard pretty badly. So they may want to use their ults to try and secure the win here. Trent going to take out Trick. It's now a 5v4. Concussions come through. Already, though, Trick dead does not allow this push to go well for Mad Lions. So now they're going to have to figure out, do we continue to try and push through this, or do we just pivot through Breakable? And it looks like maybe they do want to go through Breakable. That's also a very predictable outcome, and you can see the guard playing pretty far back in A. I mean, you see Valen very ready to rotate over to B, and of course, Tech's still in B main. So they're ready for the possible rotate through Breakable. And they're okay with that situation. They'd definitely be okay with that. Now you're going to break the wall. The Skydog comes through, and it looks like the push into B will start. The Operator on Tech's going to come out, looking to do some damage. He dashes right into the into the line of sight of Ange, but Ange not going to punish it. Valen going to be able to take Ange out. Blackheart going to take out Trent, though, and that does clear A site, as the guard was ready for the B push and rotated onto B in order to defend it. So the Spike will get a chance to go down. This post plant can be played. Nanostorms, the lockdown. This is going to be some good post plant util for Mad to work with. Although Blackheart getting taken out does leave Fior in a 1v4, and he may not want to use these ults at this point. This may not be worth it, and Tex taking Fior out as he peeks is just going to end it there, and the guard will take this round. Well played from the guard. Again, this is a big round for them to win because their econ did need to re-stabilize, and getting this win does allow that to happen. Although Mad will be able to buy next round, it's looking like this round trading may start here, as the econ is going to be decent pretty much every round that is to come at this point. So, yeah, the round trading will likely just start here, which would be good for the guard. Again, if it goes into the next half tied up, that's really good for the guard, because, again, offense side of map, it's the guard's map pick, and you know, the guard will be on the offense. So it definitely allows the guard some pretty good leeway if they can go into the next half with it tied up. Now, Matt has been, I don't know, I'm not entirely sure if this is intentional or not. They've been saving up results. They've got 5 to use this round. And I imagine the guard knows that. That's why they're pushing out. They're doing a 4-man push out B, looking for an early pick. Just getting some picks here would be great for them because it denies any of those ults. And Jonah P taking out Bjor does allow that early pick. They're now getting ready for the possible re-push from Mad. And Nary takes out Jonah. They jump peek out, and it does provide vision. And now Valen going to take out Blackheart. Tex going to take out Nary. Ange finally able to get a pick by taking out Trent, but it's immediately traded off by Tex. And now it's down to Trick in a 1v3. He breaks Breakable, and now the guard knows where he is. Trick doesn't have Spike. Just by the way, Trick gonna take out Net. The Spike is in the hands. Well, it's not in the hands of the guard. They're not watching it. But we may see Valen re-peek out here to watch this Spike. And Trick gets smoked off. So that way Trick has to blind dry peek through this wall. And, well, Valen just gonna punish him for that. He's gonna get taken out. The guard does take this round, and they have some momentum, and the econ is damaged for Mad. They're not going to be able to do a complete full buy here, and so we may see the guard take the lead going into the next half, which, of course, is a very, very good position to be in if you're the guard. Mad going to take a timeout. You've got 2 of them. You may as well use them. Sure, Mad doesn't necessarily need to, but this isn't a good position for them to be in. At the very least, they should be tying it up going into the next half, considering they've got the advantage right now being on the offense of Lotus. And the fact that it's kind of close to just being tied up does not bode well for Mad. Taking this time out, I mean, obviously, the best case scenario right now for them is tying it up. So they're taking this time out to try and just secure this round. Knowing they're going to be at an eco disadvantage, there's a lot that they have to push through in order to try and secure this tie-up going into the next half. One thing I'll highlight for the guard, you do see Trent with 4 more kills than Valen. Valen and Tex have the exact same amount. Then Jonah is 5 kills behind Tex. So you see 2 players at the bottom for the guard. quite a few kills behind the rest of the team, and obviously right now it's not super weighing on them. And I imagine as you get into the offense, we'll probably see that kill consistency even out a little bit. But it's not great to see, especially on defense, when you do sort of need all of your team to be getting around the same amount of kills. On offense, you don't really need that because you're all playing together. But on defense, it's important because it means you're locking down the site. And that's why they've struggled a little bit, but we'll see if those teams can pull through. This is why I always talk about kill consistency, because it is a good show of if your team is there to trade each other off, they're defending the sites well, they're preventing re-entry well. Like, these are all things that you would need in a good team, is that kill consistency because of good team play. If you don't have that kill consistency, it's not necessarily a sign of a bad team, but it just means you're not playing as well as a team as you could. All of these ults that we've said Matt has had for so long are starting to come out now, and they're resulting in kill after kill after kill. 3 kills go down for the guard as Mad is able to take a site, and now it's 2v5 for the guard. They've got no ults to use. Trick going to take out Net, and the re-entry going to be almost entirely stopped. Lockdown did come out as well, so Trent had to play back. It's a 1v5 right now. Narrate absolutely ready to catch Trent's head, and he does see Trent. Trying to take him out. Trick just going to jump up with that Judge, able to get 2 shots off on Trent. Not all the bullets land. Trick able to punish him and finally finish him off. So it's going to go tied into this next half, but again, it's an offense-sided map. So Mad keeping it tied is not a great place to be in, and it does give the guard a pretty good confident boost, knowing they should be able to take the win here in this half, just being at the advantage with, it being tied up right now. Not to say that Mad won't put up a good fight. They definitely will. We'll see how this first pistol round goes, because that could be the make or break. Whichever team wins this pistol round immediately takes a good lead coming into this half, and that could be it. That could be the make or breaker, because if it starts going where they're trading rounds, then, it means whichever team got that first pistol round would be the team that takes it. So we will see how this does end up going. Looks like Mad going to be doing a 3-man push out into C main onto Mount, and well, the guard is there. No pick's gonna go through. Some damage done. Narrate takes a little bit, but he can just go back for the heal. It's not the end of the world. And now the guard just gonna rotate it. It looks like Valen gonna be making some noise B. He's grabbing the orb, and Bjorn gonna be able to punish that. Valen does grab the orb, and he dies, and it's 2 old orbs, but he would have preferred not to die and instead get a kill to get that old orb up. It's not gonna be a 4v5. Trent going to be able to take out Trick, though, and that's the entirety of the defense on A cleared out. This spike will go down. Now it's a 4v4. The guard does have the spike in their hands. They've got sight in their hands as well, and Mad now going to have to try and play this retake. X pushing out into CT, through rope, looking for a pick. He spots Ange, but they can definitely tell Mad is focusing their push more through that secondary entrance and stairs. Net going to take out Narrate. You're going to be able to trade it off by getting out Trent, though. Ange going to take out Tex. It's not going to be traded off, although Jonah able to take out Bjorn does trade it off. Net going to take out Blackheart. It's now a 1v2 for Ange. The Arcade Ghost not quite going to find that pick, and Jonah going to take Ange out. The guard does take this first pistol round. That's not a good start for Mad. Again, because they're just at a disadvantage being on the defense of this map, getting that pistol round could have been very big for them. And now if it does start to be kept even, again, because of this early advantage that the guard will have in this half, could definitely not bode well for Mad. It's going to be a forced buy from the guard. You do see Net saving a ghost or saving by buying a ghost to save a little bit of econ there. But this will be a forced buy from the guard. Mad going to be on an entire eco round, all with classics, and they're sending a 4-man push out through C. Try and do some damage. Turret goes out. It's destroyed by Mad. And now Net just going to defend it, trying to find any picks that he can. But as the guard starts pushing through B, the door is opened up. Tex missing with this Marshall. That Marshall could definitely be deadly. Those players don't have any shield, but it doesn't matter. As Net coming for the flank does find 2 picks, and 2 more picks come through. Other members of the guard are able to pull through on those kills. And now it's just down to Trick. Spotted by Jonah. He's going to be taken out. A flawless round is not what Mad would have liked to see from the guard. As now the guard's going to go into this bonus with probably 2 real guns, as that player who had the ghost is just going to be able to buy a gun or buy a good rifle. So yeah, this is not going to be a good place for Mad to be. And you look at this, the guard going to have 2 good rifles, a Spectre, an Ares, and a Marshal. Those are some good guns to work with on this bonus, and they could be able to find some good picks. Again, Mad has the gun advantage, so they should be able to take this round. It's the guard's job to destroy the econ by killing as many of these players as possible. Narrate takes quite a bit of damage, down to 30 HP. And that's not a good start for Mad in this round, as the Ares spam does some good damage. Jonah going to clear into B. He actually saw 2 there, I believe. So he pushes all the way into CT through water link. He's going to be able to spot 2. And off of that, the guard just rotates it over to A. And I can't blame them. You just saw how few players there were. You may as well... Or you just saw how many players there were in C and B link. See that. Tex gets taken out. It's now going to be a 4v5 as the guard started this entry, but do lose a player and taking them out, which does make it a 4v5. It's going to be difficult for the guard to play. Again, it's their bonus round. They're just trying to get kills here. Trent pushing up through to stairs, looking for a pick as Net takes out Trick. Trent going to be able to take out Bjor. He's also able to pick up a gun. Net's been able to clear C site, and the guard has actually started rotating over to C already, but Trent taking out Narrate and Ange will now make this a 1v4. Now, Trent does just run with his knife outs into Blackheart. He gets taken out, punished for it, but it's now a 1v3, which is still a very difficult position for Mad to be in. Spike going to go down. A Reckoning is up for Valen. I doubt it'll come out this round, but already having that ult up could be a big game changer here. And it's looking like this bonus round for the guard may turn into a win for them, which should not at all be good for Mad, who are now going to have to take a massive round differential loss. And yeah, Blackheart just going to go to save his Vandal. Again, that's a good choice. Because, yeah, you probably weren't going to win this round. But yeah, the guard's econ advantage that they're going to take already to start it off could help them gain some really solid momentum to pull through for the rest of this half and get the win without it going to overtime or without Mad taking the win. Yeah, Mad losing that buy is going to be a really big... It's got to be a really big disappointment. So again, that could be the make or break for this map. And if Mad had taken Lotus, they may well have been able to take Bind and just gotten a 2-0 without it having to go to split. But because of how powerful the guard is looking right now, we may have to see that split come out in order for Mad to try and win, which does mean they'll have to pull through on Bind as well, which will definitely be difficult. Reckoning for Valen. See that Reckoning come out this round. Also, the Viper's Pit is only 1 ult point away. Mad going to be doing a 3-man push-up A. It's their eco round, so they do just want to try and do some damage here. And they are going to do a little bit, but Tech's going to be able to take out Narrate. Will anybody be able to trade him off? He's very low on HP, but Trent and Valen going to finish it off by taking out Blackheart and Ange. And that was that 3-man push-up A gone. Now this plant's going to come out on A. It's now going to be a 2v5 for Mad. Yeah, if you're the guard right now, this is just not going to be good for... Or, sorry, if you're Mad right now, this is just not going to be good for you. And just like that, executed beautifully as Trent and Valen each find their respective picks to take out Bjor and Trick. And that's it. Guard has now taken 4 in a row to start off this half, and at this point, the match is going to be cutting their losses. Got to start gearing up towards Bind, because this is just not looking like it'll go their way. These rounds, Mad's been struggling. I mean, they've been struggling to prevent the pushes onto site. I mean, it's only been a few rounds, and only one of them was a buy from both sides. Or actually, none of them have been a buy from both sides. But what we did see was Mad just not pushing together. Or, I mean, obviously they're pushing up together. But they're getting picked off in that, so they do sort of need to try and play back. Maybe go for a flank. Or if not a flank, they do need to be retaking cohesively and together, rather than... you know, getting picked off one by one. Because that's sort of what's been happening for Mad. And the guard's been able to happily take advantage of that. They're very happy to just say, alright, you're going to pick us one by one. We'll take you out. And Mad just has not been aware of the positions of the guard. They haven't been... And we saw in that 3-man push-up, they got flanked by a player coming around the side of them. And nobody was watching it. So that player who came around the side was just not punished. And Mad did get taken out there for not being good with their positional awareness. Now, it was an eco round. So, of course, that's why they were pushing up, but still, you know, that's why they get away without, or that's why the guard gets away without losing any players there. So, Mad does need to try and figure out how they want to play this cohesively. And it looks like that choice is going to be in another 3-player push up A. So yeah, the guard does decide to play that. Narrate gonna push out. Tech's gonna be able to take Narrate out. It's traded off by Ange, though. Blackheart gonna take out Valiant. It's traded off by Trent, though. Blackheart gonna take out Trent. It's traded off by Jonah, though. So the trades come through. That's not what Mad wants to see. When, again, the offensive advantage is for the guard because of how quickly they can rotate and how slow it is for the defense to rotate. Because the guard just finds all 3 of those players on A, they're going to rotate over to C because they know Mad is going to have to be pushing over to A in order to defend the push on. And the guard knows they're not going to be able to push onto site quick enough to adequately just clear sight. So just going to rotate it over to C. You see Net getting risky and pushing it up in through water. And he's not punished for it. He's just going to take out Trick, I believe. Get that pick there. And now it's just down to Bjor in a 1v2. He's going to have to play this retake. The guard is holding for long. So a lot of good Killjoy util. The alarm bug goes out. They now know he's entering onto site. Bjor does need to start pushing here. I mean, time is running low. It's like second phase is going to start pretty soon here. Bjor going to take out Net. Now it's a 1v1. Pretty good spot to be in. But and no more of that post-plant util in those nanoswarms. Spike is tapped. I mean, he saw you were off of it. At this point, you would have had to stick it. And, well, now you just got to run for your life. You get away with it with his life. But the guard does take this round. Mad's definitely going to be in a bit of a tough spot here. They have started to lose some of these rounds. Well, obviously they've started to lose some of the rounds. They've lost 5 in a row. Let me put that into perspective. They put up 6 rounds in the previous half. How on earth are they losing all of the rounds that have happened on the offense so far? And you could say, well, yeah, Eco's been bad. But, yeah, they were also just on a bye against the guard. And, yeah, they put up a good fight. But at the end of the day, a good fight is not a win, right? So you're going to be able to keep his gun, but the rest of Mad going to have to be on an Eco round. And it looks like, again, Mad is doing this push-up A. Jack's taking out Bjor on C, and now Mad has to stop doing that push-up A, which does allow for a lack of vision. They don't know if the guard is pushing up there. 4 ults for the guard to use this round as well. Again, it's an Eco round from Mad, so we probably won't see those come out. We still could. Trent gonna take out Narrate. It's now a 5v3. And, yeah, A-site is entirely clear. Of course, the guard doesn't know that yet. Unbreakable has been broken earlier in the round, I believe, by Ange. So it does provide a little bit of paranoia. But Trent taking out Ange, and, of course, Breakable just going to be watched by Net as site has been taken. The spike goes down. It's now a 2v5. And at this point, Mad should just be trying to do damage if they can. Trick has been able to pick up the gun that was dropped by Bjor earlier. He's still a tough spot, though. Oh! Net gonna take out Blackheart, but Blackheart almost found a pick. It's very close there, but Tech's gonna be saved. And that's what I'm talking about. You see the guard able to trade each other off, unlike Mad, who has not really been able to trade each other off. And even if you can trade each other off, you don't want to be getting traded on the defense of Lotus, because any advantage the offense has will add to the advantage they already have of just being able to rotate. Like we saw when that 3-man push happened on the previous round, before this one, all 3 of those players were taken out, and the guard was just able to rotate because they knew that Mad was down players. And yes, it was a 2v2, and yes, the guard did get all of those players traded off, and so it did keep the player count even. But because the guard already has the advantage of just being able to rotate so quickly, they were able to just get the spike down over on C, and then Mad was forced into a post plant. And because the guard, I mean, the guard is the guard, they got a little aggressive there, and it did work out. And one of the key reasons it worked out is because Mad was not there to trade each other off. And so, yeah, Mad does need to do a better job of watching each other's backs, especially when you're at a player disadvantage. So, you know, the opponent has more players than you. You really need to be playing each other or trading each other off. Or not even just trading each other off. You just need to have each other's back. You need to be able to defend each other, because if you're not, you'll immediately lose any slight advantage you may have in having players. Speaking of players, the guard players going to be pushing up into A, like that transition. Going to be pushing up into A. not through tree, but through main. It looks like they're going to get ready to push onto this site, but and shaking out Jonah does now make it a 4v5 for the guard. There's only 2 on A. If they can take these fights and get these players off of the site, they can still take a site. But it looks like the guard going to get ready to rotate here, and not through breakable like you might expect, although maybe. They do break breakable, and I imagine that was just to make sound as they're going to start this rotate over to C. Now, there's an alarm bot on C, and as the guard takes longer and longer to get over to C, Mad will definitely get aware of that. And you see Bjor getting ready to defend the site, but that will not stop the guard from getting onto the site. The lockdown does come out. Viper's Pit comes out. May have been a little bit premature. Trick gonna be able to take out Net. Net was trying to just disrespect that lockdown and take it out. Oh, Trent able to take out Trick, trying to destroy the lockdown, but does not have enough ammo. Has to go for the reload, and he gets detained. Bjor gonna take him out. This spike is being defused. Bjor defending the spike diffuser. And this spike's just gonna be stuck by Narrate. Although Valen's able to take out Narrate as well, and Blackheart going to be able to take Valen out. And although Mad does lose the majority of their players, they do take a win, and it's much, much needed for them. But yeah, they do lose the majority of their players there, which is not great when they're down that many players. It is definitely a bad position to be in. But so they're basically meaning they're not going to be able to stabilize their econ this round, but they will be able to buy everyone. That being said, if the guard does win this round, Mad will have to be back on an eco, and the guard can afford to lose this round, and maybe even the next round with how stable their econ is. And also, the guard is at that 12th round. I didn't really highlight it because the guard had just been on such a massive win streak that I didn't feel like I needed to. But yeah, the guard does get to that 12th round, which is why Mad's in such a big pressure point right now. They don't have room to save at all. So they'll be on low econ next round. Oh wait, why was I talking about if they lose then? My brain's not working. Mad is in a pretty bad position here. Yeah, if they lose the majority of their players this round, it'll again be bad for them because again, that econ stability is not there yet. And so if the guard still loses this round, but if they can get as many players as possible, that's definitely a good position for them to be in and can continue to try and put them in a good spot here. Net getting ready to use this lockdown. There's also Bladestorm protects 2 ults for the guard. Mad has 2 ults. That Neon ult, which I think we've only seen come out once in this entire map, and then from the shadows from Ange, which is a bit of a situational ult. It's difficult to use. I talk about that a lot. Omen ult is difficult to use. Spike Plant going to come out on A as the lockdown comes out. Ange is detained, but the Harbor Smoke actually does protect him. Narrate going to start this entry. He's able to take out Tex. More knives. He's able to take out Jonah as well. Getting this concussion through. Trying to punish Valen. He's able to. This re-entry has started very, very good. The post-plant util is coming out, which does hurt Mad a little bit. Does push them back a little bit. Blackheart pushing into tree. Trying to take out that post-plant util. Net going to take out Blackheart and Bjor. He's able to take out Narrate as well, but this spike going to be stuck, and Mad does take this round. Again, they lose the majority of their players, so their econ not really able to stabilize, although they did just win 2 in a row, so it does help them out a little bit. And at this point, the guard, again, still going to be able to buy because their econ is super, super stable here. They may want to take a timeout just to try and prevent any momentum built up from Mad. They definitely don't have to. There's a Viper's Pit for Mad. It's a Reckoning for the guard. Very powerful ults here. And I imagine Mad will try and use that Viper's Pit defensively rather than reflexively. When I say reflexively, I mean like in response to what the enemy is doing. There's 2 ways you can try and use that Viper's Pit. You can try and use it by, okay, I hear them coming here, so I'm going to use it. Or you can say, alright, I'm just going to put it here no matter if I hear them or not, so that way they can't come here or rotate here. Blackheart and Ange each going to find a pick. This 3-man push-up A actually does work out for them for a change. And the guard going to start rotating it over to B. They're going to be able to get into B main. Nobody's going to stop them, but pushing any further will be difficult. There's a lot of util and a lot of unknowns. The door gets open, and the spike on Valen does TP, or not TP, does get over towards main. I don't know why I said TP. Well, it's because I saw Jonah, like, lagging and, like, teleport a little bit there as he was coming through that door. And it looks like the guard now going to be trying to figure out how they want to play this. Again, it's a 3v5 right now. It looks like Jonah going to just try and challenge this Viper's Pit, maybe find a lurk. And jump peeking out, and he's going to see that push through A starting. Meanwhile, Trick going to take out Jonah P, who is definitely just trying to find a pick in C. Hopefully we can catch the Viper off guard. It's not going to be a 2v5 for the guard. Pushing up, Ange pushing them back, and Mad knows where the guard is. They know where both of these players are. So they're all just going to be able to get onto A. Valen going to shoot at Ange. Narrate going to take Valen out, though, from Heaven, and Ange just going to take Net out in this round. Goes flawless to Mad, which means any econ stability they may not have had, or any econ instability they had, is immediately gone. That's going to immediately stabilize their econ quite well. You get 3,000 credits on a win, and all of your players survive, so you don't even have to spend any of that additional money. Yeah, just look at their econ. Look over at the guard, and this will be their last buy round. I'm pretty sure. Maybe they can buy next round, but they do need to start doing something. I imagine if they lose this round, they'll take a timeout. Because again, they do need to start doing something here. This is not looking good. It's looking like Mad may be able to make somewhat of a comeback. It's not looking good for the guard, I should say. It's definitely looking good for Mad. Guard getting ready to push down into C. Down through C main and into C. And they grab this ult orb, trying to get those Seekers up. And it looks like they're going to back it up. And get ready to maybe push into A. There's not a 3-man push from Mad down A anymore. Or not this round anyway. So that does mean the guard can push in here. Although, Narrate is pushed in behind Pillar. Maybe able to find a pick or two. Although, that Viper wall does allow the guard to get a little bit of an off angle, and yeah, Tech's going to be able to take Narrate out. Meanwhile, Jonah has been able to push pretty aggressively into C here. Oh, Sky's going to meet each other. Jonah's already low, but wouldn't have mattered. A headshot from the Vandal going to finish him off. It's not going to be a 4v4 here for the guard. Ange going to take out Tex. Trick going to take out Net. The guard trying to get a little bit of aggressive with their hold, and well, Mad going to stop that. Valen going to take out Bjor, though. It's now a 2v3. The spike gets tapped. The guard does have to try and look at that spike, and they do. Valen just going to wallbang Trick as Ange takes out Trent. It's now a 1v1, and Valen loses it. And the spike's been halved as well, so even if time had been played effectively, wouldn't have mattered. And Mad does take that round. They lose the majority of their players.
So after the plant, Net just backs up and is just a free frag. And then at the same time, you have Tex trying to get aggressive on the rope, and he gets caught. And so it puts Trent and Valen in a really tough spot to pull off a 2v3 clutch. And it comes
1 second here.
end, but as you said, Valen caught on the reload there. Now Mad Lions are within 2. That spike point keeps the guard in this full buy position. Again, no easy rounds for Mad Lions. They have yet to put the guard on any type of save or low.
All right. Thank you for the messages. Emo home. Appreciate it.
That's a really good point.
2 ults for Mad this round. A lockdown for the guard. Seekers do get up, and those Seekers come out. This push onto site has started. Trick going to be able to take out Tex, though. He's defending this site, and he's spraying quite a bit. Valen's still going to be able to come around to take him out. Valen also going to take out Bjor. One thing I respect so much about the guard is even when they're looking like they're in a bad spot, it doesn't matter. They're still putting up such a good fight. Like, you'd think, or you see a lot of teams, their mental gets affected so much when they've been losing so many rounds in a row. But for the guard, that doesn't matter. You see Valen still playing beautifully as always with such pristine aim. It's not going to be a 4v3. This was lost earlier. The push has been, or the retake has been stopped, or at least slowed down by Mad, as Ange did get detained, and they had to wait for him to get back up before they could start this push. Ange going to take out Jonah, and now it's going to even out that player count. Mad going to take out Valen, traded off by Net taking out Narrate, but Ange taking out Net does now make it a 1v2. Trent takes out Ange, it's now a 1v1. Spike getting diffused, and the smoke drops. Trent just going to shut it down. 13-10 is the final score, as the guard does take map 1. Well, what? A little bit of a improperly sized asset there. I understand. I've been there. But well played there from the guard. They do. I mean, I'll say well played, but I don't really mean that. I mean, they did really try and push through. I'll give them that. But it was definitely difficult for them, and it did not look super cohesive overall, or at least not as cohesive as probably would have liked.
Game than I expected, though. I'll say that, especially for that particular map. I thought that was, the map that Mad Lions would have the biggest advantage on, and it turned out to be, a pretty tight affair.
I mean, resilient, I think, is the name of the game. Started off hot in the first half. Good little bounce back there on the defensive second. Just a little bit too late overall. So the Guard will start us off to a 1-0 series here in our final day of action in the current week of Challengers. And now a chance for us to possibly see Mad Lions go to a new flex pick with Bind coming up for map number 2. Before we get to that, we'll send things to a break, bring Sierra back, and we'll give you guys the breakdown. Don't go far.
Best dressed on our team, honestly, it's probably Joseph, aka.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and turn this up. We can go ahead and listen to what these players think about this next matchup.
Maybe clear. I have to go with clear. Because I've seen clear. I haven't seen anyone else.
Best dress on the team, I would probably say me, for sure.
I'd say me. No, I just feel like it's me. Best dressed on the team is me, for sure. Without a doubt. Yeah.
Me, for sure. No question. I just got a bunch of goofballs on my team, that's all.
Probably myself, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, I would say best dressed on my team is probably Net. This guy, he's really into fashion, so like he's always like updated with like the latest like sneakers, and his drip is always insane. I remember there was like one Reddit picture of him like quoting. It was like the NBA quotes, and it was like perfect tech pause GG, and it was Net, and like he had some drippy like Travis like shoes on. Like, damn, bro, that picture's insane.
I don't even know. I think maybe Sim.
Redux. He's the only one that has multiple pairs of shoes, so it gotta be him.
I think everyone dresses fairly well. Everyone has their style, but maybe Xander. Maybe he's the one that cares the most. Probably, I'd guess.
What did he say, me? He said because Coca. Yeah, I know exactly why I said that. Best dressed, I would say Marky. Honestly, Nismo. I think Nismo's the best dressed just because he's got some like designer stuff. I've seen him. He's rocking it. I think he's kind of cold.
See, this is an issue because I haven't actually seen any of my teammates in person. I'm gonna give that one to Nary. I think Nary's got the best drip on the team.
Interesting.
He actually has a fresh cut right now. He just popped in there Discord with it. It's actually filling up.
Who my team is the best dressed? It's gotta be Baby Bay, man. That guy is flossing. Dude, he sent me a Snapchat last night. The guy's looking fresh. I'm like, what could you do to compete with this dude? You know, you go to the club. He's the right hand man out there. You know.
I think Baby Bay. I mean, he's got the chain. He's got the drip. Probably got the most expensive stuff as well. So I'd have to go with Baby Bay.
Of course, Baby Bay, bro. Yeah, he got the best strip. What else can I say? The guys, it's a masterclass in and out of the game.
All right. All right, well, that was map 1, and let's go ahead and take a look at how that did end up going, because it maybe didn't go how a lot of people were anticipating it to go, but I will point out, in the Guard series against OR, Haven and Split both went 13 and 11. Now, did the Guard 2-0? Yes, but they were close games. They were definitely close games, so Mad Lions putting up this good of a performance is definitely somewhat expected. We know the Guard puts so much respect towards their opponents, and it does seem like the Guard will honestly be playing around the same level as their opponents a lot of the time, or at least trying to match that sort of same vibe going on. And I'm not entirely sure if that's intentional, or they just do end up being a little bit on that side of playing as around the same level as their opponents. I'm not entirely sure why that is, but that is how we often see it going. I mean, if you look at a lot of the Guards matches, I mean, that's why they do have a lot of 2-1s, because a lot of times they are playing at around the same level as their opponents. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into how this series went, or sorry, this map went, because again, it went a little bit differently than probably most expected. The first half was pretty close, honestly. It was kept pretty even. It was a little bit of a back and forth. Of course, pistol round is won by Mad, then the Guard takes the third. That's pretty much how you see those round structures and econ structure typically work out. Then it goes to 2 rounds won by Mad, 3 rounds won by the guard, then it kind of goes back and forth a little bit. Mad wins 1, the guard wins 2, Mad finishes it off. And it did start to look in these last 4 rounds like Mad was starting to look a little bit shaky. I say it was a back and forth, but it was definitely a little bit shaky. Let me turn this down a little bit lower. But it was definitely a little bit shaky from Mad, and they did have to take a timeout on this 11th round. Then we go to the second half, and it is an entirely different story. It was not a back and forth. It was not a shaky side from both of these, or it was not a shaky half from both of these teams. It was dominant from the guard out of the get-go for the first 6 rounds. That's right, the guard takes a 6-round win streak and immediately gets to the 12th round within a matter of a few, maybe even just 10 to 15 minutes. They just shut it down. They keep it close. They go through and they make it through those first 6 rounds. And then 4 rounds are won by the defense of Mad. And I think what happened was Mad just put themselves together. They realized, okay, we're backed against a wall. Let's put up a good fight. They wanted to go out with a bang, knowing they probably weren't going to win it being down that many rounds. But they wanted to try their very hardest, at the very least, to push through to try and get to that win. And I respect them for that. I respect them for that a lot because it did work out. They did start to pull together. There's issues we saw in their first few defensive rounds where they weren't trading each other off effectively. They weren't covering those angles. They were not properly clearing themselves. They felt too safe a lot of the times and should have been a little bit more cautious. We saw those get fixed up. They didn't do as many of those aggressive pushes down. They started clearing their angles. They started being there to defend each other. They were trading each other off, which again is a big thing. That kill consistency started to even up a little bit for Mad as they started to, or continue to even up. Actually, their kill consistency was pretty good in the first half too. But they really showed why it was so good in the first half. They were there for each other is the main thing, which you really need to be on the defense because you're in a really tough position. Again, in the offense of the guard, for this first 6 rounds of the offense for the guard, they did a really fantastic job of just getting early picks. And on a map like Lotus, which is super offense-sided and is so difficult to rotate on, it meant that the defense was going to have a very difficult time rotating around and placing players equally when they were down that many players. So what Mad did is they played back a little bit. They were hoping, instead of pushing into the guard and letting the guard pick them off, they let the guard push into them so they could pick the guard off. And it's a risky strategy, but it's a switch up that they needed. It's risky because if you are letting them take site or are letting them push into the site and they do clear you out, they're just going to be close enough that they can plant. Versus what they were trying to do in the first few rounds is they were pushing the guard far enough back that the guard couldn't push into site. Now, the issue was, of course, that they got picked off, so then the guard could just decide, all right, we'll rotate off. But that is why they were pushing up, so they decided to switch to play a little bit more back, let the guard push into them, and then take advantage of that, and they did that beautifully. They played their ults well. Once after those first 6 rounds, I mean, the ult economy really started to get in the favor of Madlands. And one thing I think Mad struggled with in the first half, they had 5 ults in a round. I mean, if you have 5 ults up in one single round, either your ult economy was played beautifully to get all 5 of your ults up for a single round, or you've been saving those ults up, and that's not what you want to do. You want to use your ults as soon as you get them, because why not? It just gives you, like, let's say you use an ult after the first 6 rounds. Guess what? You'll probably be able to get that ult back up again before the end of the half, so you need to be using those ults. And Mad wasn't. I'm not entirely sure if it's because they thought it would be too risky to use some of those ults. They didn't know how to use some of those ults, especially that Neon ult. You do sort of have to enable your offense a little bit, or your duelist a little bit, and I think they definitely didn't really know how to do that on their offense. But when we switched sides, it was a completely different story on their defense. They did start to use some of those ults once they got them built up after those first 6 rounds, and that comeback did start to look solid, and I think they looked really cohesive, especially, or more so in that second half, but they did really look cohesive on Lotus as a whole. The guard looked solid across the board. I think the guard in the first half on their defense had a similar issue as Mad did on their defense of not really knowing if they should push up or if they should play back a little bit and prevent Mad from getting on. What the guard ended up doing was playing up a little bit, getting, pushing out and getting some of those picks, and it actually really did work out for them a lot of the time. Obviously not the whole time, that's why it's kept even in a score of 6-6, but had the guard just won that pistol round, it would have been a completely different story, right? So you did see the guard struggle a little bit on their defense to start off. It was a rocky start. I mean, Mad started off 4-1 after the first 5 rounds. Clearly it was a rocky start. But again, they did manage to pull it through. They pulled it together, and they did figure it out to keep it even on their defense. Again, offense side of the map. So that was a really good place for them to be in. It switches sides. The guard figures out their offense. They're able to push through, or rather, they are able to push through, stop Mad from pushing into them, and yes, it did really look shaky there, but the guard did finally pull it together. They figured it out of what to do as far as just like keeping your players alive, maybe not splitting up so much. I'm excited to see Bind though, because again, this is a map where I feel like Mad may look a little bit more comfortable than we saw them look on Lotus. They may have their strategy down a little bit better than we have for them on Lotus. Now I should point out, although FaZe currently is above the guard, if the guard does take a win here, they'll be above FaZe. Because the map differential, I believe, let's say it's a 2-1. Yeah. The map differential will be in the favor of the guard on a win. So they will be above FaZe. Now, obviously, if the guard loses, they'll be below. I don't think they'll be below Mad. They'll be tied, and I think the guard will still be above them. But they'll be below FaZe, most importantly. And you know, it's super weird though to just see like M80 not at the top of their group and the guard not at the top of their group. I just want to point that out. It's a little bit of an interesting thing. I do want to give another reminder. On Sunday, I'll be doing casting for Tacti Friends. I believe my match will be at around 2:30 p.m. It's going to be a semifinals, best of 3. It should be a lot of fun if you guys want to see me actually casting with a co-caster who is going to be doing the play-by-play. I'll be doing a little bit of the color casting. If you guys want to see that, go ahead and check it out. It's going to be Tacti Friends on Twitch. You can go ahead and follow them on Twitter. They do tournaments for people of underrepresented genders in game. And yeah. All right, let's go ahead and take a listen to what these casters have to say about how this match went. Obviously, I've done a lot of analysis. I bet you I'm going to turn this up, and they're going to say we're going to throw it to a break. Watch this.
Have definitely innovated shifts. Some teams are definitely bringing out some brand new, really exciting things. But the guard, they could keep it simple and very easily take a win over a lot of teams out there.
Yeah, and again, it's just, again, reharking what Dust just said, it's just their experience leads to a deeper overall playbook. So their ability to put together a good formula right at the get-go is obviously still going to be there. But on top of that, being able to kind of read the situation, call it audible, change up what your approach is based on things that you've already ran, that's where the guard finds the most amount of success against newly formed rosters like Mad Lions. I still think that Mad Lions, though, based on what we just saw from Lotus, have the same ability to adjust. Just comes down to, can they do it on the fly, or will they have to kind of reform after a timeout comes out? You just don't want to go down, 6 rounds straight, and then all of a sudden you're scrambling to put together kind of a save to, one half or the other. So you have to start off strong here, I think, for Mad Lions, and at least make the guard really stretch that playbook just a touch more than you'd figure.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's like...
Oh, they did not throw it to a break. All right, let's go ahead and get ready for the agent select. Let's talk about how this went. Sorry, what? Let's talk about how this is going to go. I'm going to go ahead and hide my cam, and let's get into it. Fine. Again, I think it's going to be a 2-0 from the guard, but I do think with how strong Mad did start to look on Lotus, them picking Bind, again, like they said, if they can start it off strong, I think it could definitely go well. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Trent and Trick both on Sky, Valen and Bjor both on Brim, Ange and Net both on Viper, Blackheart and Jonah both on Sage, and Narrate and Tex both on Raze. That means it is identical picks for both of these teams, and I think this is a pretty standard team comp. This is the team comp we saw people running, or teams running on Bind prior to the changes, and prior to Harbor being introduced, prior to Gecko being introduced. And although Harbor and Gecko definitely have their place on Bind, and we've seen teams use them very effectively in a lot of cases, it's absolutely true that you don't need them. I mean, you can definitely try and do some innovation, but at the end of the day, may as well just go with what you know and love, and that's what both of these teams are doing, although, of course, the guard probably has more experience with this roster, with this team comp on Bind, just being together longer than Mad does, who's newer formed, but again, it is still pretty traditional agent roles. Now, the reason you see Harbor is because pushing through these chokeholds for the offense can be very, very difficult, and we'll see if the offense, or these teams on their offense, can figure out how to push through these choke points using the util they do have available. Guard is looking like they're going to do a B push, and, well, Tex, who was pushed up into Hookah just trying to find a pick, does get taken out, but not before head dinking both Ange and Trick, who are now down to 22 HP. Unfortunately, a Frenzy Head Dink is not a kill, unfortunately, for Tex. Net also gets taken out, knowing that those players are low, definitely trying to do some damage there. Trent going to be watching the flank down long, but Ange going to stop him in his tracks. It's not going to be a 2v5. Valen pushes out aggressively through Hookah, and he's going to find a pick in Sands. It's now a 4v2 as Mad starts pushing out of sight. Trick is down. Spike's getting held. They're not going to stop him. He's just going to hold it. Valen does take Narrate out finally, but the Spike is half. It's going to be difficult. Oh, Valen able to take out Blackheart. Ange, though, going to take out Jonah, and Bjor not ready for... Valen not ready for Bjor to push in. Bjor going to get that pick. 2 players left alive for Mad. Does start off this bind good for them. And it does show a little bit of that comfortability. We saw them go for a very risky flank, but you can tell they've practiced it. You can tell that their scrims went well when they tried that. We'll see how it goes. Now, a lot of these teams have said that Mad is a team that does... They're a scrim team in the sense that they do really, really well on their scrims, and that's it. Like they struggle in servers or in the actual matches, right? The actual games is when Mad struggles. And no, that was before the team comp changes. But I think a lot of these teams or a lot of these players have that same sort of message still. And I mean, if you look at these individuals play or these individual players play outside of these matches, you do see some powerful plays. Blackheart going to take out Valen. Trent going to take out Blackheart for a trade. This encounter is happening in showers. Bjor going to take out Trent. Tex takes out Bjor. Now Narrate going to take out Jonah, which does mean that Mad going to start off this round with a player advantage. Net going to be pushing up and starting to take Hookah. While Tex going the long way around. He's going to run Knife out into Ange, who's ready for him. Ange going to take Tex out. That's the Spike down. Now Net going to have to play a 1v3, try and recover this Spike, although Ange not really defending the Spike. Oh, now turning back to it, but not actually defending it quite yet. Net not going to be flanked. He should just be allowed to take the Spike, actually. Nobody's defending it. I think that's a good call. You don't need to defend the Spike. You can just defend the sites, especially having that gun advantage. Although Net going to be able to pick up that Stinger, although a Stinger is a Stinger. It can be difficult to use, especially considering the guns that Matt has are definitely going to be better than a Stinger, Spectre, and Bulldog. And he's running Knife out into B. I'm not entirely sure why he did that. Maybe he assumed that Mad was watching the Spike, or, I mean, time was running low, I'll give him that, but, I mean, just at that point when you're down that many players, you may as well just try and play for picks. I don't know. Interesting choices there from the guard. That must have been an IGL call. I don't know why else he would have just run with his Knife out like that. But that does mean that Mad, as my voice cracks, that does mean that Mad will take this second round. There's a forced buy from them. They're going to take it. So now they're going into a bonus round. The guard going to be on a buy. They're going to have much better guns. As 2 of the Mad players did end up dying, which does allow the guard to have some good advantage here with these guns. And this push through A short going to come with 3 kills, and they only lose 1. A 3-for-1 special. I mean, I'd take that any day. It's now going to be a 2v5 for Mad. Valen going to take out Narrate, and now it's a 1v4 for Mad. Trick going to have to figure out how he wants to play this retake, if at all, although it is a bonus, and he only has the Stinger. There's not really any point in saving, so he may as well go for it. We'll see if he can pull through on this. And Net taking out Trick does mean that 4 players left alive for the guard. Does make that a pretty successful eco round. You want those eco rounds to be going well for you in the sense, or sorry, not eco round. What am I saying? It's a successful buy round. You want those buy rounds to be resulting with as many players alive as possible. Preferably the majority of those players alive as possible, because it means your econ can start to stabilize on a win. And guess what? They did it with 4 to the 5 players alive. So you can see the guard's econ is now fairly stable. Sure, Texas econ isn't stable, but the rest of his team, very stable. They'll be able to afford a buy next round. Mad going to be on a full buy. The guard going to be on a full buy, although this is a little bit of a bonus round for the guard, considering how good their econ is going into this. So Mad needs this win on this round more for their own econ. Guard going to start this push into A. They're going to be going in through short and into U-Haul. There's 2 in U-Haul right now. Nobody's watching U-Haul, although Bjor's ready to watch that exit from U-Haul and getting ready for it. But as Trent flashes out, Matt does need to decide where they want to look. Send a Viper Orb, or Viper Cloud, into U-Haul. Trent's going to get that plant down. The Molly comes out, and it does decent damage to Trent, but not going to do enough to kill him. And the Sage Shield can come through to get him back to 100 HP. He'll have 18 shield, but, you know, that's a decent amount. In any case, the Molly was to prevent the plant, and it didn't. The plant goes down. So now this retake going to have to come through from Mad. They're going to be able to take out Tex. That will start this retake well, but Net going to defend U-Haul by taking out Bjor. Although Trick going to trade it off. Trent takes out Ange. Nary going to take out Trent. Valen takes out Blackheart. It's a 2v2. Nary going to take out Valen. The Orbital Strike comes through to play some post-plant time. Narrate able to take out Jonah P. Is there time to defuse? I think so. Oh, just barely with 0.7. The defuse does come through. I had to stay quiet there to let that stress really play out. The defuse comes through, and that's going to be really, really good for the guard. Or sorry, for Mad, because they needed that win. Like I said, they needed that win more for their econ. Although that was a bye round, and like I was talking about, you need to be winning with as many players alive as possible to stabilize your econ. Look at Mad right now. They can't buy. They only had one player left alive after that round. That was a very expensive round for them. So you look at them. You got a Judge, you got Stingers, you got Spectres. The guard going to be able to full buy. They would have been able to afford a buy off of a loss, and they did lose. They're going to be able to buy here. It's going to be low econ for Mad. We see that Viper's pick come out defensively in A short. The guard now going to start pushing in through A. Skydog comes out. It's destroyed, which does deny vision, and now that one-way Viper smoke comes out, which Blackheart is going to play off of. And it's going to hold the guard back a little bit. The question is, does the guard push through it? And it looks like they're thinking about it. Although there is a grenade for Narrate to throw, and I imagine he'll throw it, especially since that wall that Blackheart did put up does get taken out. Although the guard is now backing out, they're running away, making a little bit of noise in the process, but not too much. They're looking like maybe they want to make some noise on their way out to try and get Mad to use some util, although looks like they are just going to leave. Spike on Valen, going to start rotating, along with the help of Trent and Net. Tex looking like he's going to be the lurker for the guard, going to sit near showers and make sure nobody flanks. Skydog going to come out to get some vision, and it does. I apologize for my dog. And it does get some vision. Trick going to be able to find Valen and Jonah P. He has a Judge, and he sees Valen right before that smoke goes down. He's going to find a pick with it. Bjor going to take out Trent, who is pushing through Hookah, and now Tech's going to start pushing into A to try and clear some space as his friend Jonah has come over with the spike. Net going to pull out, Tech's going to pull out that Showstopper to try and get rid of the Viper, and he misses. He's not going to get rid of the Viper there. While Net pushing through the Viper smoke to try and take out that Viper. Jonah going to do the work anyways, but the Showstopper does come out from Narrate to take Jonah out for a trade. Tech's going to take out Bjor to keep it even. Narrate takes out Net. Tex takes out Trick. It's going to keep it even. Now a 1v1. The bounce back comes through, and Narrate going to be able to push Tex back. And another expensive win for Mad, as this was another buy round for Mad, where they where they win with only one player left alive. So it's looking like Mad, although they've been winning these rounds, are still not going to be able to stabilize their econ. This is not sustainable. Winning but losing so many of your players is not a sustainable. It's not a sustainable model. It's not a sustainable graph. You don't want to be looking at that graph because it's not going to be good. It's gonna. I mean, sure, over time, but it'll take quite a few rounds of losing all but one of your players and winning for good econ stability to be built up. And you do see Trick gonna have to go for the Judge. Blackheart gonna be going for the Spectre. 3 players with good rifles, so Mad should still be able to win this, especially considering their previous round was won when they had good rifles. But they also had that Viper's Pit, which is definitely part of the reason they did win that round. There's a res for both of these teams, and they're jumping out into Hookah, getting a little bit of vision, and it looks like now they're gonna start their push into A. It's a good choice. There's only 2 on A for Mad to defend with, and we will see if this Skydog going to find any of them. It doesn't, so now the entry going to have to start from Tex with no vision as to where these players might be, although the grenade going to be pushing those 2 players into U-Haul, so the guard now just needs to deal with this choke point of U-Haul, and Trent does see them. Narrate going to take out Jonah, and this re-entry has started, although Trent going to be able to take out both Blackheart and Bjor, both of which were in U-Haul. Trent going to push through U-Haul further to try and clear more space. Nobody else is in U-Haul, so he's going to clear that space, although Trick now challenging into U-Haul, and Trent taking quite a bit of damage from a Molly. Narrate gonna finish him off. It's now gonna be a 3v3, although the Viper's Pit that the guard has gotten down will definitely play time here. Mad gonna have a very tough time. Trick just running through this Viper Molly, and it pays off as Trick is able to get a pick off on Trick, or sorry, is able to get a pick off on Net, but then Valen gonna take out Trent and Narrate. It's now a 1v1 between Ange and Tex. This spike is coming to a conclusion. And Ange gets away with his life, but same cannot be said for Tex. So the guard finally takes a round, but much like Mad's wins, it's an expensive round. Although, again, Mad did not get the chance to stabilize their econ, even though they won, I believe, 2 or maybe even 3 in a row, which, you know, is not good, especially considering they just lost and all but one of their players died. So that failure to build up some econ stability definitely impacted Mad here, as even though they've been able to get a 2-round win streak going, the guard able to get a win where they kill all but one of Mad's players does mean that the econ stability is denied for Mad. However, the guard are also not able to stabilize their econ, so this round will be difficult for them to win, to say the very least. They do have guns, but if they win it, but all but one of their players dies, econ stability will be denied for them. Ange gonna take out Jonah. It's now gonna be a 5v4. This could be good for Ange. Ange was the only one. This could be good for Matt, I meant. Ange is the only one with a gun. He's able to find that pick, which definitely did some good damage. Oh, Ange is looking right at the guard through that smoke, waiting for it to drop. He's not gonna find that pick. And at this point, Matt has been able to get 3 onto B site. And the guard just decides to take TP. And now the guard gonna start this push into A through showers. Going to be down to Blackheart and Bior to lock it down. Blackheart going to be able to take out Trent. Apparently, the Classic is able to beat out a real gun there. Tech's going to take out Bior. Valen going to take out Blackheart. But Ange, again, the only player who had a real gun, going to be able to come in from heaven and do some good damage. It's now a 1v3 for Net. Spots Narrate, going to take him out. It's now a 1v2. Able to pick up the spike. Ange is playing pretty far back. He's rotating it over to B. They are expecting that Net will likely take TP to B, and it looks like Net gonna do that. They've read perfectly as to where Net would go, and Net fell right into their trap. And now Mad finally takes a round where it's gonna not deny econ stability. It's a good round. It's not an anti-eco. Okay, they're able to get around, and that was actually their eco round, so that does additional econ stability. So finally Matt is able to get some econ stability going. The guard taking a timeout, and I can't blame them. They had some pretty bad decision making there, I'll be honest. I mean, they definitely should have just planted the spike. I know what the idea was, but you know, it didn't pay off there, obviously. It was the wrong choice. I have no idea why my dog is barking. Give me a second.
And this is exactly what we were talking about with Sierra at the beginning. Is like, how does Mad Lions come out and stretch this guard squad out? And I think the biggest thing is lost in a lot of situations. I was about to say we gave them a lot of credit for the depth of their playbook and their ability to mid-round adapt, but boy, Mad Lions have really tested the guard throughout these first 7 rounds.
That's really come down to the retakes, though. I mean, the guards definitely had success.
Alright, I do apologize for that. Let's get back into this. Perfect timing, though, with the timeout. Alright, so both of these teams have 2 ults to use. The guard has an orbital strike and a resurrection, but at this point, the guard does not have money to buy. Mad going to be able to stabilize their econ this round, as the guard not going to be in a position to do any anti-eco. Showstopper for Narrate and resurrection for Blackheart. Although I doubt Mad will be using those ults this round. As, of course, the guard is on an eco round, so they probably won't want to. Skybird comes through, but Matt does not know the exact amount of these guard players that are pushing through. Trent able to get a pick on Trick. Net gets pushed, is able to get a pick on Narrate. Gun is going to get picked up. Meanwhile, Tex is pushed all the way into CT with that shorty. Apparently, I'm stuttering now. Sorry about that. It's not going to be a 3v5 for Mad. And although the guard is on an eco round, it's going decently well for them, although Blackheart re-entering the site by taking out Trent. It's definitely a good position for them to be in. Blackheart going to take out Jonah. Blackheart also going to take out Valen. Any advantage that the guard did have is now gone. Although Net able to take out Bjork. Straight off by Ange, though. gonna remain a 1v2. And Tex does not have a good gun. Oh, the res comes through as well. They would like to ensure this round, and they do. Plus, that res allows for additional econ bonus. Guard not going to win that round, although they did have the 2-player advantage. It was a save round, so it was going to be difficult there, just not having good guns, and the gun diff definitely became prevalent there, as Blackheart was just able to re-enter the site very effectively. And it is now going to be a score of 6-2. And Mad has denied the lead for the Guard going into the next half, so the Guard going to have to put up a really solid fight here if they would like to shut down this series now. They're going to have to push through. It's bye round for the Guard. This is a good round, or this is a pivotal round for them to win. If they win this, they could start a win streak that will deny Mad taking the lead going into the next half. However, Mad in a pretty good position here, because even if they lose this, they'll be able to buy next round. And of course, if Mad wins this, it's a pivotal round because they'll take the lead going into the next half. We'll see how this goes as the Guard getting ready to decide where they want to go. They're placing 2 in a short. They've got 3 to get some vision and sound over on B. Ant's going to take out Valen. Jonah's going to trade it off, though, and then Tech's going to be able to take out Narrate, who is pushing out through Hookah. Meanwhile, Net going to be able to lurk and take out Blackheart. You're going to take out Net, but a res comes through from Jonah onto Valen, so it's going to be a 4v2 here from the Guard, and they're just going to go into Hookah. Trick going to be able to take out 1. Bjor coming through the TP. Tech's able to trade off Trick, but the kill coming through from Bjor does even out that player count a little bit. Sorry, my brain stops functioning sometimes. Score is now going to be 1-2. And we will see how this goes from Bjor.
They should be taking this one.
Okay, we're going to take out Trent. Now it's a 1v1. This orbital strike can come down. It's kind of a good read. He knows where the Tex may be, but Tex gonna know exactly where Bjor is. I don't know if he saw the top of Bjor's head, but the kill comes through, and it's now going to be a score of 6-2. Sorry, 6-3, as the Guard does take that round. And again, if they could take that round, it may start some good momentum that could allow them to take the lead. However, losing all but one of your players is not a good way to start some momentum, and that econ momentum that maybe you would have seen from the Guard had more of their players remained alive is not going to be happening here. Guard will be able to afford a full loadout, although not full shield. Mad will have slightly better shield. This is another pivotal round. If Mad wins this, they'll be in a good spot. However, if the Guard wins this, the econ will be low for Mad, and the Guard may be able to continue that win streak we were talking about. Looks like the Guard once again going to be doing a little bit of some split, a little bit of defaulting, just to try and get some vision before they make noise and start pushing somewhere. And just spotted damage done by Trent onto Ange. Nothing crazy. Still going to be a 5v5.
So again, they're threatening multiple positions at once with the Viper utility creating presence on short A with Net.
Interesting here for Mad Lions, they do get aimed across. Trick is still holding the shoulder on this, but the A defense is really passive. So if there were to need to be a rotation,
Guard now going to be pushing into A. Well, getting vision in A. They still have not decided where they want to go. It's a lot of... Sorry, I was quiet there for a while. It's a lot of just waiting, trying to get some vision, but vision not really being given to them by Mad. And Jiggle peeking out long. Gonna get some damage done to him. Now he's just gonna back up, go for the heal. Guard gonna start pushing in, but these mollies are gonna prevent them from getting in too far without taking a good amount of damage. Ange gonna take out Tex. Not going to get punished for it either. Oh, now he does. Trick going to take out Jonah. Valen, though, going to take out Ange and Trick for a bit of a trade. Narrate going to take out Net, but is traded off by Trent. So it will be a 2v2. The Spike's going to go down. It's now down to the Guard to play a 2v2 post-plant. Molly goes through. I imagine to prevent the plant. It does miss. The lineup does miss. It's now still 2v2. Trent able to take out Blackheart before he goes down, and now it's a 1v1. Valen coming around. Ooh, barely catches Bjor, and I don't think Bjor saw him, and Valen just going to take Bjor out. This round goes to the Guard, and it's a good round for them to win. And although, again, they lose the majority of their players, all but one, it is still a good spot for them to be. And now Mad going to have to work towards trying to re-stabilize their econ. Although, actually, I don't think they can. Is this the last round of the half? It might be.
To
Yeah, or no, it's not. Yeah, so Mad just gonna take an eco round here because they would like to prevent the guard from tying it up. They would like to take the lead going into the next half, but the guard was really pushing here to tie it up. 3 ults for the guard to use this round as well, so even if Mad does start to gain some ground here, the guard will have ults to use, but I imagine the guard will be looking to save their ults until next round when, you know, it'll be a buy from Mad. Skydog goes down long, and it does spot Ange, and Ange using a stinger does allow the guard to realize, alright, it's going to be a light buy from them. We can push a little bit more aggressively. Jonah P going to take out Blackheart. Jonah P also going to be able to take out Ange. Both of those players were peeking long and in through tree, and Jonah P able to take out both of them, just clear tree and this long entrance into sight. And now Tech's going to start this push in through Hookah. Matt has been able to rotate 2 of their players onto B. So they will kind of be able to prevent this plant. Neri's got a Bucky. He may be able to do something with it. Sage Wall goes out, which blocks off Elbow. And Trent does find and take out Narrate. Jonah P now going to have to watch. Oh, they do miss each other. Trick waiting. The perfect opportune moment. And although it looks like he was going to whip, he does get that pick. But Trent going to be able to trade it off. And now Bjor's in a 1v4. He's got a Judge. Could maybe do some damage. Although it'll be difficult. And the guard does seem to know exactly where he is. And it looks like he's just going to go to say or hold these exits. He peeks out. And, well, Valen's there waiting for him. Guard takes this round in a dominant fashion. And at this point, Econ stability doesn't matter. But if it did, their Econ would be in a pretty stable spot. Now we're going to the last round of this half. Some good ults for the guard to utilize here. Orbital Strike being one of them, a very pivotal ult. As well as a Viper's Pit and Seekers. Viper's Pit over there from Mad Lions. And these are some ults that could very much so do some good damage. Guard getting ready to push into A here. The Orbital Strike comes out, and it does clear showers. Mad gonna have to back up from that, but now they're wary to the fact that it may be a push through showers, and in response, Madsen's quite a big force of utility through. Meanwhile, Jonah P trying to do a little bit of a Grimwall there to get a pick off, but Blackheart gonna stop that in its tracks. It's now gonna be 5v4 for Mad to defend this site. And those that were coming through showers actually rotate to come through short, as this short entrance is clear. U's been walled off, although Bjor going to be able to stop Trent pushing any further. Valen going to be able to trade it off, but trades are not really what the guard can afford. You're down players. The Spike is going to be able to go down, and a Viper's Pit going to come out. But good damage done to Valen, and Matt is going to have a pretty big advantage here if they can push through this Viper's Pit effectively. The Shorty going to come through. Will it find anybody? Not quite. It does go through. Valen knows where Blackheart might be, but can't quite find him. Worried about Heaven, and Blackheart going to be able to take out Valen. Blackheart also going to take out Net. No more Viper's Pit, and he's going to take out Tex. Dominant round for Blackheart to give Mad Lions the lead going into the next half. We'll see if the guard can pull through on their defense. And Bind is a little bit defense-sided, but since the changes, it's become a little bit more even, but it is still pretty defense-sided if you're not using those teleports very often, and the reason you want to use the teleports is that way you can rotate faster than, of course, the defense can. But every time we saw the guard try and use the teleports, Mad was very, very ready for it, and immediately shut down any hope of using those teleports well.
Yeah, two quad feeds. Yep. Stole the show. Couple of big rounds, and that's the 2 that make the difference.
Yep. Wow, dude. This is one of those things where it's like, I mean, maybe we should have expected this because Jonah P with his whole initiative.
All right, and it looks like we're going to start this half now.
Some sloppy Valorant, but honestly, it's only been kind of sloppy mistake-wise from the guard. Mad Lions have done a really
So
nice
we're going to be
job.
7-5.
The guard should have won that 1v1.
Absolutely.
Like Jonah P really dropped the ball on that one. This should have been 6-6.
Looks like Mad going to get ready here to start pushing in. Now, I think one thing the guard struggled with in that previous half on their offense was, again, not using the fact that they had those TPs to rotate. And I think they got scared of using them because they saw how well Mad was able to prepare for that. And they did use it a few times, but after rotating, using the TPs, they just wouldn't push fast enough back onto the site they rotated to, or onto the site that they rotated to. And so Mad was just able to prepare for that. So now that the guard's on their defense, we'll see if Mad can use these TPs well and show the guard what they should have been doing. Mad is going to start pushing in through B long, but Valen going to do a good job of stopping that. Valen going to get 3 kills there. Tech's able to take out Narrate as well. Only 1 pick comes through onto the guard. And Mad Ange now going to be left to scramble to find some scraps here. Trying to chase down Trent, but gets flanked by Valen. 4 kills for Valen in this round. And, well, that's a good amount of rounds. Or that's a good amount of kills. And this is exactly what the guard needed. When you're going into a round down 7-5, if you can get the pistol round, you're pretty much in a position to immediately tie it back up. And any major lead that Mad had will go away. Now, obviously, the third round will most likely be won by them, so they'll still have a little bit of a lead, but you can, close that gap up as much as possible. And that's what we're seeing the guard do here. And, you win that pistol round, you should be able to win the next round, and it immediately ties it up. We'll see if the guard does win this round. I imagine they'll be able to. The Sage Wall comes out to block off that Showers entrance in order to allow the ult point to get up for Valen. Trying to get that orbital strike up. Jonah P also going to take out Blackheart. Tex takes out Narrate. Valen takes out Ange. Bjor able to get a pick onto Tex. The spray transfer not going to come through from Valen as he's able to take out Bjor, but not Trick. Jonah going to finish it off, though. And a pretty decent round for the guard. They did a good job of holding. I think one thing they really did good on in that round was holding back the short play or the short push from Mad Lions. I think pushing through short there very aggressively was not a good choice for Mad because it put them in this choke point. The Sage util or the Sage slow came through, and then it was a really slow push, so they were really caught in that choke point. And at that point, Mad just had to commit because they were already so many players down, and the guard just finished them off, mowed them down. And yeah, sure, they took 2 player losses. Going into this bonus, they're not going to be in a too bad of an econ spot. Mad going to be on a bye now, though, so they're going to be trying to win this round, or they should be able to. The guard going to, of course, be trying to put up a good fight here. Mad gonna start this push into A through short. Tex does get flushed out with that grenade, but not gonna get taken out. Just take quite a bit of damage. He's pushed back into U-Haul. This Sage Wall gonna block off Mad for a little while. After it gets destroyed, the dog comes through from Sky. The Sky dog comes through from the guard, and it does alert them just how many may be there for Mad. Trent gonna push up through this Brim smoke. We'll see if it comes up with anything. He's actually gonna be backed up by 2 of his teammates. Not going to come up with anything, as Matt is actually rotating it over to Showers, and you can see the guard is ready for this, at least somewhat. They have Net there, who will likely be using that Viper Cloud, I would imagine. Meanwhile, Trick lurking into Hookah. As the teleporter door opens, he looks right into it, gets full blinded, which definitely slows down his push. Doesn't matter a whole lot, though, because Mad is rotating through Showers, and a little bit of a ring around the Rosie as the flank is coming through from the guard. They did see Trick going towards B. They thought that it was a B push, and it wasn't. So that does allow Mad to just push through Showers onto A site. Nobody going to stop them. Though the guard will have a player advantage, the fact that the spike is down will definitely make this difficult. The orbital strike comes into U-Haul. It's going to do damage enough to kill Ange. He's also backed into a corner there. Tech's going to take out Bjorn. Narrate going to take out Valen. Tech's going to take out Narrate, though, for a trade. And now Blackheart's in a 1v4, and it's looking like this bonus round, or sorry, this bye round for Mad is going to turn into a bonus round win for the guard. They do take the win. Guns are going to be picked up as well, so the econ stability going to be incredibly good here for the guard to start off this half. Not only do they have the lead now when it should have easily just gone back to Mad, they should have easily just been able to take that round lead, or the lead back into their hand after that third round. I mean, they had the gun advantage. It's just that they didn't play that well enough. And I think they should have, they should have been able to hold the site better. I think at the end of the day, the retake from the guard was super, super well done and well put together. The Mad was just losing their gunfights. They knew the orbital strike was up. They shouldn't have been posted up so deep into U-Haul. They should have been ready for the possibility that they'd have to push out, so they should have been watching short better. There were a lot of things that Mad could have been doing differently there on that hold, especially considering they were down players, right? So you really need to pull through on that hold. And you knew the guard was rotating over towards A or going for a flank onto, rotating over to B or going for a flank onto B. So you really should have been playing that better. Mad really struggled with that one, and that could just be the fact that Mad's not as well put together of a team as the Guard is. They don't have as much experience. This is a newer roster. It's difficult for them. The Seeker round for Mad starting off with a push into B, but it's denied by Net as he finds 2 picks, a third, a fourth, and an ace, and he just shuts it down. Don't even give them a chance to breathe. 9 rounds now for the Guard with Net to continue this win streak that the Guard has going into this half. And I'm going to be honest, this is looking a lot like Lotus, where the Guard took a massive win streak to start off the second half. And that win streak did result in the Guard getting to that 12th round. And sure, Mad made a little bit of a comeback, but it wasn't enough. It was a fake comeback, and it got shut down by the Guard. So, honestly, if you're Mad, you got to be worried now. Now, this is going to be a pivotal round. Will Mad stop this win streak that the Guard has by winning this round? Or will this bye from both sides turn into a loss for Mad? At the very least, the Guard should be trying to get as many of those players on Mad dead as possible, because Mad's on a bye, right? So if Mad wins but only has 1 player left alive, for example, they're not going to be able to stabilize their econ, and they may not even be able to full buy next round, right? They may not be able to get full loadouts. Narrate going to be taken out, and that does immediately start this round off with a player down. That pick was in Shower, so Trick trying to maybe punish it, trying to maybe trade it off. Jonah just going to back up. He was looking for maybe some engagement. He does back up and wall it off. Now Ange pushing in through short, going to get through short into U-Haul, going to get found by Valen, who's going to take him out. Trick going to be able to grab open showers. It makes sound, sure, but the Guard not going to punish it as it is walled off, so he's protected. It's now a 3v5 for Mad Lions. They have to figure out how they want to play this. The spike is still in B lobby, but there are 2 pushing through hookah, so I imagine what they're waiting for right now is maybe Trick to find some grounds, and then they'll rotate, grab spike, go to A, or if they can find some grounds pushing through hookah, then the spike will be grabbed by Trick. But as Trick is taken out by Valen, it's now down to Mad to grab the spike. Now the question is, do they follow through it by them grabbing the spike and rotating it over to A, or are they just going to try and continue to push through B? That's a big question. You know, one thing I think about, this is a little bit off topic, but one thing I think about a lot is in beta, you used to be able to see who had the spike. If the enemy had the spike and you saw them, you would just see that, which was one of the funniest things in the world to me, because you just immediately rotate to that site. Anyways, that was like really early beta. You're going to take out both Trent and Valen as they were trying to push it. Well, one was on site of B and one was coming through TP. And it looks like Matt has just gone for the save here. It's going to be it was a 2v5. Now it's a 2v3, but no time to plant. So, yeah, Mad will get away with the save there. But this round does go to the Guard. Again, that momentum that the Guard has built up has not been denied, because Mad lost that, and it was a bye. They're not going to be able to buy this round. They're going to take a timeout. And there's a lot Mad could be doing differently here. I think their strategy of let's have 2 players push into one site, 2 players push into another site, try and gain some ground is great, except that only works if you're able to get away with your life. You know, if you catch my drift. If you can push into these sites, have a little bit of a split push, play off some contact, you find a pick on one site, great, then you can rotate over. But when you're engaging on those sites, as soon as you see people, you really shouldn't be taking a fight. You should be backing up and going, all right, there's people pushed up here. Do we take this fight? Rather than trying to take the fight. Because guess what? We're pushing too deep into the site. Because guess what? That results in you dying or the possibility of you losing a player. And at the end of the day, of course, Mad Lions does need to win these duels. But at the same time, you can definitely tell Mad Lions is making the mistake of, on these split pushes, having those players push too deep into these sites. They need to be, yes, I think split pushing is great, and I think it can work, but you need to be peeking out. Okay, we know where somebody is. Do we push this? And you wait for your team to push with you rather than peeking out and taking a fight and then dying, because that's just going to mean that the defense now has a player up on you, and it doesn't do anything, especially considering very likely the defense is going to have more than one person on a site. So even if you do win that duel, very likely you'll get traded off, right? So you do just need to be, all right, I'm going to look for some vision, and then I'll back out. And if you find a player, you immediately back out. You don't try and take a fight. That's what Mad needs to start doing. Now, speaking of Mad, they're on this offense, and it looks like they're going to be doing a little bit of defaulting. They make a little bit of noise A, and now they're grabbing that spike, which was in B lobby, and it looks like they're going to take it and start this push into B. Question is, how quickly will they start this push? It looks like Trick, who has the spike, is going to be pushing up first. A little bit risky there. Viper Cloud going to push them back a little bit from Hookah, but now that it's going down, they're just going to push in. Seekers come out, and they're starting this push into B. This is a forced buy from Mad. Net going to take out Trick, though. The push through Hookah has been stopped. You're going to be able to trade off net, though, so it's going to be a 4v5 as Narrate is able to confuse the enemy of net and push into the site effectively. You know, there's an encounter happening over on A. Narrate takes quite a bit of damage getting that spike down, but over on A, Ange and Jonah are fighting, and Jonah able to take out Ange, whose body teleports over to the B teleporter. Valen going to be able to take out Narrate in 3 entries, looking like it'll go well for them, although Bjor going to lock it down, able to take out Tex and Valen. Meanwhile, Blackheart reses Trig, which means now it's a 2v3 for Trig, who are now down a player. Really good job there. Bjor pushed in a little bit of an off angle, going to prevent that retake. Bjor gets flashed and decides to push up while he's flashed and gets punished for that by Jonah. Blackheart going to take out Trent. Jonah trying to take this fight. He needs to win it, and he does. He has a heal, but he's not using it because time is running low. He doesn't really have time to pull out the heal. He taps a spike, and Blackheart engages off of that. That round was executed and played beautifully. That was the cohesive entire team push into a site. That's exactly what I wanted to see, right? You had some of your players look into A, make a little bit of noise. They didn't see anything, so they push into B together with their team. And yeah, sure, they still had one lurking in A, and yes, they did lose that fight, but that does mean you're keeping one of the defense on A as well. So it did work out there for Mad, because they did a little bit of what I said I needed them to do, which was play a little bit, push in a little bit to one site, get a little bit of vision, and then don't engage, just back out. And we're seeing that again here. The Skybird comes through, and now they know there's summon showers, so they back up. They're not going to fight that. The Sage Wall does come out, and they know there's a smoke there, so they're probably just going to try and grab it and shoot through the smoke. But Valen will get that orb out, and so the Orbital Strike is up for the guard. And Mad's still defaulting. Again, they were going to have some people get vision in A, and then probably rotate and grab the spike. The Viper's Pit, though, for the guard has defensively come up in B Hookah, which does now mean that Mad gonna have to make the pivotal decision of, do we just push through the Viper's Pit, or are we gonna take it over to A, where they're gonna have more players? You sort of know they're gonna have more players, especially when you just heard one of them grabbing orb in showers. Okay, there's probably one guarding that player who's grabbing the orb, and then you probably also have another player who's watching short. So you can pretty confidently say there's 3 on A. And that's what these players are going to be doing here. Narrate going to use the Showstopper to take out Trent, but it's punished by Valen, who uses that Orbital Strike, which he picked up earlier, in Hookah, and it finds a pick there. Now, in response, Mad just takes TP. They're going to rotate it over to A. The spike on Trick, though, not going to take TP, and it's going to be a long rotate. It has to go all the way through short, which means the guard has some time to push back Mad before that spike is going to get to go down. There's a resurrection for Jonah to use this round, although not going to be able to use it on the current dead teammate, but one of their teammates does get picked off in a resable position. It's going to be a 4v4. Spike is down, which is good for Mad. They're able to get that spike down. Now they just need to play post-plan. We are watching CT. Going to see, I think he saw 2 heads pushing through there, so now they know that there's at least a few coming in through CT. Still have to be cautious of Heaven. This push through U-Haul going to start, and Tech's going to do it well, able to take out Blackheart and Trick. They're not there to trade each other off, and that's their deficit here. Net going to take out Bjor. It's now a 1v4. Tech's going to take out Ange. Ange able to get a pick onto Tex with that Viper Molly, but time not played quite long enough. And the defuse does come out. Net going to get that ult orb up by defusing. And the guard does take this round. I think Matt played that really, really well. I think their biggest issue was they saw that Orbital Strike get up, right? So they should have known when they're pushing through Hookah, it's probably going to get Orbital Strike. And I think that's why Tex pushed out so far. The issue was he did not push out far enough. I mean, we've seen that exact Orbital Strike be used multiple times by Valen already on Bind, right? We know he's gonna use that Orbital Strike the way he did, close up towards that exit from Hookah. You knew he was going to play it like that, so you knew how far you need to push out. And yes, it's very clear that Narrate messed up with his satchel and got stuck on that ledge. Still able to find a pick first, which is good. And, trading off is not the end of the world. But when you sort of need to be getting every advantage you can when you're playing against a team like the Guard, which there's not going to be a whole lot of error from the Guard that you can take advantage of, right? Like, they're most likely going to win their duels. So you need to be playing positionally in a way that allows you to enable your team to get kills. And we just saw them mess up there. At the end of the day, that's what happened for Mad. They mess up that push onto B. They get a pick with the Showstopper, sure, but it's immediately traded off and punished. And now Mad going to have to play in a 4v4 and they also don't have the spike down, right? They don't have a site yet, so they had to rotate. The guard saw that coming, and they could plan their retake accordingly. And I think at the end of the day, had Mad been in positions to trade each other off rather than one peeking into U-Haul, which is just going to get taken out, and then another following suit right after, you don't peek one after the other. You need to either be peeking together or not peeking at all and being able to trade each other off, and Mad struggled there, and we definitely saw them struggle there. The guard going to be on a full buy here. Mad gonna have to take an eco, and it's smart because they know if the guard wins this round, they'll be on a buy. Sorry, they know that if the guard wins this round and say Mad had bought, they would not be on good econ to start what needs to be a bit of a win streak to come back here. So Mad taking an eco round is just so that way, they'll probably lose this round, but it's so that way they can buy next round to start a comeback. Net going to be warding off that C push. A bird came down C fountain and gave some good early vision to Mad. And then Mad, of course, responds to that by starting to push up onto the site. Jonah P going to take out Narrate. It's now going to be a 3v5 as the guard has just been able to spam kills through this long smoke, this tree room smoke. They've just been able to spam. At this point, if I'm Mad, I'm taking TP. I'm getting out of there, right? You've heard 3 guns on B already, so at this point, you should just be getting out of there. Maybe taking TP, but it looks like they're still just, maybe they want to fake out a rotate, or, well, you can't really fake the TP sound, so you have to wonder what exactly they're doing. And, well, the very long Guardian sticks out, and Jonah P, happy to take advantage of that. He turns to take out Trick and Bior as well. 5 players left alive for the guard. Means it's a flawless round. And although Mad, they're taking an eco, they're okay losing that round, or they're expecting to lose that round. Not getting any kills does not bode well for what needs to now be a 4-round win streak. And again, Mad, of course it's an eco round, so they're playing a little bit weirdly there, just pushing together, so they get caught in their choke points. But what we do need to see them do on these buy rounds as they come up, is they really, at the end of the day, they need to be playing cohesively as a team. If they can take site, which is a big if, because they've been struggling to even do that, but if they can, they need to be playing post plant where they can trade each other off. We'll see if they can. Their defense was not bad. They took the lead on their defense, right? So you'd think their post plant would be decent. Obviously, it's not the same thing, but it honestly may even be easier than defense because you know exactly where the players are coming from. It's just weird that they're struggling on it. And we will see if this post plant, if they can get that spike down, will be any stronger. Making a lot of noise pushing up long. Gonna make quite a lot of noise, but yours orbital strike gonna take out Trent, which does allow for an early player pick for Mad, which does allow for the early player advantage. And we'll see if this 5v4 is going to be played effectively. You need to play your numbers. That means peeking together. You know you have numbers over the guard, and they're not always going to be able to watch each other's backs. And Narrate going to be able to punish Net for being pushed up so far. And it's now going to be a 4v3 for Mad, as Tex is actually able to take out Ange in showers, out of that A teleporter. So they're coming out. It's not going to be a 4v3. Jonah P going to take quite a bit of damage, trying to stop this push through showers. Blackheart going to try and take out, Valen going to try and take out that push for a little bit of a trade while they're distracted, but not quite able to. And Jonah P ends up dying as well as Valen. So now Tex is in a 1v4. He's got an operator. He may as well just try and save it. Maybe look for an exit pick. And it looks like that's what Tex is going to be doing. A little too far away with that shorty. And Mad does find themselves cohesive enough to play a good post plant. Honestly, they didn't even have to play post plant there. They were just able to take site. That was a really solid rotate, and then they were there to play their numbers. They were all peeking in through that shower entrance together. It was very fast and aggressive, and that's what you want to see. When you're taking a teleporter rotate, you're going to catch the defense off guard a little bit. Obviously, there is an element of them expecting you, and that's why Tex was there with the operator. He was kind of expecting the push through the teleporter, right? But as soon as they pass by him, they can just push quickly because they know, all right, it's going to be a little bit of an element of surprise, so we can just push through it. And it paid off there. They did push quickly, and we'll see if they can continue to do that here to try and take this map. They're going to need 3 more rounds here, and it's going to be difficult. Looks like a little bit more defaulting, a little bit of a more split push here, again for Mad. Some sound made in showers. There's an operator on Tex watching A. There's 3 on A. Mad mostly huddled up near A. There's 2 in showers, 1 looking short. Tex does get blinded. He's not going to be able to do damage, but Jonah P's wall going to do a little bit of slowing down Mad, and Tex going to take advantage of that, able to take out Narrate. Off of that, Mad going to start rotating over to B because the guard has actually started rotating over to A. Able to get that op pick. They do send Trent into CT, but he's actually now going to go over towards B and use those Seekers. They're going to be pivotal because now they know exactly where Mad may be, or at least where some of Mad is. And Trent going to just spray Bjor down through that smoke. It's just not fair. 3v5 now for Mad. And this is going to be an incredibly difficult post plant here. They seem to be struggling. Although Trick able to take out Trent, that's a good dual win. That is an incredible round to win, especially considering Mad was not going to be able to trade each other off there. Net going to take Blackheart out. Ange, though, going to trade it off. Trick going to take out Tex. None of the guard going to be there to trade it off. It's a 2v2. The Viper's Pit comes out. Fallon trying to push into it while hoping Mad isn't ready for it, but Ange is, and now it's a 1v2. Spike has gone down. Jonah P going to have to play this 1v2. They know he's coming from CT. He's going to be peeking 2 players at once. Not quite able to take out Ange, and he's going to get punished for it. Taken out. 33 HP left for Mad, but it does not matter because they're going to win that round, and now we're going into the next round. Guards up 12-10. Again, this is some struggling that we've seen from Mad, but they're starting to pull through. Again, I want to point out the similarities or the parallels to the previous map on Lotus, where it went into the second half, tied 6-6, and then all of a sudden the guard just got a 6-round win streak, and the comeback started from Mad, but it was shut down by the guard, and we're seeing that again here. We saw an impressive 5-round win streak. They lost a round, and then they won 2 more for the guard to get to the 12th round because they were down 7-5, and now Mad having to make a bit of a comeback here, and we'll see if the guard can finally pull together and try and shut it down at some point in these rounds, or if Mad's win streak will come through. And Mad going for a very quick and aggressive push into A very big change of tempo from their previous pushes. And honestly, I like it because the guard is ready for that slow, methodical playing for picks. Oh, and Trick gonna deny both Tex and Trent, who peek one at a time, trying to trade each other off, but not able to. And that does now mean it's a 2v5 for the guard. Clearly, there was an element of surprise there for Mad, as, again, it was a very quick and aggressive push that you can tell the guard was not ready for because they just aren't used to it at this point. It was well-timed as well, perfectly, right when the guard is getting ready to defend against these slow and methodical plays. It's perfectly timed, and the guard is caught off guard. Jonah P going to be able to take out Trick. Looks like, yeah, this round is going to go to Mad, but at this point, they're just trying to chase Jonah P down. Don't let him have any econ for the next round. Blackheart spotted, tries to pull the shorty out, going to get taken out. The flank's going to try and come through. They know where he is. He's pinched here. But doesn't matter. Jonah P is, I mean, his crosshair placement is always so powerful. And, well, he proved it there. 3 ults now for Mad to use this round. And it's looking like this round, which may turn into the round that ties it up to take it to overtime, could definitely be a good round for them. Like I said, beautifully played by Mad. I mean, they responded so beautifully. These past few rounds that they've been winning, what have they been doing? They've been playing slow and methodically, waiting for some vision, and then they push in. The guard, Mad knowing that the guard would be ready to plan against that, or would be starting to plan against that, immediately changed tempo. Very aggressive push into a site, and it paid off very well. They just pushed back, and the guard was not at all ready for that. They played super far back, and they got picked off when they were trying to gain a little bit of ground. And so Mad just pushed through short, got on site, got that spike down, and then the guard had to play a retake when they were down players, because they lost players trying to keep that push back, or at least try and give themselves a little bit of an edge. And yeah, this is absolutely what you want to see when you're talking about a team like Mad, who is playing against a team like the guard, which is really good at adapting on the fly, really good at playing well as a team. They've got so much history together. They know what calls to make. Oftentimes, they've got really good calls, right? They've got so much history together. So when you're playing against a team like that, especially a younger team like Mad, you really do have to play to that edge of like, I need to be playing a little bit differently than maybe what the guard is expecting. You can't be doing the same thing that works every round, because eventually it's not going to work. And, you know, you don't have room for it not to work when you're backed up against the wall like this. The guard taking a timeout, and what the guard has been struggling to do is respond well to Mad. I feel like they've been struggling to realize what Mad is doing and respond well. This time it's another slow and methodical play from Mad, and this time the guard is ready to respond for it. In response, the guard pushes aggressively through a short, and they come out with 2 kills and all players left alive, a res is going to come through, but that does mean the guard still has a player advantage. Sure, it's not a 2-player advantage, but it is a player advantage. And now the guard going to play a little bit more proactively. They've sort of just been playing very like default, I'm just going to stay on the site. Now you see them moving a lot more fluidity with their movement as far as rotating and being ready to rotate. Secrets come out from Mad though, and this push onto site has started. No more ults for Mad to play with, or even to stop the spike plant or anything like that. Or sorry, to stop the spike diffusal or anything like that. Valen going to take out Bjor. I was talking about stopping the spike plant because the grenade came through from Tex to try and stop the spike plant, but got away with but Blackheart did get away with his life and was able to heal. Neri gonna find a pick, but Ned immediately trades it off. However, there is a res for the guard, and as much as Matt's trying to punish it, which they actually do end up punishing it, and Matt gonna take out, or Trick able to take out Jonah as well, but not quite able to clutch it up, and the guard will, after a very hard and long fought battle here on Lotus, here on Bind, 13-10, and now the second map goes 13-11. A very, very dominant, not super dominant performance. Sorry, let me rephrase that. A very, very well played performance from the guard, keeping it even with this competitor. I mean, it's what we saw from them against OR, a similar story where it was just really close and methodical play. The guard needed to respond well. They had a little bit of trouble doing that, but they did figure it out when it matters most. And sure, they cut it close by figuring it out at the end of the maps or when we're coming down to the end of the rounds and a comeback is happening, but they do figure it out, and at the end of the day, a win is in fact a win for these players. I want to go ahead and analyze how that game went because there is quite a bit to talk about, especially when we're talking about a guard that has been struggling in Split 2 a little bit more than maybe you'd expect, considering how solid and well put together the team is, how much history they have together, and their performance throughout Split 1 and even mid-season face-off, which although they didn't make it to Grand Finals, which is a little bit disappointing, they did make it pretty deep. I mean, they made it to the upper finals, they made it to the lower finals. Well, obviously, you make it to the lower finals if you make it to the upper finals, but you know what I mean. Like, they had a really solid performance in mid-season face-off, and we've seen in Split 2, sure, a lot of these teams have gotten better, especially these teams in Group B are proving to be very, very difficult teams, even the teams a lot of people underestimate. But that does not change the fact that very much so, that doesn't change the fact that very much so, the guard should still be dominating, and we've seen them struggle a little bit. So let's go ahead and take a look at how Bind went. Honestly, if you're the guard, you can let out your breath because you would have been very worried about going to Split because Split would have been much, much harder, I feel like, for the guard than Lotus or Bind, which are maps I feel like the guard is more prepared for. Split would have, I think, even been more even playing field, and I'm surprised Mad didn't pick it. I guess they felt more confident on Bind, knowing we didn't know how the guard played on it. But you did see the guard and how one of the characteristics of the guard that we've seen time and time again that we absolutely see be true here is this adaptability. And it is some really impressive adaptability. I mean, again, this is why on Lotus, it took them a while, but they did figure out their offense to shut down Mad. It's what we see, like this adaptability that we want to see from the guard, or from any team really, is really true for the guard, and it's that staple of this team. And we saw it come through on Bind. Sure, it took a while, but it did. Let's go and take a look. So in the first half, it really did look like the guard was struggling, and I mean, they went into the second half down round. They had a negative round differential. It was not good for them, and the main reason was on their offense. I mean, at the end of the day, Mad was just putting up a really solid defense. Bind is a little bit defense-sided for the reason that there's a lot of choke points in those entries onto the sites. Hookah's a big choke point. Tree is a big choke point. And sure, you can take TP and get to the other side really quickly, but then you're caught in showers, which is a choke point. And they try and balance it out a little bit more by making that TP super close to showers, which actually does help make it a little bit more even, because it means that there's not as much time for the defense to react, because showers is a big choke point. Short is also a big choke point. These are really massive choke points. There's not one clear, well-defined mid that you can take advantage of. It's really difficult to flank on this map. The defense just has a tough time. Or sorry, the offense just has a tough time because it's difficult to get onto these sites in the first place, let alone get deep enough that you can do some weird counterplays, right? So that's probably why the guard was struggling on this offense, right? And one thing I think that the guard did not use, and again, like I said, the reason it's been more evened out is because of how quickly you can rotate through those teleporters, especially now that Showers is closer to that TP. But what did we not see the guard do? They didn't take that teleporter. They they really did not want to rotate. It seemed like they struggled on it. And yeah, it's sorry, I just realized something in my head. Yeah, they definitely struggled on the rotate, and it was just it was a difficult place to be in for the rotate. Oh, sorry, my brain's not functioning right now. Give me a second. But yeah, the guard definitely struggled to rotate on their offense, which is one of the big reasons why they struggled on their offense. Then we go over to the second half, and the guard really seems to find their footing on defense. They're responding well to the fact that Matt has been trying to do these aggressive pushes. Well, I would say Matt hasn't really been doing these aggressive pushes. What Matt has been doing is overextending. They've been, doing, or at least at first they were doing aggressive pushes, but then they tried to do this split push where they're trying to gain some vision before pushing into a site, and that was just shut down. Like, they weren't able to do that. They weren't allowed to do that, right? That push into those sites was just immediately shut down by the guard. They just won their duels because the guard is a powerful enough team that if you're taking duels with them, you may lose them. And what Matt needed to do was look in, get some vision, back out, and then get the whole team together, and then you push into a site, so that way you can all be there for each other. And they struggled to do that in those first these 5 rounds. It seemed like maybe they were going to do that on this offensive round, but then they sort of just fell into those same old patterns. And then we saw them get better at, yes, we're going to play slow and methodically, but we are going to peek out, get vision, and back up. Use the Skybird, get some vision back up. And that's what they started to do. And like we talked about on that 22nd round, because like here, it was because of that sort of switch up and play that they were able to win around. And then the guard was playing around it a little bit. But yeah, then this round right here was that slow and methodical play I was talking about that was needed. And it did come through. And then we get this offensive round here where instead of doing that same slow and methodical play, Matt just aggressively rushes into sight. And it was welcomed. I mean, or as far as like what I'm concerned, it was welcomed because it was an unexpected. It was the element of surprise that Matt had there because the guard was completely ready to defend against a methodical push, and it wasn't a methodical push. It was just an aggressive push into sight, and it worked out. They got onto sight. They even won their duels, or they were able to trade each other off at least, and they were able to take that round. Then we go to this next round. They do that slow methodical push, and it works out. And then it comes to the last round, and the question was, are they going to just do that slow methodical push again? And they did, but the guard was ready to respond to it, and they found some early picks. And I think one issue throughout these 3 rounds right here is that the guard didn't know how to respond to that slow and methodical push, right? But in this last round, what the guard did was like, hey, if they're going to be pushing really slowly into our, like, extending some, like, tentacles and, like, trying to push into these sites, what if we just go in through the middle and look, see if we can find any picks? We'll send a 3-man push through. We'll have 1 on each site while 3 go in through a short, and just try and find some vision, maybe get a pick or 2. And that's what they did. You send 3 through, so that way you can trade each other off if you get taken out. Fortunately, though, for the guard, they didn't lose any players in that push. And, yeah, they were able to get away with 2 kills. Sure, Rez came through, so it was no longer a 2-player advantage, but it was still a really, really solid advantage. And, yeah, it was just overall a really well put together second half from the guard, especially their ability to respond to Mad starting to come back was what really mattered, because at the end of the day, like, you can have a good half, but if you let them come back, it doesn't matter, right? Let's go ahead and take a listen to the guard's the guard net and their interview with Sierra Dawn.
Haven't necessarily been feeling well the last couple weeks.
Yeah, we're feeling a lot better now. Unfortunately, Ian or Tex is still feeling under the weather, but we've just been doing our best to make him feel better and just kind of like help him take it easy, if that makes sense. And yeah, unfortunately for like the past couple weeks, I've been getting pretty unlucky. Like, I also like got a head injury, and I also had COVID for the past for 2 weeks in a row. So hopefully going into playoffs, nothing unfortunate happens.
Are you feeling at least a little bit better today?
A little bit better. I mean, I got unlucky again. Right before a match started. My keyboard broke, and I had to use a new one. So hopefully next game will be better.
There's always something. There's always something. And last week, that something was the fact that Josh RT had to be playing on the squad, as that's when Tex in the midst of this injury. So how was it then going up against none other than Moist Moguls that you're then playing with Josh RT, even if it was the loss?
Yeah, playing against Moist, it was a lot of fun just because we went in with the mindset that we just want to have fun and do the best that we can, just because obviously we were a bit hindered playing with our coach, but he still played great regardless. So shout out to him. Yeah, nothing much to say but that. I thought they played well. I thought they played well.
All right, we'll bring the focus back over to this week in this matchup. I know in our little post pre-match interview that we do, where we get to hear players' thoughts, there's a couple comments about how strong Mad Lions had been in scrims and that there was a couple of struggles up against them. So now we head into this week's match and we see this 2-0. So tell me a little bit more about this scrim history versus how it went down.
Yeah, to be honest, we don't scrim them that much just because what's it called? Like we play them in the future, so it doesn't really make sense to scrim against them. But I've heard from my peers on other teams that they're just demons in scrims. And to be honest, like I think they do have the potential to be a really solid team, and it will just be a matter of time. I think it's really difficult to be a top level team right off the rip with little experience playing together. So I think if that roster gets a little bit more time, they have the potential to be really good.
And they definitely put up a fight going on to today, too, since we got to see both games the guard get to this match point, and then Mad Lions start picking up these rounds, start making things a little bit closer. So in that, where do you think that little bit of a comeback started coming from them? Is it something that needs to be necessarily fixed up from the guard, or more so just, hey, kudos to them, they are able to adapt, but we managed to clean it up?
I think they did a good job adapting, but I think a big part of it was we made a lot of errors. Just because we've had some role swaps and we're feeling pretty uncomfortable. So I feel like it really showed on defense more so than attack.
That's fair. And then with the role swaps, this is so late going into things too. So is it just making sure everything's fresh, making sure you're getting set up for playoffs?
Yeah, I think the role swaps were we were having some issues in practice, so we just want to be fresh and like try new things and kind of just test them out. Just because for us, since we are already in playoffs, these matches are still kind of like a test or practice to be ready for when it really matters.
100%. Love to see a little bit of something new, and congratulations yet again on today's win. And our final question, this one is going to be coming out from our fan zone. This one coming out from First Night, asking who from the squad has the messiest desk?
To be honest, no one on our team really has a messy desk, but I would say probably myself, just because I like to drink a lot of different things. Like I like to drink like a lot of green tea, a lot of water, like protein shakes. So sometimes before I clean up, before I go home,
delay.
It's just a little bit over my desk. So I have to say myself.
You have to have your one hydrating drink, your one tasty drink, the one good for you drink. I mean, I'm right there with you.
You have to stay hydrated. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's exactly it.
I mean,
congratulations.
Yeah, when I have
Once again, I see the
coffee,
team, all
I
the
have
background.
water
So
as
okay,
well,
let you go
'cause
hang out with them. Have a
coffee
good rest of your day,
dehydrates
okay?
you.
Thank you so much. You too.
Thank you. First series in a 2-0. We'll have to see how things are going to be going down with our next one, as it's going to be M80 going up against Disguise after the break.
Sounds good. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll do a little bit of in-between match stalling in the form of Ranked. Classic good old Ranked, just a good way to pass some time here. We'll go ahead and do this, and then we'll talk about M80 versus Disguise. There's not a whole lot to talk about, unfortunately, if you're a fan of Disguised, which I kind of am. I mean, you know, how can I not be? I got, you know, it's Disguised, come on. You know, they're making esports a more sought-after industry, and I enjoy that. But anyways, let's go and do, or take a look at this Ranked.
Crunch site quickly now.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, nice.
Ammo.
Good shot. Good shot.
Oh.
Could definitely tell that was Immortal, but... Wait, really? They have the Immortal gun, buddy. That's why I said Immortal. That was It's Timmy? How did that... Wait, he's not Radiant, is he? I thought he was... Oh, whatever. I don't care. We'll move on. Wait a minute. Dude, they had a radiant gun buddy. What? Wait, no. No, they had a radiant gun buddy, trust me. Look. Oh shit, I should have paused it. Alright, my bad. I knew that.
Bam.
Oh. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, they're counter strafing.
Take them. Mark one. We found one.
Since from the beginning.
Bam.
Crosshair placement's so bad. I'll say gold. Yeah. Crosshair placement was really bad, but they were counter strafing, which like gold and like plant is around the time you start learning to counter strafe. I don't think they were counter strafing well. I'm not gonna. I think they needed to be shooting when they weren't moving. That's the whole point of counter strafing. But they were trying to, which I respect. You can tell they went into deathmatch and unbinded their crouch, and we're trying. But yeah, all right. I'll take that score, especially considering I could have gotten the second clip if I wasn't trying to cheat. But I was trying to cheat. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into the next series that we have for you today. The next matchup that we have for you today, which is Disguised versus M80. We'll start it off by asking ChatGPT who will win between the Guard and Mad Lions. I'll just copy and paste. Wait, why did I say the Guard? I said the same thing again. Okay, hold on. M80 versus Disguise. Oh my god. Between M80 and Disguise. There we go. Alright. Bam. Apparently I'm dumb and I can't type. It's okay. Here we go. Who will win between M80 and Disguised? That's the question. Is Caster with prediction that chooses one of the teams. Disguised will come out on top. Disguised has been in a great form lately, and the players showing impressive individual skills, strong teamwork, and strong teamwork. M80 is also a skilled team. They have not had as much success in recent tournaments as Disguised. That's just not true. M80 won the mid-season face-off, so I think they might be a little bit better than Disguise, but that's just my take. In any case, let's go ahead and let's dive into this next match. M80 versus Disguise, or sorry, M80 versus Disguise. Really quickly, you can see Group B. The Guard is back on top of phase. Number 2, still not a flawless record though. I think Moist Moguls will be the only one to take that record in Split 2. We'll have to wait until next week though to be completely sure of that. You can see if you would like to bet on Disguised right now, you'll make quite a lot of money, as nobody thinks it's going to be M80, and who can blame you? But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at this matchup. There's not a whole lot to talk about here. I mean, if you look at Disguised, and you look at currently their record, it's not great. If we just look at North American challengers, they lost to the Guard. They beat both Mad Lions and OR, which gave them just enough to qualify for a mid-season face-off, because the way that you would qualify for mid-season face-off in Split 1 was you needed to be above the bottom 2 in your group. So for Disguise, that was true here. They were above Mad Lions and they were above OR because they beat both of them. And OR and Mad Lions didn't win any of their matches except for Mad Lions, who won their match against OR, right? So that's why they were able to qualify for mid-season face-off. But you could tell it was going to be by a small margin. Now, to be fair, a lot of people made the argument of they're in the same group as M80, TSM, and the Guard. And yes, that's a difficult group. That's not an excuse, though, right? Like, it's if you really want to play it, if you really want to make it the long haul, you need to be putting up a good performance against these top teams. And since we've gotten away from those groups or those same top teams, we've seen them start to struggle, right? So we saw the mid-season face-off. They went against M80. They went against TSM, two teams which they'd already fought, which was unfortunate for them. They get knocked out. They're gone. And then we go to Split 2. Disguise loses to Oxygen Esports, which is not the best way to start it out. They've already beaten Oxygen Esports, I should say. Now, to be fair, that was with an entirely different team composition. Not an entirely different team composition, but they had Ziff, Exalt, Steel, the other players. They had Ziff, Exalt. Basically, it was a long time ago, right? And Oxygen has made changes since their time in the Open Qualifiers, namely being Pony's gone, and then Randy Savage is gone, and instead it's the assistant coach for Oxygen Esports in Rustin, and then Redux is coming in to be that duelist player to replace Pony. So Oxygen has made some changes since then, and they showed that off against Disguise. Now, I don't think they'd actually figured out, I don't think Oxygen actually figured out how they were going to play in Split 2 at this point. At this point, I believe Pony was still on board. Redux was not yet on board. They had to wait one more week. So it was Rustin as Randy Savage is gone, and then Pony was still on board. Then it went to the second week, and at this point, Rustin was gone. Pony was still on the team. Redux was on the team, and then for Turtle Troop, I believe is when Oxygen. Actually, I can check this. Wait, I'm looking at Disguise match history. I need to be looking at Oxygen. Let me see. What I'm trying to say is, wait, why am I focusing on Oxygen here? It's about Disguise. But yeah, anyways, Disguise does take a loss. Again, Oxygen has made some changes since their previous matchup, which is probably why Disguise lost, considering Disguise has also made some changes, and it doesn't seem like those changes were for the best. Now we're moving forward through to another week. Disguised against Shopify Rebellion. Shopify wins that, and to be fair, Shopify has beaten M80, or went on to beat M80 last week, so it's fair to say, all right, you can give a little bit of leeway. Clearly, Shopify's looking strong, but then we go against Turtle Troop, and this is like the match that Disguise needs to win in order to say we're still a decent team, and they lose it. So at this point, Disguise would need to beat both M80 2-0 and I mean, you can look at Disguise's tweet on Twitter, which is okay, so if we beat M80 2-0 today, and the Guard beats Mad, and then next week the Guard beats G2, then Moist beats FaZe, and Mad beats OR, and M80 beats Oxygen with a round differential of plus 17, and Turtle Troop beats Shopify Rebellion, and then we also beat TSM 2-0, we can make playoffs. So there's a... Disguise would have to get really, really lucky, is what's happening here, right? Disguise would have to be incredibly, incredibly lucky to qualify for playoffs, just because their record going into midseason wasn't great. They didn't make it far in midseason. In fact, they didn't make it anywhere in midseason. And then we go to Split 2, and again, they're coming into Split 2 with a not great record. They've only taken 2 wins in North American Challengers, not including the Open Qualifiers, right? So it was going to be a tough battle for them, and it was proven, as they did take an 0-2 loss to Oxygen, a 2-1 loss to Shopify, and like, these are kind of close games. They're also not really close games. I mean, if we just look at this match as a whole, you look at this, and you know, it was close-ish, but it was closer on... I mean, it was closer on Turtle Troop pick, and then Ascent went to Disguise. And so you'd think, all right, maybe they'll take Split, and then they didn't. And I feel like Disguise... It's been a sad story for Disguise in the sense that they've had so many opportunities to prove that they are a powerful team here, and they fumble it, right? And Turtle Troop was that series that they needed to win in order to have more of a fighting chance, because at this point, if they want to qualify for playoffs and get a for sure spot in next year's Challengers, they need to beat both M80 and TSM, which is a very big if. Like, there's a very big maybe. Like, it's not very likely they'll be able to do both. Maybe at TSM, but very likely not M80, and of course, that's the series we're talking about now. For M80, Disguise is a team they've already beaten twice, right? So, yeah, sure, they haven't played Disguised with this new roster, but they've played Disguised, right? So clearly, like, M80 sort of knows what they're doing here, and likely we'll just see M80 roll them over. I mean, again, we can look at Disguised, and again, this is a team which is, like, it's very confusing. Nobody really knows what's happening as far as who's on the team, right? It's a little bit tough to see, right? Steel is the verified IGL on VLR, except that Steel isn't the verified IGL. He's not the IGL, or sorry, he is the verified IGL, but he's not the IGL right now for Disguised. A few weeks ago, they made the decision because, well, okay, let me explain all the changes Disguised has made. It's been a little bit confusing, all right? So what happens is they get the beautiful opportunity to sign Ye. So who are they replacing Ye with? Or sorry. No. Here's what happens. At the end of Split 1, Exalt is gone. Okay? So they need to replace him with someone. For the time being, they bring in Riku, who plays decently for the team, but, you know, it's not really a good fit because Riku's a Sentinel player and Exalt was an Initiator player. So they're trying to find someone. This guy manages to bag Ye, which is insane. So everybody's like, all right, nice. This guy then decides they'll make another change. Get rid of Ziff and bring in Nerve. And this was one of the more questionable changes because Ziff was not a bad player for Disguised by any means. I mean, if there was a player who was underperforming, it was Gangsta. He's been underperforming for Disguised. Not to throw someone under the bus, but I'm just saying, if you're looking to replace someone, it's likely not your Sentinel player who's been doing decently, right? And instead of, like, you'd be like, okay, maybe they're signing Riku because he did better than Ziff when Riku was on the team. And no, they're replacing him with Nerve, who didn't even make it onto the Cloud9 team, so clearly he wasn't super powerful, or he wasn't a super powerful player. And now Ye is trying to slot into this Duelist place. Clear, who was the Duelist player, is now slotting into that Initiator role, and it just didn't work out, right? So now what they've done, Steel is gone. I'm not entirely sure who's on IGL. I think it's Exalt. And so they're bringing Exalt back, but instead of, you know, being like, all right, Clear, we're going to sub you out, they sub Steel out, bring Exalt in, still playing the Initiator role, which you usually don't want your IGL to be on the Initiator role because your Initiator has to be playing a little bit aggressive. And so Clear's also on Initiator. It's a mess for Disguise, and they clearly have some real issues which they have yet to figure out. And at this point, 2 weeks left, it's a little bit late, right? Like, at this point, Disguise is kind of scrambling. And I think Disguise chose to talk about it when he was doing the co-stream of Valorant Americas. But if you don't know, if you make it to playoffs, you get a surefire spot in next year's Challengers. The top 8 teams, if you make it to playoffs, you get to participate in next year's Challengers. No matter how you perform in Ascension, or no matter how you perform in the playoffs, you get to play in next year's Challengers. Well, obviously, if you win Ascension, you won't. They'll find somebody else. But, you know, the point is, you get a surefire spot in next year's Challengers at the very least, right? If you're in the top 8 at the end of North American Challengers and you make it to playoffs. But there are also going to be 2 additional teams from this year that are going to be able to play again next year in Challengers without having to go through the open qualifiers. The way they are determining those teams is through the play-in relegation. The bottom 4 teams that don't qualify for playoffs this year get to play in the play-in relegation, which will be right in the middle of playoffs. And the top 2 teams from this, you get to play in next year's Challengers. The bottom 2 teams, you're gone. You're going to have to qualify in next year's open qualifiers if you want to play in North American Challengers again. This is an incredibly difficult position to be in because Disguise at this point, they need to, again, like they tweeted, if they can beat M80 here, they win. It is literally, and I think last week was more so do or die time because Turtle Troop was an easier opponent for Disguise to beat. I think at this point, it's not so much do or die time, it's can Disguise prove that they are going to be doing well enough to make it through play-in relegation and qualify for next year's Challengers. They need to put up a good fight here. I'll remind you, their performance against M80 at the end of Split 1 was a near 13-0 on Haven, was one of the maps, right? It was not close remotely. I mean, we can just look at these past 2 matches. In the mid-season face-off, it went 13-5 on Haven, it went 13-4 on Ascent. And on week 4 of the Split 1, Pearl went 13-3, and Haven went 13-2. The entire first half was flawless. So, yeah, it's clearly looking like M80 is going to have an easy-ish time rolling over Disguised here. And for Disguised, again, they need this win, not because it's you know, they might be able to qualify, or sorry, they don't need a win, but they need to perform well here, not because they might be able to qualify for playoffs, because very likely, even if they were able to beat M80 and TSM, they would not qualify, because there's a lot of things that would need to go their way in order for them to qualify for playoffs. The point is, like, Disguised needs to put up a good performance here to say, we're going to try and win play-in relegation. We're going to take anything you throw our way, and we're going to try and qualify for next year's challengers. We're going to try and go out with a bang, right? And they need to do that here against M80. It is truly do or die time. If they don't put up a good show against M80, I doubt they'll put up a good show in play-in relegation, and that's sort of where we're at.
Just in time for our second series of the day, as the first one concluding with the Guard taking a victory over Mad Lions. And now we have M80 going up against Disguise. Looking at this is a team that, you know, M80 has found all that success. Disguise, they're still looking for it at this point. So this one should be a really exciting matchup to see where exactly Disguise is going up against this. But, of course, looking at our teams, looking at our players, Shift, there's always something outside of Valorant that these players are up to.
Yeah, you know, you can only grind so much, I feel like, inside the battlefield. The rolling meme is you gotta out touch a little bit of grass. And we got a little bit of that. Blessed us on the TL. I will say I felt a little bit more connected to this moment than maybe the two of you did. But I had respect to Koala Noob, got out there, and well, it's bold. The posters, golf swing on the TL. This, honestly, not bad contact for Koala Noob. Just need to get him a little more stable.
What is that posture?
The swing is a little out of whack, but hey.
What is that posture, bro?
Got some hang time on it for sure. Like, I definitely probably better than I could do with the golf club swing. So,
well, we'll get to that one in a little bit. But Shift, I know that you are. When we're looking at this desk, we got the two experts here, the two analysts doing more than just outside. So first, we also got to look at our production too. This one in Elton, back to back here, Shift.
Dude, I've never seen a lefty with a bad golf swing. Just flat out. Like, it's a little out of connection, but that's some pretty smooth and fluid tempo.
I don't know, man. This is like white people stuff. I don't.
Tempo town for sure.
Listen, golfing's weird, okay?
Why don't you show us how it's done? You know, you being
I got
the
nothing.
perfectly average golfer that you are.
No free shout-outs, but you can find it on YouTube. Perfectly Average Golf. No big deal. Just, you know, bombs down the fairway, 24/7. I'm not gonna lie, that was actually like best drive of the day on that particular video. So Koala Noob's got some work to do, but that's probably the only thing that'll ever beat Koala Noob at this given moment in time. So, you know,
you'll have to go out and actually give him some tips. You'll have to go out.
It's a
and
nice shot. I'll give him that. I don't know anything about golf, but that does look like a nice shot.
Little take here on golf.
Yeah, I mean, it's all cool, you guys hitting your balls with your sticks and all that cool stuff. You know, that is one way that you can play the game of golf, and it is really the traditional way to play the game of golf, if we're honest. But why don't you feast your eyes on this one real quick? This is your boy Dust at a tournament at the end of last year, playing a different kind of golf. You know what I mean? The golf of the disc. And, you know, Shift, you hit balls pretty hard. You had some good form, some good technique. But I want you to feast your eyes on this real quick and let me know how this works for you.
It's just it's butter. Like, I could literally watch that flight all day. Freaking hole in one.
Oh,
what's
man.
that? And is that how you play
do
golf?
that? What the hell?
I think that's the main goal, right? So
wait,
just wanted to
that's
show you
crazy.
how it's done.
Oh,
real
why are you
quick.
running like that, bro?
Dust, how many aces do you have on the
That's the
frisbee
only
one?
one.
That's
the only one.
right there.
Got one. Okay. That's
Won the
still
tournament,
really
though, so
impressive.
that's all
Like,
that
still really
matters.
impressive.
Hey, you won
Or
the
really
tournament.
that little celebration at the end, but hey, a little, you know, golf bonding before we get into the thick of today's matchup where things go a little bit of a less wholesome direction. And since we were just talking about Koala Noob, well, why don't we just start talking about this M80 squad first? Looking at this team, Shift, this is a team that through Split 1, through the mid-season face-off has been fire.
And the thing about it was, M80 was winning in a different way than the Guard or G2 was. They were just flat out slaying opponents. They were playing quick, they're playing with tempo, they were supposed to get in your face and make you have to react. Thing is, as we've played through this split so far, sure, their record is solid, but they've been tested. the loss that they recently had, plus also the kind of scare they had versus TSM, that was surprising. I mean, losing to Shopify Rebellion, I don't think anybody would have had that on their bingo card. So M80 are in this position, kind of rare form, where it's like, okay, now we have to watch them bounce back in group play. Have not seen that too often when it comes down to them getting bested kind of at their own game, because Shopify Rebellion came out and played with that same level of tempo and aggression that M80 like to play with. And
I think
honestly,
one thing that Shopify did, and I think it's something we're gonna see a lot of these teams do when they're playing against M80, is this sort of aggressive, I'm gonna just shut down you individually. Because M80 is a team which individually, each of these players is so unbelievably powerful that it's near impossible to do anything against them, right? Because you kill Koala Noob and then Nisma's behind you, right? Like there's not a whole lot of room to do. But one thing M80 does not do well compared to teams like the Guard, they're not a very team-based team. It's very like, we got 5 of the best players to play in a Valorant tournament, and that's it. Like obviously they do a good amount of team play, but individually they're a lot stronger. Rather than put together, they do struggle a little bit with that team play, and most of the time it does not matter. In fact, a lot of the time, in fact, 99% of the time, it does not matter, because you'll just have these players that are so incredibly powerful that, okay, sure, Koala Noob's getting shut down. Then you got Nismo getting those KO flashes coming out. And I mean, as a KO player myself, I envy his ability to just get through into these sites, regardless of not having that duelist there, right? He's able to pick up that duelist role when Koala Noob is shut down, right? That's the power we have in M80, and even if it wasn't Nismo, even if it wasn't Koala Noob, you still got these other players that will just as easily come in and dominate the competition, right? So M80 is a team where you do have to be scared, because individually they play so well. But what Shopify in their matchup was so good at doing was shutting down that individual play. You don't let any of those players have a chance to show off their individual capability. You just stop it. You stop it in its tracks. You don't even give them hope of making it that far. You just shut that down. And I think if Disguised can do that here, they may have some potential. But Disguised is another team where you need that individual play to be super incredibly strong in a player like Ye. Yes, is Ye one of the best Valorant players of all time? Even one of the best esports competitors of all time, literally winning 2022 Esports Athlete of the Year? Yes, he is. But it's a team game at the end of the day, right? And so you need your whole team to be playing well mechanically and together. And sure, you got Ye. He can headshot operator anybody, anywhere. But if the team that you're playing against just shuts him down, there's not a whole lot he can do, right? Like, a carry can only go so far. And especially in pro play, it's so easy. Like, these teams know how to shut down a carry, right? Like, that's day one of Valorant team training, is how do you shut down a carry on the enemy team? That's why Koala Noob often gets shut down on M80. But what M80 has is a whole entire roster of teams that could just destroy them, right? They're looking at the tweet I've already pulled up, but it's like, yes, Disguised has this impressive player, probably better than, on an individual level, than most of the players on M80, if not all of the players on M80. However, when you don't have a team behind you that is able to prop you up and even just carry themselves, have good, consistent play across the board, when your team is not doing that, it does lead to these situations where you're relying on Ye a little bit too much, and the enemy can just shut him down, especially when you're playing against a team like M80, which can just shut down your carry very, very quickly, considering all it takes is 2 players peeking Ye and he's done, right? Like, sure, he can take out 1, but you can't shoot twice, okay? And that's what a lot of these teams have been doing against a player like Ye, is just shutting him down. And what we've seen a lot, and I have this image in my mind of Ye dashing onto A site on Haven, pushing up, getting a pick, and then getting traded off. And none of Disguised is there to back him up. And that's pretty much the summary of what happens every single offense for Disguised. Or even defense when they're re-entering onto site. Ye gets onto site. Great. He finds a pick. Great. But he just gets taken out, and none of Disguise is there to trade him off. So what Disguise should be working on, and I'm hoping they'll get better at it as time progresses. At this point, just preparing for playing relegation, hopefully they get ready better at it. Which is supporting their duelist, supporting that entry, allowing him to shine on that carry role you want him to by being there to pick up when he falls down, right? You can't just have a carry. You need to be propping that player up in a way that is good for your team. And we will see if Disguised is going to be able to have that sort of propping up, which we would want to see, right? Let's go ahead and change our title. I realized yesterday I actually forgot to change my title, so I'll remember to do it this time. Disguised versus M80. Now, this is a big match because at this point, if you're a fan of Disguised, you need to be gearing down and looking forward into next year. So, again, this is the series. Will Disguised put up a good enough fight to show, yeah, we're going to be challenging all of those teams who play in relegation qualify for next year? Because at this point, like the tweet says, so much has to go so right for Disguised to qualify for playoffs at this point that it's near impossible for them to get there. So they do just need to gear towards, yeah, sure, we're not going to qualify for playoffs, but we can qualify for next year's challengers right here, right now. Well, not right here, but next month, and shut it down, right? Like that's what Disguise needs at this point to be really preparing for.
Not really allowed that time, so that's how we've seen the records go down, how they go. But hey, I'm excited for today's match and going on forward for this team's future and how things could potentially start to mend together. Ahead of our match, though, of course, we got the chance to sit down, talk to the players, and get their thoughts.
I feel like M80 is just another team that
so
not only
quiet.
are they coordinated, they're also very talented. They know how to play together. They have nice staff behind them as well. I think from the first time that I played them, I mean, we got rolled. We got absolutely dumpstered, and there was just a lot of mistakes that we made. And I look to, in the system that I implement, coming back to this team, I hope that I'm able to mitigate a lot of the issues that we had the first go around, and I hope to have a more competitive, best of 3.
Yeah, I don't think the EA swap is gonna be like the reason why this team just suddenly like beats us or anything. I think they're like something with that roster, like the way they play, just it doesn't work against us. And like I don't know, I already talked about it, but like a bit like it sounds mean, but like their star player before they picked up EA and stuff like isn't really performing right now. Like they really relied on him a lot during the qualifiers, and like he's not showing up, so it makes their lives like a lot harder.
They have a lot of individual fragging power, and it feels like every single map someone can go off and just carry them. And I think our problem with it was that we just gave them too much respect and played very slow into their hand. And when we do that, it allows their players to just start getting activated and just going off and snowballing. And I think that was basically our problem.
I mean, I feel like we're that team's kryptonite. Every time they've played us, it's been pretty rough for them. So regardless of the result of this match that we're going to play in groups, I still don't think it really matters since we're already qualified. But I mean, just looking forward to play them again, see if they can turn the tide around, I guess.
I mean, we have to stay tight.
But yeah, it should be said, I don't think I think I was talking too much about Disguise. This is a big match for M80 because they took a loss to Shopify Rebellion, right? So at this point, if you're looking at just Split 2 performance, Moist Moguls is going to Ascension, right? Like that is the assumption you can make if you're just looking at Split 2 performance, right? So for M80, they need to finish off Split 2 both this week and next week by saying, yeah, that was a big fluke, all right? We fumbled that hard against Shopify, and that is not how we're going to perform. Now, again, the top 2 teams from Challengers in the playoffs go to the Ascension, okay? So it's even if M80 is number 1 and beats out Moist Moguls in the grand finals, Moist Moguls, or if that is the case, then Moist Moguls still goes to Ascension, but it is still a point where M80 does, they won Mid-Season Invitational, and they just lost to Shopify, right? So is that a crack that's starting to show, and is it going to get wider and wider as time progresses, or is it just going to be like, oops, some we'll just put some flex tape on it, it's fixed. Like, yeah, sure, there's a little bit of a crack. It's immediately going to be patched up. We fill it with concrete. It's solid. Not going to have that issue again, right? Like, is that what's going to happen? Or is it going to be a situation where that's a crack that's just going to get wider and wider, and there's not going to be any real good change? And again, this is a match to try and show that, like, yeah, this is a team we destroyed both of the times we played against them. We're going to do that again. Like, that's what they're trying to say here.
Enough to solo win this game. This is something guys, everybody needs to be stepping up for
Yeah.
ahead of today's match.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, yes, Ye is the biggest name on the server, and he has the most proven track record of anyone in Challengers, period. I mean, the guy's resume is astounding. Like, what he was able to accomplish last year with Optic, you know,
yeah,
is something that is going to go down the history books for Valorant no matter what happens going forward. Like, the guy was just that phenomenal of a player. But M80 are stacked from top to bottom. There's like really no weak link on this team. Like John Cutie is another one of the more experienced IGLs in Challengers next to Valen. And then when you look at every role, Nismo, EU, Koala Noob, Xander, I mean, where's the weak link in the roles, bro? They can all frag out. As they were even saying in the interview, they're a team where it feels like anyone can step up and carry and have a big round to put them out in front.
One thing,
and
as I've looked more into the history of Ye as he's coming into North American Challengers in a Tier 2 competition, he is a player that, like, throughout his entire esports career, CSGO to Valorant, it's been a story of being that player that shines through on his team and gets his team an unexpected domination, right? Like, in CSGO, he founded a team of it was completely unsponsored, no org behind it, of players that had sort of been rejected, including himself, and they really pushed through. Obviously, right as they were going to get purchased, COVID hit, and that all got shut down, and then he was able to pivot to Valorant. But it's really just an underdog story for Ye of always being that player that was never considered the best, and trying to turn his team into a team that was considered the best, right? And obviously, he's always had a good supporting cast. Like, if he's the main character, he's always had a good supporting cast on his teams. And I think Disguise is a team that isn't that good supporting cast. Like, it definitely struggles to highlight the qualities that Ye does bring to the table. And I am interested to see, again, if Disguise can try and pick up those pieces. Because I imagine, I mean, let's be realistic, even if Disguise makes it through playing relegation and qualifies for next year's Challengers, very likely Ye is not going to be on the team anymore, right? Like, that can almost certainly be said, right? So there's a big, like, issue of, like, is Ye going to go out with a bang in this season of Valorant? Because he's probably not going to be back in Tier 1 competition this year, right? So at this point, it's about, for Ye, like, can he do what he's always done, which is bring together a good team and prop it up and push it more into the limelight than it was before? And this match against M80 could be that show, right? Like, yeah, sure, you've destroyed Disguise before, but now we got Ye, and he is bringing something new to the table. And we've seen Disguise struggle to say, yeah, we've got Ye, we're bringing something new to the table. So the question is, now, will Ye be bringing something new to the table? And will Disguise be able to use Ye to bring something new to the table? That is one of the big questions that we do have to ask ourselves right now. And, yeah, I mean, again, Ye's a powerful player, but is he powerful enough? That's the question for Disguise. And is the rest... I mean, yes, no, he is powerful enough. Is the rest of the team powerful enough to prop up this powerful player? We'll see. As we move forward, I'm like trying to, like, end it because I feel like the map is about to start. I don't think I saw the map picks and bans. We can see if they're on this page yet. I doubt it, but see, I don't know if they showed them. I don't think they did, unless I just glossed over it because I was too busy talking, which is entirely possible. Koala Noob. Slideshow. I do enjoy a good presentation. Yeah, it's always interesting, like, looking at teams like the Guard and like M80 who are like on LAN, like they're all in the same room. You can tell the chemistry is there. Versus, like, you see Disguised and they're sort of just like, all right, this is going to be the hardest match we probably have throughout the entirety of Challengers. Like, let's power through it. Let's try and put up a good fight. Like, I don't know. There's a lot right now, right, for these teams.
The trading force that's behind him, like a Nismo, like a Xander, like an EU, those guys are going to be able to
turn this up because I'm out of stuff to
talk
about.
They're a very decisive team, as well as I think the other big thing. There's no hesitancy on M80. Like, once they have the idea of what they want to do, they go for it, and it's so hard to stop the tidal wave that they bring.
Well, going back to something Shift said about the fact this is the best of 3 to not get demoralized, the fact too that we got to hear from the players, and there was just, yeah, going up against M80 in the past, they have wrecked us. This hasn't gone well. So there's that recognition too, to where I feel like going into this, even if this first map goes in the way that history has shown it to be, that DSG could recover.
All right, let's see. As we move into, I'm not entirely sure the map picks and bans. All I know is, I guess Haven is going to be the first map. We've seen both of these teams play in Haven against each other before, so we will see if the story will be any different now that we've got Ye on the squad for Disguise. Let's go and look at the agents left. With Gangsta and EU both on, Gangsta and EU both on Sova, Ye and Qualanu both on Jet, Nerve and Xander both on Omen, Clear and John Cutie both on Killjoy, and Exalt and Nismo both on Breach. So you can see identical picks for both of these teams. I believe we've seen Exalt go for KO instead of Breach on this map, if I'm not mistaken. Well, it was a mistake. Unless I'm thinking of a different team, but I do remember some team doing that here on Haven, and I think it was Disguised. And it did not go well for them. It did not pan out well, essentially, is what I'm trying to say here, right? It was a very poor and well put together team. I feel like the performance was not great, especially considering, you know, KO's util is a lot less useful than Breach's util can be on this map. So if I'm right about that, I'm glad to see Exalt back on Breach. If not, I'm completely wrong. But you do see identical team comps here. Omen and Asher can be used interchangeably on this map. Sky and Sova can be used interchangeably on this map. But here we do see a pretty standard team comp here. Let's go to the play-by-play. Sky is going to be pushing in through C now. Looks like, yeah, they will be pushing down here. Omen blinds come through. M80, who has stacked 3 on C, expecting the C push, getting ready to defend it. Xander going to take out Gangsta. Clear gets caught blinded. Not going to get punished, though. John Cutie going to take out Ye. Finally, M80 punishing this push. And John Cutie with 3 kills this round as, well, M80 converges onto C site, and Skies, who has not gained any grounds at all, not going to find any footing. And, yeah, that's it. I'm not entirely sure what happened there for Disguise. They just got hit by util and did not do anything to defend themselves. And all of their team was in positions to all be hit by the same flashes and Sova darts. And, well, you know, that never goes well when your entire team has poor positional awareness. And yeah, it's just not going to go well. And we saw that come through from Disguise. Disguise now going to be an Eco round. We see Clear and Gangsta both on... Sorry, Clear and Ye both on Duelist. Both on Sheriffs. I just realized that Clear is on Killjoy and Nerve is on Omen. I think we saw this in their previous matchup, but I did not expect it to happen here again. Nerve is a Sentinel player, so this is a unique pick here. What on earth did I just witness? EU locking down A long. And, yeah, nobody for Disguise is going to push through A lobby as they all get shut down by EU with that Guardian. I mean, he just finds their heads. And this is what they're talking about. No weak links. Every player with the power to perform. M80 now going to be on a bonus round. Somehow, despite getting mowed down, Disguise did find 1 pick. So it wasn't a flawless round for M80, despite it being an ace to win it. This guy's going to be on a bye here. They're going to have better guns. They should be able to take this round. If not, I mean, we could see a flawless performance here from M80. As M80 is just playing so well here. This guy just doesn't seem to know how they want to approach this. Going for an A push here. They've got the lurk on Clear. And we will see if that comes through with anything. As Disguise starts pushing up into A. Got 3 going to be pushing pretty grouped up down A. Ye going to be doing the first entry, able to take out EU. It's immediately traded off by Kuala though, which means no more entry Duelist and no more power in Ye. It's now going to be a 4v4 as Disguise will be able to take the site and should be able to get the spike down. As the site will be cleared. A little short. Yes, the spike will go down, and now the post plant needs to be played by Disguise. We know the power the retake from M80 can have. 2-man flank now coming through. They're going to be spotted by an alarm bot. Although it does get smoked off, and they're just going to get right by it. Disguise be ready for that possibility. It looks like it. Clear going for the jump peek out to see if anybody was A lobby, but they're pushed up into sewers. John Cutie going to take him out. John Cutie also going to take out Gangsta. Nerve going to take out Nismo. Blind comes through from from the breach, which is definitely a good way to use that util. Exalt going to take out Koala Noob. It's now a 2v2, but Nerve is so low on HP, it's going to be down to Exalt. Exalt going to spray and take out Xander. It's now a 1v2 for John Cutie. He taps the spike. Nerve peeking through first, and Exalt ready to trade it off. And Disguise does finally get around. I say finally like it's been a lot of rounds, but Disguise does pull through on a win. However, that is the worst case scenario for a win. You lose all but one of, I guess worst case scenario would be losing all of your players, but they did lose all but one of their players, which is still pretty bad for them because that was their buy round. But you can see they conserved enough econ to actually still be able to afford to buy this round. So it's going to be a buy from both sides, and I have not hid my cam yet. Unfortunately, I do apologize for that as we get into this. We got a Hunter's Fury for EU, and John Cutie is 1 ult point away from his lockdown. You may see that ult orb being tried or being challenged or contested for it. Doesn't look like it. Exalt, one ult point away from his ult orb. You can see they're trying to get it here. Koala Noob watching patiently with this operator. Jump peeks out, come twice. Now it's going to be a jiggle peek out. Koala Noob push up. He's going to get a pick here. Finds one. And there goes Exalt. No picking up that ult orb, bud. And now it's going to be a 4v5 for Disguise. And now that they don't have Exalt with that Rolling Thunder that they were definitely hoping to have, it's going to be difficult to play this 5v4. Yay, going to be holding C Cubby here. Definitely looking to punish Koala Noob at some point. Koala Noob going to be able to reload his operator. Ooh, Yay and Koala Noob do see each other. The operator shot goes through, but now Koala Noob, who missed, going to turn his attention towards Garage as it's heard that Disguise may be pushing into Garage here. Omen Smoke comes through, and Koala Noob's vision has been blocked off in Garage, so he turns his attention back towards Long to try and punish Yay, but he's not going to hit anything. Too many whiffs from Koala Noob this round. He's not going to die, but Yay does get him down to 16 HP, so Koala Noob one shot now. And that could help even out this player count a little bit if the time comes. Sky is going to start pushing onto B site. This spike will go down, although the Hunter's Fury going to be looking to punish, and it will. Nerve going to die to get that plant down. And John Cutie going to stop the push out into A Link by taking out Gangsta and Yay. It's down to clear in a 1v5. Going to find two, looking for more, not going to find it. Xander going to shut down any hope of a clutch. This guy's going to lose this buy round, and they're going to be forced into an eco round now. M80 going to get this econ stabilized. They won that round with the majority of their players alive. I will say, so far, it's looking more solid from Disguise than I would have expected, considering they're up against M80. I mean, we saw some really smart play there from Yay, I mean, it was probably the IGL call to put him in C long, and he was able to contest Koala Noob a little bit. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to punish when he could have. He wasn't able to find a kill there, and I think that post plant was not played well at all from Disguise. They rushed in a little too quickly into B without clearing properly, and back site was left open, and Disguise felt too confident in that. And just let their backs open to it. Exalt now has that Rolling Thunder up. John Cutie now has that Lockdown up. However, it is a eco round, or an eco round from Disguise. So I imagine we will see a lot of this time being played here. And Disguise just going to have to play grouped up, trying to find at least one or two picks. Gangsta does send a Silver Dart back, but it's taken out. And Nismo gets blinded, and Disguise ready to punish it. Yay going to be able to pick up a Phantom. The Defender Lockdown comes out, though, which does prevent the plant. However, in response, the Rolling Thunder comes out, and they're going to be able to take EU. They're going to start this rotate over to A. There is an Operator, and it gets a collateral headshot, or a collateral kill onto Gangsta and Yay. Clear able to trade off Koala Noob, and M80 will still be down a player. Clear going to be able to get this Lockdown out. In short, which does mean that Spike goes down, and this eco round could turn into a win for Disguise. Ooh, John Cutie spotted, but Exalt not quite with the reaction time to respond. M80 will get away from that lockdown, but time has been played pretty effectively here so far from Disguise. We'll see if it continues to be played effectively. Two coming in through Heaven now from M80, and you imagine they're going to jump at the same time to clear Hell, and they do. Hell's cleared. Xander going to take Nerve out. It's now a 2v2. John Cutie low, though. It's now down to clear, and all he has is a Sheriff. Spike being defused. He's able to pick up a gun. He's spamming, and he can't quite stop it. Xander's so low on HP. And the eco round could have turned into a win, but Disguise barely doesn't play that well enough. And now Disguise going to be left to try and pick up the crumbs. Now, that was an eco round. Let's point this out. That was an eco round from Disguise, which means, considering it's an eco round, it was played very, very effectively by Disguise. I mean, best case scenario, they took a win, and honestly, they were in a position to do so. and they didn't, but they did kill the majority of M80's players, which does help to deny some econ stability, and it means you get a good amount of ult points up, and considering it's your eco round, it's a good time to get your ult points up. And all of you dying means you get even more ult points up. But yeah, good place for Disguise there, or a good round for Disguise, considering it was an eco round. Although maybe not as good as it could have been, as they could have won that. 2 ults for M80 to use this round, and they know Disguise is on a buy, so I imagine we'll see some of those come out. That from the shadows, the Blade Storm, and then over on Disguise, they've got that from the shadows. Yay, only one ult point away from his ults. The ult economy for Disguise looking pretty decent right now. Ooh, Yay peeking A Heaven. He's going to find a pick. Nobody for M80 going to punish it, so Yay will get away with a pick. And Disguise going to be pinched here. There's that operator on Koala Noob in short, looking sewers into A lobby. So Disguise needs to make a decision. Do they rotate out of A and go through and try and rotate? And if they do, it will almost certainly be contested by Koala Noob in short. Or is Disguise going to continue to push into A? Koala Noob's been watching A lobby this entire time, and now that he sees Gangsta coming through, able to find the pick, which will even that player count back out. Not only does it do that, but it does tell M80 that Disguise is coming. Clear re-peeks short again, and Koala Noob gets another pick. They decide, yeah, let's just not peek that. We don't need to peek that. Let's get this spike down, and then we'll just play from there. The flash comes through. Koala Noob going to be punished, and he does. Yay, going to be able to kill Koala Noob, which will make it now a 3v3. However, both Exalt and Yay going to be pushed up short. Choke point not going to be abused, though. EU going to find a pick, but it's traded off by Yay. It's now a 2v2. Yay going to be one of these players. Going to be able to take out Xander. He's looking for the ace, and he's going to find it. The collateral kill onto John Cutie, or the wallbang kill onto John Cutie. An incredible play there from Yay in this round. Started it off good, getting that player count in their advantage, and it's looking like Disguise has been able to enable Yay very, very well. You saw them playing with Yay this time around, not letting Yay just get picked off early, and that absolutely meant something here. Look at Yay's face, the rest of his team going, Yay, Yay, Yay looking solemn as ever, knowing that there's still a very big uphill road ahead of them. But Disguise taking a round here does keep it a little bit closer, and now M80 on an eco. Econ stability, effectively denied. And M80, reading a C hit here, has placed all of their players on C. Fortunately for Disguise, they're doing a little bit of defaulting here, assuming M80 will push into them. Yay going to be watching C. The rest of Disguise getting ready to push up. It actually looks like they may be going mid to Garage, which would be a bad choice, although maybe they're going to go into B. They're clearing B, and of course M80 does hear that, so his push into B may start. And it looks like Disguise wanting to take Garage control, although now they're looking like they're going to take control maybe of A. They send some smokes down, they send a Sova drone, but no, they were just trying to make noise, it looks like. It looks like they're going to be taking B. It's been smoked off, so this entry's going to have to start, but the smoke goes away, and now this entry does start. Yay, getting onto the site. It's going to clear back pretty effectively, and Spike's going to go down, or though not quite, as that blast does keep that Spike from going down. Some post-plant, or some time played by M80 to allow them to prepare to take site here. Yay, gonna take out Koala Noob and John Cutie and Nismo as Nerve takes out EU, and now it's just a 1v5 for Xander. He only has a classic. He may be able to do some damage. Nerve is 1 shot to his classic. Gangsta's 2 shot to his classic. Could do something. He does. He takes out Nerve, but now he's 1 shot to anything. And yeah, this could be pretty bad for him. Able to get 1 kill. Now he's just gonna watch exits, and it looks like Disguise may just want to get that kill to get their own ult points up, but they're just going to throw down a swarm, not give Xander any hope of clutching this round up. And as the spike is coming to a conclusion, this guy's going to get away. Gangsta pushing into Xander here, it looks like. Xander's going to get behind him, and not going to find that pick. Xander's just going to get away and die to the spike. This round does go to Disguise, and it's an eco round from M80. Disguise keeps 4 players alive, which is a good amount alive, considering it's an eco round from your opponent. M80 able to get 1 pick. It's not horrible. But to be fair, when M80 took an, or sorry, when Disguise was on an eco round, they did the exact same thing. They got a kill off on M80, and M80 kept 4 players alive on their round wins. So it's a little bit more evenly matched than I think most people were expecting. But of course, we're only so far into the first half, and this is an offense-sided map, and Disguise does not currently have the lead. So back and forth would not be where Disguise wants to be right now. They would like a few good rounds here. Now that M80 is back on a bye, this is going to be difficult for Disguise to play. Turret going to be placed in A lobby, and it looks like this guy is going to be doing a mid, possibly through garage into C is what they're looking like. They may have read that Koala Noob will be on A, or are cautious of it at the very least, because they're not pushing into A. Looks like they're going to try and push into garage here. Although, no, it looks like maybe they're going to try and push in through B. They do a concussion into B. Now, there's one backside on B, and then Xander's ready with this blind. Possibly, I think that's a blind. No, it's a smoke. Xander ready with a smoke to start blocking off B as soon as Disguise starts trying to push in. And this B would be pretty heavily defended. If Disguise wants to pivot over to to C, that would work really, really well. If the Killjoy Yuto comes out, it looks like that may be what Disguise is going to do. Although, no, they're not pivoting over to C. They're pivoting over to A, where they've had that Killjoy turret. The operator on Koala Noob going to fire a shot and then just run away. So he doesn't actually see anybody, I don't think. And he's going to get pushed here pretty aggressively. This guy's looking to just get rid of him. Ye going to start the sentry. Clear going to be able to get a pick on EU. Ye going to take out both blinded Koala Noob and Nismo and Xander. Xander able to get a pick before he goes down, but that was a dominant round from Disguised, and all of a sudden, I'm thinking maybe Disguise has more of a chance in this series than we would have expected. Now, to be fair, this is Haven, but which we know Disguise is good at, although they've been struggling on it lately. In Split 1, it was one of their better maps, and throughout the Open Qualifiers, it was one of their better maps. But this is picked by M80, okay? This is Haven picked by M80, right? So we're expecting M80 to be on top of the game, and what we've seen M80 struggle to do is they're not holding these angles. I mean, we just saw Koala Noob back up. I mean, he was getting ready to rotate when they didn't know for sure it was going to be a B push, right? So Koala Noob should have just stayed stagnant watching A lobby, and he didn't. I mean, Disguise didn't even smoke him off. Like, Disguise did not smoke off Koala Noob. He would have gotten a good pick there, and Koala Noob made his position known by firing a shot off. I think he only saw the tip of a foot, and he fired a shot off, which, of course, not the best strategy when you're going to just be giving your position away when you may not even be able to get a pick, right? Obviously, it was probably a reaction more than it was a decision, but that doesn't change the fact that it was a reaction more than it was a decision, right? It should have been a decision. And I think M80, at least in that round, which I'm going to focus on that because it's a buy from both sides, right? So we can sort of say, all right, there's no econ difference there. That's going to be a big issue that they're losing this, right? In M80's eyes, it's a big issue because you're losing a buy from both sides. It's going to be a big issue, right? So that's sort of what needed to be done better there. On the eco round, I mean, M80 pretty much played an eco round. Disguise was just good at denying the eco doing anything to them. But yeah, that round in particular, it just seemed like Disguise got the drop on M80. M80 wasn't ready for it. M80 going to be doing an A read, placing 4 on A, getting ready for a push. Clear going to be lurking on A, and Koala Noob pushes up a little bit, but now they're backing up. It looks like M80 getting ready for the possibility they might have to rotate. And then when smoke comes out, B garage, and the first to see it is going to be John Cutie. Meanwhile, clearing a little bit of space here into A lobby. Meanwhile, Disguise going to start pushing into garage. They've gained garage control, taken out a turret. Ooh, Clear going to catch EU rotating, and the same can't be said for Xander, who was trying to catch Clear rotating off and not able to. Off of that, seeing 2 posted up pretty aggressively in A, Disguise is pretty certain it's probably an A hold. So John Cutie going to try and defend Disguise rotate into C as Disguise is rotated off of that contact in A. He's able to get a pick, but he is traded off, and that's what I said we needed to see from Disguise coming into this series was Disguise trading each other off. That's what we really wanted to see. It's going to be 3v4 here for M80. Now, it's an eco round from M80, but it's also a light buy for some of them, so there's decent econ for M80 this round. Clear going to be in B lurking, able to take out Nismo. It's traded off, but at this point, M80, you're down a player. You can't really afford trades. It's not going to be good for them. Koala Noob going to be able to take out Ye. It's traded off by Gangsta, though, and now it's a 1v2. That's the first, I think, that was the first whiff we've seen from Ye this entire series. Gangsta going to take out Koala Noob, and 2 players off the life for Disguised. Not a good round, considering it's an eco round from M80, and it does show that M80's play coming off of that timeout was pretty good. I mean, they weren't able to deny that pick early from Clear, and since then, or like after that point, it was just, you know, trades, and of course, when you're down players, you can't afford trades, right? But still played pretty decently from M80. Again, being able to trade each other off in the first place is a good place to be. And of course, they failed to trade each other off at the beginning, but had they been able to, it would have been a good play there for their eco. Kowanoob has an operator, and he's looking to deny any push through A lobby, and he does. Ye is gone. EU with the Sova ult going to take out Exalt. The Hunter's Fury comes through. It's now a 5v3 for M80, and it looks like this guy's going to continue to challenge A little bit. They're watching A lobby, hoping maybe someone will push into them. Nerve, who ulted into A heaven, going to get taken out by Kowanoob, and now the remaining players for Disguise going to be just trying to find some picks. Clear going to get taken out by EU, or sorry, Clear going to get taken out by Nismo. He takes out EU before he goes down, though. Now Gangsta going to get flushed out, looking for another pick, not going to find it. Kowanoob going to shut it down, and that is the play we wanted to see from Kowanoob, was holding long with that operator and holding it well. It's definitely what you wanted to see there. 2 ults for Disguise here. You've got a Lockdown and a Hunter's Fury, and then over on M80, I believe it was a Blade Storm. Let me just double check that when it does pop back up, but I'm pretty sure I was right about that. Yeah, Hunter's Fury and Lockdown for Disguise, and a Blade Storm for M80. So, yeah, M80 is able to keep it close. Honestly, though, considering the last time Disguise and M80 played on Haven, this is probably a lot better than you would have been anticipating. EU gonna try and wallbang into a lobby, but Gangsta gonna use that Hunter's Fury to respond in reflex and take EU out. Kowanoob with the knives going to be looking deadly. So he's going to deny Ye any entry, and that is what M80 needed to be doing this whole time, was denying Ye, because those rounds where Disguise was really finding ground, it was about Ye just getting some good entry and M80 not doing anything to stop it, right? This is a good place. Ooh, Kowanoob trying to catch it clear after he puts down that lockdown, but not going to be able to. Kowanoob with the knives jumps up to try and take him out further, or trying to push him further and take him out, but not going to be able to. Clear wins that exchange. So now M80 going to have to play down a player. The spike going to go down. Not going to stop the plant. Clear is taking quite a bit of damage, and it looks like he's going to get taken out finally for M80. Gangsta gets blinded, but still able to find a pick before he goes down, so it's going to be a trade. Sander going for the flank, but Nerve is ready for it. Now it's down to Nismo in a 1v2. Now, there's a player that can clutch it up. It is most certainly Nismo. He's a very, very powerful player, narrowly escaping that Omen blind. He's going to flash. He knows one is probably close. He wants to deal with him first. Not able to, though. He whiffs, and Nerve, Nerve swings off of that. The pick comes through.
Yeah, really well played there. Clear catches a huge frag on Kowanoob. Lockdown obviously helps him get the spike plant as well. They also got the Hunter's Fury frag right off the rip. Reading EU spam. So, a lot of good things come together here for Disguise to pull this one out.
And, yeah, I mean, that didn't go the way M80 was probably hoping, considering it was a buy from both sides. So, Disguise looking pretty good here. And if Disguise can... And, again, M80 did a good job of immediately taking out the Duelist. But Disguise was still able to do it. And that's what we needed to see from Disguise, is not just relying on Ye. And that's what we saw in that round. That was impressive to see in that round. And we'll see if Disguise can recreate that magic again to gain the lead going into the next half, which is exactly what you want to be doing on the offense of Haven. Disguise going to be pushing up through mid. And M80 has 2 just posted up to watch a lobby. The potential that Disguise decides to rotate to A. And we've seen Disguise do it quite a bit. Meanwhile, Kowanoob and the Operator are going to be looking very, very deadly in C. So it's pretty well locked down in Nismo and B. I mean, this is going to be difficult for these players. Ooh, the Breach Stun does come through, and now Disguise is going to be a little bit slower to rotate over to A. They are still going to start this rotate. They clear it, but they don't. Exalt's clearing it, but he doesn't think anybody's there, so he's not ready for them to be there. And the blind comes through. EU going to take out Clear. Traded off by Nerve, though, but still Xander away with his life, which means not a successful trade for Disguised. And Xander able to take out Nerve before it's traded off. Does mean the player advantage is going to be maintained for M80. And as John QD takes out Gangsta, it's up to Ye to clutch a 1v3, and he's going to run knife out into Nismo. That's it. So M80 able to tie it up going to the second half. For Disguise, this is honestly a pretty decent scenario considering who they're up against. Definitely doing better than I was expecting, probably most people were expecting, considering the performance of Disguise. And remember, what is Disguise trying to do at this point? It's not so much say, yeah, we can beat M80, because I don't think anybody's expecting that from them. At this point, it's Disguise saying, we're going to do a good job here, and we're going to do a good job in play-in relegation. We're probably not making it to playoffs unless we win here. So at this point, Disguise is saying, we're going to do well in play-in relegation, and we're going to make it to next year's challengers. Like that's Disguise's goal at this point, and putting up a good performance against M80 here, or at least a decent enough performance, could definitely show that. Disguise now on the defense of the offense side of the map of Haven, and a reminder, this is M80's pick, so we can imagine how strong and powerful their offense will likely be. But this is also a map we know Disguise has a lot of practice on, and we've seen Disguise even play against M80 on this map already, so clearly Disguise would be somewhat prepared for the possibility of Haven, especially considering they let it through to be a map that is picked. M80 is going to be pushing into A here. There's only one on A for Disguise, and it's Gangsta. It's definitely going to be looking to deny some good entry, but he's not really in a position to do so. He's in sewers. They're not going to take him out quite yet, and he gets a pick before he goes down. Meanwhile, Ye going to start this re-entry by taking out Koala Noob. You're going to trade it, but Exalt there to trade that pick. So Disguise actually has the player advantage right now, and the spike hasn't gone down. So M80 just like, all right, we'll just rotate because we know so many are on A. So they're running it over to C. So at this point, Disguise should start getting ready for the possibility that it's a rotate, considering they haven't heard the plant on A, because you can see they're in a position to wait for the plant on A, but it's not going to come through. So you can see Disguise now starting to rotate, and the spike's going down. Disguise can't hear it, but they're going to see now that the spike has gone down on C. They know it's not B, so they're going to rotate it over to C, and they need to play this retake. Now, although you're like, all right, Disguise has the player advantage, yes, but we also know how powerful M80 is, and there's no Yay for Disguise for this re-entry, and Exalt is down to 3 HP. So there's a lot working against Disguise right now. They don't have their star player to help with this retake. There's a lot of difficulty that they're going to encounter, and it's already started as Nismo and John Cutie find 2 picks, and those are the 2 players that were already up on health, and yeah, Exalt not going to win that exchange, and Nismo going to get that final kill. 3 kills for Nismo this round. The rotate call was such a good call for M80, and they take the first pistol round. Not a good start for Disguise, who really needed that pistol round if they wanted to try and keep it even, you know, at the very least get it to overtime, but you know, try and keep themselves up here, considering who they're up against. I keep saying that, but it's really true. Like, M80 is a very, very powerful team, and I mean, Disguise is really under. I mean, they're way ahead of themselves here, right? Like, this is a lot more than they can chew, right? This is a very formidable opponent. So anything Disguise can get, whether it's, you know, 8 to 10, you know, or like, sorry, 8 to 13, like, that is still a good amount considering who they're up against, right? So any grounds that Disguise can get here is really the best case scenario for Disguise. And yeah, not getting this pistol round is not a good start for that. Disguise reading a C hit, pushes out aggressively into C. Meanwhile, Gangsta has already heard and seen some over on A. So now Clear joining Gangsta over on A. And M80 getting ready to start this push into A. They don't know how many are here on A, so they're clearing some space. They do see Clear as they're clearing. They don't ever get to see Gangsta, so they're trying to clear him out of short, and they do. Well, I'm going to take Gangsta out, and then John Cutie takes out Clear. So now this 3v5 is going to have to come through from Disguise. Nerve is in CT by himself. There's a 2-man push from Disguise, and it looks like at this point they're just going to watch exits. It doesn't look like they're going to try and go for the retake. And I mean, yeah, there's not a whole lot you're going to be doing here. You're on an eco against the buy from M80.
So it will be 8-6 M80.
You're against a force buy from M80, so yeah, you're in a tough spot.
I mean, Bulldog, 2 Phantoms, a guard.
And yeah, M80 just going to back up here. Oh, Ye whiffs his first Marshall shot. He does hit his second one. Qualinum not going to punish him quite yet. You, though, going to take out Ye and Exalt. The exit's not going to be watched there, and Nerve just going to die to the spike to get some eco there. This round going to go to M80, and I mean, it's expected, and M80 does lose a player, but that's not really a good place for Disguise to be, only getting 1 player off of M80, but still a decent amount considering, again, who they're up against. And I keep saying that because I'm really trying to push for Disguise here, because M80 is just such a powerful player that you're not going to be able to do a whole lot here. Disguised going to be on a full buy against the light buy here from M80. It's a bonus round from M80. Should have said that instead of light buy. So Disguise will have an advantage here. They should be able to take this round. Unfortunately for Nerve, he's cleared by Xander as he's blinded. Ye going to be able to trade it off, but then Xander going to take out Ye. Clear going to find 2 picks, but John Cutie going to take out Clear, which means it's a 2v2. No more Yay for this re-entry. I keep saying that, but that's because Disguise really does need Yay. Spike's going to go down. Not a whole lot of vision here. Disguised. I mean, they do have a Killjoy, and Exalt meets the turret. Now M80 getting posted up to watch CT as they expect Disguise to be afraid of pushing through Garage, which they immediately know now to be true as the concussion comes through. John Cutie going to have to protect his teammate, and he does. Exalt only able to find one before John Cutie finishes it off. One player left alive for M80 means that they just won their bonus, and from here on out, I think it's smooth sailing for M80 and Disguise. Just going to have to give up. I mean, no, they're not going to give up here, but at this point, if I'm Disguise, I'm giving up. Like, you looked okay in that first half, but now what they're really struggling to do is enable Yay, because at the end of the day, that's what you need to be doing. But it's difficult to do that on the defense. On an offense, when you're all playing together, it's easy to trade each other off and get Yay onto site. But here, it's really, really difficult because Yay is just in its defense, right? So they can just pick Yay off early and then no more Yay to help with re-entry. John Cutie going to take out Exalt, and it looks like it's going to be a B push. Clear going to confirm that by peeking out a Garage and seeing so many of them. Flank coming in from Nerve now. It's going to be met by Xander. Although, looks like Nerve just watching that A lobby. Clear going to peek out, and he's going to catch John Cutie. John Cutie going to take him out. It looks so easy. Now nobody's on C to lock it down. No util there either because Killjoy was taken out. So it's a 3v5, and M80 is just going to be allowed to walk on to C site. And yeah, it's not looking that great in this round. Although it is an eco round for Disguise, so, you know, nobody's really expecting anything too crazy from them. Yeah, gonna be able to take out Xander, who was focused on Garage. And it looks like at this point, Disguise may... Oh, they're still trying to do this re-entry. They've got time. M80 playing super far back at this point. Spike is tapped and the Rolling Thunder comes out. Yay, not going to be hit by it. And he's going to be able to get a pick before he's taken out. John Cutie going to take out Nerve, who TP'd on top of the middle box. And Ear just going to shut down Gangsta. This round does go to M80. It's an eco round for Disguise, so, you know, M80's not expected to win. Disguise do manage to take out 2 of the players for M80, but it's not going to be enough to hurt the econ of M80. And John Cutie has a lockdown this round. Although Disguised 1 ult point away from Exalt's ult, 2 ult points away from the Hunter's Fury, I believe 2 ult point away from the lockdown as well. So Disguised ult economy is near some pretty powerful ults, and we could definitely see those come out.
Disguise forced to call the timeout again. The defensive sign has been Disguise is scripted throughout full splits. I mean, obviously a couple different roster configurations have been used throughout it, but that's still the one mystery they haven't solved yet. And again, Haven defense is tough. You got to pick and choose your battles as far as when you want to aggress, when you want to push for info, when you want to play for retake. You have to.
Yeah, but I mean, this is
can't cover it all.
Interesting. Yeah, this is interesting. M80, I mean, look at their kills. They're pretty much being carried by John Cutie right now. But that's because Disguise is doing a good job of denying Koalanoob, and also Koalanoob was whiffing a little bit in that first half. Nismo falling a little bit behind. But you look over at Disguise, and you want to talk about carries. Look at Yay with 19 kills, 6 kills above Clear. Clear is then 6 kills above Exalt, or Exalt, Nerve, and Gangster around the same amount of kills. So Disguise does need to sort of find some footing for those bottom 3 players to start to lift up those top 3 players, or those top 2 players of Yay and Clear. As was pointed out, Clear was a big carry for Disguised in the open qualifiers. And since then, we have seen Clear lacking a little bit of that confidence we did see from him. He was that duelist player before, then Yay came in, and now Yay is the duelist player, right? So it's just about Clear finding his footing here, not being on that duelist role. M80. Going to be completely allowed to get onto B site, and now it's up to Disguise to retake this site. This is off of a timeout from Disguise, where they did do a call to watch A with 3 players. Attacker Lockdown comes out as well, so this time is going to be played pretty well here. Koalanoob going to be able to take out Yay while Gangsta takes out Xander. Koalanoob also going to take out one more and take out Exalt. Spike is going to get halved, I believe, but at this point it's a 2v4 for the remaining Disguised players. Koalanoob watching on the Spike. and he's going to take out both Nerve and Clear. Yeah, this round going to go to M80, and that's the buy round from Disguise, and it's pretty much over at this point. I don't like to give up hope, but this is going to be, it's looking like it's going to be a flawless half from M80. It was a good first half from Disguise, or at least a decent first half from Disguise. But at this point, Disguise just not watching each other's angles, and yeah, this is just not panning out here. Disguise does have another timeout to use, but of course, M80 not yet on that 12th round. I imagine that's what Disguise may want to use it on, is if M80 gets to that 12th round. Disguise forcing a buy here because they would like to prevent M80 getting to that 12th round, and I can't blame them. You're down a lot of rounds here. You shouldn't really be complacent with letting them get to that. Nerve going to be able to take out Koala who does not clear his left corner, his close corner. The Hunter's Fury in response comes out from EU trying to punish that, but he's not going to find anything. So now M80 going to have to play this round down a player. Now, fortunately for them, Xander's been sort of near, and honestly, the entirety of M80 sort of been just playing in their spawn a little bit, playing a little default. And M80 could definitely pivot over to A, but Ye is there, and he's not seeing anything, so this guy's going to hold with 4 on C, and now they get some reconfirmation that there is a little bit of a C push, so they're going to continue to stay on C, but M80 is now getting ready to rotate it over to A. Now, again, Ye is waiting there, and he's got a Bulldog, but, you know, you ADS and you aim down sight and you hit one right click, or sorry, you hit one click on the head, and it is over, and he stops ADSing, and that's it. Gets a head tap onto Xander, but Xander has a Vandal. So the head tap from Xander comes through, and it's going to win that exchange. So the player count is back, evened up, and the spike is going to go down. The Rolling Thunder does come out, but it doesn't stop the spike. Oh, it does stop the spike plant. Thought it would not. Now the Hunter's Fury can come out, but because this spike is not being planted in the traditional site, it's not going to hit immediately, so it's not going to stop the spike plant, but it does get the kill eventually on Xander. Meanwhile, a pick comes through from M80, so it's going to be kept an even 3v3. You're going to be able to take out Gangsta, and now it's a 3v2. Nisma going to take out Nerve. Clear in a 1v3. Going to be able to take out Nisma, but he's too low to do anything else, and John Cutie going to take him out. Forced buy from Disguised. It does kill the majority of M80's players, but not going to be enough to earn them enough money to afford a full buy to the start of what needs to be a 6-round win streak from Disguised. Disguised has yet to win a single round in this half, and yeah, I mean, this is just not looking good. One thing I will say, if you're a fan of Moist Moguls, and you're seeing that M80 is struggling a little bit more against Disguise than they did in the past, if you're a fan of Moist Moguls, this could be good for you, because now you're like, okay, maybe in playoffs, Moist Moguls will be doing a little bit better. And it seems like M80, who did struggle against Shopify, is struggling a little bit here against Disguise as well, so they haven't super redeemed themselves yet, but again, it's only been one map, and this half may be that redemption that they wanted. Ye and Exalt both planted up on B. Exalt waiting to use this concuss off of some contact from Ye, who has a Guardian. And not going to find anything because this push through Garage is starting. Turret goes out. Now they know Ye's pushing out. John Cutie tries to peek off of contact, but not going to find anything. Ye takes a little bit of damage. He gets away pretty much unscathed. Now M80 going to be rotating it over to A, and they're going to start pushing in. There's only 1 on A for Disguise. This has been an interesting setup. Typically, you'll see 2 or even 3 on A from most defenses on Haven. But here we're seeing where Disguise likes to put only 1. And this case is actually going to work out because Disguise is going to be able to rotate in time to do some damage here. Ye gets concussed, Koala gets blinded, and he takes quite a bit of damage. Gangsta going to be able to take out Xander, and Koala catches them both while they're both blinded individually. Exalt's taken out, Ye's taken out, and now the player count is back evened up, but the Sova Dart comes through, and Gangsta's able to abuse it. It's now a 2v1, and Gangsta gets the ace! We've seen 2 aces from Disguise this map, and Disguise still in this game. Not going to be counted out as they do allow... I mean, I was talking about how Gangsta typically underperforms for Disguise, but he wanted to prove me wrong there. He locked down the site. I'm not entirely sure why M80 never pre-fire or shot him through that smoke, or at least didn't spam him enough. It's confusing. I mean, he was in the same spot the entire time. Sure, there was a smoke in the way for a lot of it, or a wall, but I mean, you can spam through that, and they didn't. But these guys did lose the majority of their players, and yeah, so it's not going to allow them to full buy this round. although their buy will be a little bit better than last round. Again, Disguise still trying to pull through. They need a total of 6 rounds. They're gonna need 5 more now at this point. And M80 pushing up into C, hoping to see anybody. Quality with that operator, looking to maybe find a pick. The jet smoke comes out so that way Ye can cross, and yeah, the shot comes through, and now M80 backing up. This guy's gonna have Gangsta on A, along with Exalt this time. Now it's gonna be 2 on A. Shock Dart comes out in response to the Sova drone coming out. Gangsta doesn't get hit by it, but he does get spotted twice by it. And now this push into A is starting for M80. Util coming through. Exalt gonna get flashed and cleared out. Gangsta gonna be able to take out Xander. Qualinoob and John QDV trying to pick. Gangsta finds another pick. He's locking down A again. He's gonna keep it even in a 3v3. Meanwhile, John QD stalling out the 2 players on B, looking to finish him off, and they do. And Spike gonna get stalled out because of that Hunter's Fury. It's gonna be a 2v3 here for M80 to play this post plant, but they do have a Rolling Thunder. So as soon as they hear the Spike tap come out, I imagine we'll see the Rolling Thunder come out. One's gonna be playing from long, one's gonna be playing for short. Again, the Spike is gonna get tapped, or the Rolling Thunder comes out before the Spike is tapped. Ye is spotted, but he's not concussed, and well, Ye is happy to take care of EU. Nismo now gonna be trying to stop the Spike plant. He does kill the Spike diffuser, but it is half. It's now a 1v1 between Ye and Nismo wins it. Oh man, Ye, 2022 Esports Athlete of the Year, not going to win a 1v1 to continue the win streak. In this round, it does go to M80, and map 1 goes to M80. Now that was Haven, picked by M80, and they won it. 13-7 is a decent score, is what I would say if they weren't playing against Disguise. They're playing against Disguise, who a lot of people would say may even be the last place pick right now in North American Challengers. The fact that M80 just went 13-7 against them, considering their past scores at max were 13-5. Honestly, I'm a little bit optimistic for Disguise now that we're going into Lotus, which is picked by Disguise. Something tells me Disguise would have liked to have picked Haven, and that's why they choose Lotus. But I do wonder, they're picking Lotus here. We do know M80 isn't the greatest on Lotus. I mean, they're not bad on it, and we haven't seen it on them a whole lot. But yeah, it is interesting that Disguise is picking Lotus here. Clearly, they've got something up their sleeves as far as how they want to approach Lotus. So I am excited to see how this goes, but I'm also very intrigued because it's going to be a bit of a different situation from what we typically see, where Disguise will often be playing on Haven and Pearl, or Haven, Ascent, often Haven, but Ascent, Pearl, split even in there occasionally. But yeah, typically we don't see Disguise on Lotus, so them picking it here gives me some level of confidence, especially after a decent performance considering they're up against M80. It gives me a little bit of confidence that maybe they'll be able to put something up here on Lotus. If not a better performance than Haven, then at least a decent performance overall. And again, this is sort of they're not expected to beat M80, and because they did lose this first map, it is now impossible for Disguise to qualify for playoffs. So at this point, it's about going out with a bang and showing in these last 2 weeks of challengers that they will be able to do well in the play-in relegation and try and qualify for next year's challengers.
The new black market one.
My favorite Vandal skin right now has got to be the Araxes Vandal. The alien looking one. It's my favorite.
Currently my favorite Vandal skin is the Prelude to Chaos, I think it's called. It's just like, looks really big in your hands and just shoots straight. Honestly, the Oni Vandal, I don't actually have it myself, but I've been picking it up off people recently, and it's actually so good.
Lately I've been using the Chronovoid, so I think my favorite Vandal skin is probably the Chronovoid.
Skin? My favorite Vandal skin? I have to say it's the Araxes, the black and red Araxes Vandal. That goes crazy.
I do
RGX, the yellow one.
My all-time favorite Vandal skin is probably got to be the Forsaken Vandal, the white and gold variant. It's just super clean, and I always pair it with like a Prime Karambit or something. Always got to match my rifles and melees together.
The blue Chaos Vandal. The noise is just perfect, and I like I don't know, just like when you hold it, it feels nice. Like, I like it a lot.
I do like
favorite
the
Vandal skin. It's got to be.
I've always just like
Honestly,
Prime
it's
over
probably
everything
the
else.
Prelude to Chaos, but the Forsaken and the Prime are right up there next to it.
I like the RGX Vandal, the red one to be exact, but yeah.
Prelude to Chaos probably is the best, I think.
Ooh, the Prelude. Right now it's the Prelude, and if it's not the Prelude, it's either the Reaver Forsaken.
Probably the Ion. I rock with the Ion heavily. I don't know why.
Favorite Vandal skin. I've been changing my Vandal skin a lot lately. Right now I'm on the Prelude to Chaos, and it's been hitting pretty good for me right now. So I'll go with that for now.
The fish, what, Neptune? The squirt gun? The water gun? Love that skin. It's so good. Yeah, it's white and black.
This is why I don't let coaches play the game.
It depends.
Alright, because they pick the worst, the worst
Fish
skins.
Vandal when I'm playing Harbor, especially.
Alright, never mind.
Whichever one that's
Don't
called.
let this guy play either, okay? It's Neptune, okay? It's a fish tank. I don't know. Alright, looks like we're going to do a little bit more of a break, so let me go ahead and we will take a look here at M80 versus Disguise and how that performance went, because there's more to analyze than what I was saying, because I was more so just like saying, what does Disguise have? I wasn't so much focusing on M80's play, and I want to focus on how shaky M80 did look in that first half, because they did. They lost 4 rounds in a row. They even lost buys from both sides. Now, this is important to highlight because this is typically a team you see do very well on Haven. Obviously, they pick Haven here, so clearly they've got a good amount of confidence. And if we're not just talking about their overall performance on Haven, we've seen them do well on Haven against Disguise in particular. I mean, their previous matches on Haven went 13. I mean, I think it was 13-2, and then they didn't play Haven on the second matchup that they did. But yeah, it was not good at all from Disguised, right? So why was M80 looking a little bit shaky on their defense? And I think it's the same reason that Disguise looked a little bit shaky on their defense. It's really hard for a team like M80 to trade each other off, because at the end of the day, when you've got such firepower from that Disguise was putting up on their offense, you really did need to be in a position to trade each other off. And because it's defense where you have to play separated, you can't trade each other off. And you know, M80 was still able to find some good picks, and then they were really good about playing defensively in the sense that they would find a pick or they'd find some vision, and instead of trying to engage and force for a kill, they'd back up and just play with their team. And I think they were really good at doing that in these first 4 rounds. Then Disguise just picked them off slowly in these next 4 rounds. And then M80 finally kind of closed it up. They're finding their stride a little bit. One thing that's sort of what, sorry. One thing to point out is that is exactly what Disguise struggled with on their side. Is they because what they did really well in the first half was enabling Ye, trading each other off. Even after Ye was able to enter and get a few picks, Disguise, the rest of Disguise was really pulling through there. I mean, I want to highlight the performance in particular from Clear and Gangsta, who really pulled through, but especially just on the offense, it was Clear who was able to also be at the same level as Ye. And surprisingly, considering, you know, who he is, you know, he's not Ye, and considering how he's been performing in Challengers, sort of caught M80 off guard with his ability to perform and trade Ye off. And then, on the defense, I think if Disguise had leaned more into sort of what M80 had done on the few rounds that they won, which was you find some vision and then you group up. And I think that would have been more, I think that would have been more to the advantage of Disguise if they had just found some vision, grouped up, gotten a kill, grouped up. Like, these are things that could have been done a little bit better, but instead, you know, I think the difficulty is Disguise knows that they're not great at retakes, and especially considering they're playing against M80, it's going to be a very, very difficult retake. But at the same time, sure, it's a difficult retake. Yeah, absolutely. But I do still think that the retake is the best shot for your defense, because at the end of the day, like, yeah, you might get caught in these choke points when you're trying to retake, right? Yes, the defense does get caught in choke points when you're trying to retake, especially on sites like A or C, where there are these big choke points. There's not really any big main entrances. I understand that, and you may be afraid of that, but the fact of the matter was, when you were playing on site, you weren't winning a lot of those rounds. I mean, the only round they won, Gangsta had to get an ace. Had M80 just been good enough to just get rid of him, that would have been it. I mean, Disguise would have lost that round, right? So it's down to Disguise to really just try and pull through, in the sense that they do need to, try and play more grouped up. Even just like place one on A, place 1 on C, and then place 3 on B would have been a really good recipe, because then you're playing more grouped up. and then off of some contact, you can rotate really quickly to whichever site is needed. But instead, they did play a more traditional setup a few times, and it just didn't ever pan out because the people on site got entryed and taken out, and then there was not enough players on other sites to rotate over and help with a retake. So, yeah, it's just I feel like there's ways it definitely could have gone better for them.
Post-plant conversion, 7 for 7, and they got the one clutch that they needed. They equaled out in first kills. Yeah, there was that one round that DSG got, second to last round of the game, and that was it.
Yeah, it's again, it's a hard frame up to think that, you know, anyone's going to come onto Haven and have a good time versus M80. They're so dominant on the map from so many different angles of approach.
And I mean, I'm looking at, like, I'm sort of nitpicking M80 here because there wasn't a whole lot that they did struggle on. It's just, you could tell in the first half they struggled more than maybe you'd expect. And at this overall, though, like, I can knock on this guy's second half all I want. They kept it tied up going to the second half against M80. I mean, that, you know, sure, they were on offense. They had that advantage there, but it's still, like, fairly impressive considering who they're up against. It's M80 that they're up against, right? So I do have to give them massive credit there. And, yeah, so it's just, yeah. I can nitpick all day, like, these guys didn't do well in the second half. And it's like, yeah, they didn't. But I really want to highlight and prop up that first half because it's where M80 was showing weakness and Disguise was showing strength. And I imagine we'll see other teams abuse that weakness M80 was showing, and then Disguise trying to use that strength we did see from them in the play-in relegation later on.
Lotus, being able to see what Disguise was able to pull off there, even if it is not the win and not the result they were wanting, the fact that they look good on Lotus and that we haven't seen anything coming out from any M80 from Lotus so far is really intriguing, and this is the best potential for this 3-map series.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, right? Because on one hand, you got a known value, which is Disguise, who have played Lotus twice, and they've lost it both times, but they've been really good on the attacking side in both those games, and both of those games went into multiple overtimes against TSM and Turtle Troop. So while they have an 0-2 record on Lotus, I would say that their actual ability to play the map maybe just isn't as, you know, represented in the numbers. I think that, again, their big problem with that map has been the defensive side, just like Haven. Whereas on M80, you got the mystery box. What's behind door number 3? You don't know. And, you know, there's no telling how much prep M80 has on Lotus. You know, if they've been practicing it a lot, but just have never had to show it. Obviously, there's no film to study on them, so you're coming into it not really knowing exactly how they're going to play. I mean, you kind of have an overall idea of what their style of play is just based on the way that they play other maps, but you're not going to have a complete read. So it'll be interesting to see, because this will be our first time, you know, getting to know M80 on Lotus.
100%. And something, too, that we really got to see in that first map. Sure, we hit it during the show that one man in Ye is not going to be enough to win Disguise this game. But, hey, there is shift. There was definitely moments where it was like, yo, maybe he can. He got shut down once we got into that swap. But, hey, if he could lead that momentum here in map 2,
there's a chance to definitely see a third. I mean, we framed it up just based on how the teams have looked in the past, but if Ye continues to play like this, I think the odds go up even further. I think the thing about this is when you look at Lotus overall, you kind of have the same possible concerns when it comes to, like, defensively. How does Disguised work?
That's the issue, like, because one thing we saw that was so good from Disguised on Haven on their offense, and the reason they did so well on their offense is they could play together, right? And so the fact that they can't be there to, like, trade each other off and support Ye when they're on the defense, when each player has to play well individually to defend the sites, I mean, it's going to be a really tough battle. And I think, honestly, M80 may struggle with the same issues on their defense. So it's going to be down to who can play a better offense. And Disguise really needs to push to try and be better on their offense, despite, you know, the odds being against them, considering it's M80, and M80 has an incredible offense.
Overall from the defensive side here for Disguise.
Yeah.
Especially, too, with how they are wanting to play into this a little bit more, not giving too much respect to M80 and the success they've had in the past, but instead kind of trying to punch in their face to see what that could give them. So maybe if guys just stick to their own plan going on to Lotus, something they're comfortable with us, they can make it so M80 has to respond to them.
Yeah, the thing is I don't know how much comfort that they had, because they've only played the map once with this current lineup, you know, with Clear being on a Sentinel role, with Ye being on the team as the duelist. Obviously, the first time they played this map, this is back when they're still trying to play Chamber. Like, so it's one of those things where yes, they had a pretty close game against Turtle Troop, but M80 is a completely different beast. And if M80 has any fluency at all on this map, it's going to be a much tougher challenge than what they faced against Turtle Troop. Just let's be honest about it. It's just a difference in skill gap and, you know, overall performance so far in challengers. So, yeah, I'll be curious to see, you know, if they're going to be able to bring something to the table. But I'm more just wanting to learn more about M80. I mean, it's always fun to get to watch a team play a map for the first time.
Yep. I mean, they can only veto out one app, right, to start things off. I mean, they have not seen much out of bind out of them at all. That's been one of their hard vetoes. And if Lotus gets through, he usually doesn't see map 3. So, yeah, we're going to learn today about what this M80 team looks like from a map flexibility standpoint.
Which, going into this late of the season too, with M80 looking in such a strong spot, I feel like this too, sure we'll be able to see a little bit of what they have cooking, but they could also keep a secret up their sleeve for later.
All right, let's just go ahead and get into this series. Let's get into this, not into the series. Let's get into this map. Will it be a quick 2-0 where M80 ends it, puts Disguise out of their misery and says, all right, bud, have fun in relegation? Or is this going to be a moment where Disguise can try and say, all right, man, we're probably not making playoffs, but you know what? At least we look good while we're going down. You know, Captain sinks with his ship. Let's go ahead and look at these. Let's go ahead and look at these agent selections. Ye and Qualanu both on Jet, no surprise. Nerve and Xander both on Omen. Clear and John Cutie both on Killjoy. Nismo and Exalt both on Sky. So the difference here will be, I believe, yeah. So it's a double initiator setup. It's a double initiator setup from M80. It's a double controller setup from Disguise, which is more standard. You usually see double controller setup on Lotus. So the additional controller for Disguise is going to be Viper. The additional initiator for M80 is going to be Breach. So we will see if that's going to be. I mean, if I'm expecting 2 initiators, I'll honestly expect maybe KO. But yeah, this is going to be interesting to see if if this util is going to be. If this additional initiator util from M80 will be useful in playing a better defense. I feel like that may be a tough position. Koala Noob and Clear meet each other as they are both peeking B. And although Koala Noob would have been caught off guard, it does look like Clear did not push out far enough to be able to see what was happening. Disguise, who's been doing a little bit of a split push, just trying to find some vision. As Gangsta makes some noise C, M80 very quickly realizes it's an A push and gonna be able to get on site or to CT to defend, although the spike should be able to go down without much pushback. There was a little bit of stalling with some Nano Swarm to prevent the push through A main onto site, but Disguise does get onto site. The team flash comes through, so Ye has no idea where these players are. Ye gets pushed aggressively and cleared out from behind box. But Exalt and Nerve gonna take out some of those pushers through drop. Each going to find a pick, but then John Cutie and Xander are going to each take out Exalt and Gangsta, and now Nerve's alone in the 1v3. He gets concussed. The defuse is coming through. He has to peek out here, and yeah, he's not going to do a whole lot there. And M80 does take this first round of defense, and that's not a good start for Disguised, who needs to put up a really solid offense, because like I said, it's a matter of who is going to be playing a better offense than defense. It's going to be a matter of who can play a better offense than their opponent. Yeah, not a good start for Disguise to lose the pistol round, and I think it was lost in a way that I'm hoping the rest of the round, or hoping for Disguise that the rest of the rounds don't go like it, but essentially Disguise was doing, you know, having one peek out B, one peek out C, and the one peeking out B got taken out, and then from there Disguise just had to play down a player, and yeah, it all fell apart from there. Not having that Killjoy util to help with the post plant definitely, or even taking the site definitely did weigh on them, especially considering Clear was one of the more important players in the previous map, or on Haven, for the offense from Disguise. But again, Lotus is a lot more offense-sided than Haven, so in theory, Disguise should take more than just a 6-6 going into the next half. Push, it's aggressive into B, and gets away with Gangsta and Ye each finding a pick, but EU gonna be able to get 2 picks of his own, and then a third and a fourth. Shut it down. That's 2 rounds for M80. That's down to Disguise, who has 0 rounds so far. M80 has 2 rounds so far. And now Disguise is going to be on a bye. The bonus is going to come through from M80. They did lose 2 of their players. The bonus will be a little bit poor. But it should still be a decent fight against Disguise. Disguise, they should be able to take this round. Their goal would just be to get it with as many players alive as possible. And yeah, if they lose this, I mean, it's pretty much over at that point. And I hate to, you know, it's early in the map, yeah, but at that point, I think we could definitely not expect good play from Disguise. The remainder of this half, and honestly, again, this offense for Disguise will matter the most out of any of the other rounds.
Xander can Kamehameha. Yeah, he definitely could.
Disguise getting ready to push up into C. It's a C read from M80. They've got they've actually got 4 positioned in C. And yeah, the concussion comes through, and M80 responds to take them out, and they will do it. 3 picks come through, and now it's down to a 2v5 for Clear and Nerve, and yeah, this bonus not going to be going, or sorry, this bonus for M80 going to be going well for them. This buy from Disguise not going to be going well, and yeah, it's looking like from here on out, it's not going to be a good map for Disguise. I mean, we see some pretty dominant teams on Lotus, but typically it's those teams that start on the offense, not usually the teams that start on the defense. John Cutie able to take out Nerve. Now Clear in a really tight position. He's getting pinched from everywhere, and he's just going to get wall banged. Clear going to get taken out. 3 rounds for M80 in this half to start it off. Which is definitely not where Disguise wants to be. And I'm not entirely sure what they could be doing differently here. It just seems like they were read very, very easily by M80. And that's what turned the tides. I think that's just called being unlucky in that case, or maybe Disguise was playing like how M80 was anticipating them to play. So we will see. We'll see if further into these, or further into this half, when Disguise is back on a bye, if some of that being read does change, and if Disguise predictability does just switch up a little bit. This guy is going to be pushing into... I mean, that was not a buy from both sides, by the way. That was an eco from M80, I should highlight. Qualinoob going to be able to take out both Nerve and Exalt. Yay going to be able to take out Qualinoob, but that's a 2-for-1 special, and Nismo taking out Yay will mean that it's an even bigger difference that Disguise is going to have to work at. Nismo down to 15 HP. Somebody trying to cash in on it, but not really going to be able to, as Nismo takes out Gangsta. Clear able to take out Nismo, but, you know, it's immediately traded off. That means 3 players off the live for M80 in that round. Means 4 rounds won in a row for M80, and the econ stability they've been wanting to build up is now built up, and they're going to have some good, stable econ to work with for the remainder of this half. Disguise now back on a bye against the full buy from M80, and the question will be, can M80 put up a good fight here, or can Disguise put up a good fight here, or will M80 just shut them down and deny Disguise any hope of gaining any grounds on their offense? 2 ults for M80 to use this round. No ults for Disguise to use, although a few are close to ults. None of them really going to be able to cash in on that quite yet. You can see M80 pushing up close into these main entrances in order to prevent or contest those ult orbs. They know Disguise would want them. Rolling Thunder comes out, one of the ults that M80 did have. Qualinoob going to be able to take Clear out off of that. Exalt going to take out Qualinoob, though. Nismo going to take out Exalt, and then 3 picks come through from Disguise. None of those from Yay, I'll add. And now it's a 1v3 for Xander, and although M80... I mean, I think M80 got a little ahead of themselves. That's called overheating. They way overextended into the spawn of Disguised, and from that point on, it was just... I mean, it was just chaos as M80 did... as M80 did lose their duels there. It seems long range, their fights maybe not going to go their way. And yeah, Disguise able to take those. It's 3v1 from Disguised. Gonna be probably going well. It looks like Xander just gonna watch exits at this point. It's not like he's gonna really be able to retake here effectively.
Dark cover fades. Xander thinking about jumping on in. He's got 2 players to his right here.
Xander trying. Puts smoke down. He's starting to get through, and as Gangster jump peeks out, he does some damage. Spike is tapped. He's probably just gonna get shot a lot. I mean, he's not defusing anymore. He's going to send another smoke out, tap it as Gangster runs in to make sure that the spike is not being held. He tries to stick it, but Yay going to finish him off, and it's not like there was any time anyways. And yeah, the spike comes to a conclusion. 2 players left alive for Disguised. Not great. They lost the majority of their players, so not a whole lot of good econ stability that's going to be built up. But overall, the team is doing pretty decently right now, so it should be okay. And Yeah, M80 gonna start this push, or M80 gonna start this play a little bit differently. I imagine they're not gonna play so aggressively out into the spawn of Disguise, not trying to hold them there too much, especially now that especially now that Koala Noob has the operator to utilize. Got Blade Storm. 4 ults for Disguise though this round. Blade Storm, Viper's Pit, From the Shadows, and Seekers. Those were those ults that they were close to getting on the previous round that I was talking about, that M80 was trying to prevent them from getting. But in doing so, got killed a lot and got Disguise to those ults. Koala with that operator pushes up a little bit, but he gets pushed way, way back, not finding any real contact other than some util being used to push him back. Yay, looking like he wants to challenge this operator. And as soon as that shoulder peeks out, Koala Noob just going to shut down Yay. And yeah, that's definitely not where Yay wanted to be, getting picked off there. So now this entry going to have to start for Disguised alone without that duelist to help. Oh, good damage done to Exalt on this entry as well as Gangsta. Viper's Pit is going to come down, but again, Gangsta's low on HP, so he could just get taken out very easily here. Cleared just pretty casually, clearing breakable entrance, and, well, Nismo's there, so Nismo going to find that kill. Now it's a 3v5 that Disguise has to play. Again, this Viper's Pit could be played well. The Gangsta does get healed back to full HP, but Exalt down to 28. Going to be in a tough spot. And Koala Noob able to take out Nerve. He does get down to 2 HP, and John Cuty's down to 11 HP. But again, it's a 2v5, and John Cutie going to be able to catch Gangsta off guard. There's too many angles to hold. Exalt able to take out John Cutie, but Xander going to shut it down. M80 does take this round. And yeah, at this point, at this point, I mean, it's just not looking good for Disguise. Although some econ stability has been built up off of that 1-round win, so Disguise will be able to buy this round. They're going to have to try and switch something up, because their approach of doing a split push, which they did in the pistol round, and I said I hope they don't do again. They did again, and, well, you know, you're going to have to play down players when you do split pushes like that. Timeout going to come through, and they do need to decide whether or not they're going to continue to try and play like that. And I think their issue was they can do that, but they're overextending. It's sort of like what I talked about in the previous series, where I said, yeah, you can do some of that pushing into those sites, trying to get some vision, but you will be but you can't overextend, or you will get punished. That's how it goes when you're playing against a powerful team like M80. We saw that here.
I don't really understand the message he was trying to send.
I guess he's thinking he's punching toast, but he didn't toast the bread, so it's...
Oh, dude, yeah, you're probably right. That probably is what it is.
And now in this timeout, I do think one thing Disguise does need to do a little bit here is just try to, again, not be overextending. And that could definitely, that'll clean up a lot of their issues. It's just straight up not overextending. And they'll have a lot less issues trying to push where they want to push. Disguise is going to be doing an A-hit. It's red by M80. They've got an operator that's going to be passed off. Looks like it's going to be passed off to EU to use this round. Let's see if it's going to be used here, as it's going to be an aggressive push up here.
I don't even understand toasters, bro.
And Koala Noob is spotted. Nobody going to punish it, though. Nismo going to take out Yay. Clear going to trade it off. Koala Noob going to take out Nerve. Clear going to trade it off. So it's actually going to be going pretty well here. The one-way going to be held, and Exalt's going to try and get away, but EU going to shut him down. Clear going to be able to trade it off again. It's now going to be a 2v2 here. Clear re-peeking out, and it looks like this guy is going to continue to push into A. There's nobody else there. It's M80 now. It's 2 on B pushing out. Trying to make sure nobody's rotating here. This turret is going to go down. It does not go off. It's out of range, so these guys will not know that the flank is coming through, or will not know there is a flank. But it's not like M80 is going to be pushing far enough up for this guys to be caught before the spike goes down, regardless. And at this point, this guy should be wary that they may be coming from that that main entrance into the site. You can see actually they're pushing into CT to play this hold. I actually like this. I mean, it's definitely not what you'd be expecting from a traditional hold. You might expect them in tree, you might expect them in drop, maybe even in the center of site, but you're not really going to expect them to be playing from CT. That's what you see here. Util coming through. The attacker Killjoy comes out, and in response, the defender Killjoy comes through. Clear once again able to trade off a pick, but he gets caught in the detain. But so does Xander, and Xander's going to get caught, and he's going to come out of it. Before Clear does, this spike going off. He wants the A. He's not going to find it. Xander going to deny it. You saw them just look at each other. Xander knew he was not going to defuse that spike. That was a little funny moment there as they just stare at each other and acknowledge, yeah, we're both going to die here. And yeah, this round does go to Disguised, but as pointed out, everybody died. It's an expensive round, and sure, yeah, Clear got 4 kills that round. And I think Clear was the make or break that round. He traded off the entirety of his team, and that's the cohesiveness we want to see from Disguised on this offense. Obviously, you don't want to be relying on just one player to do it, but you know you are doing it. So we'll see how Disguised does continue to play this to try and gain some momentum. And M80 once again doing this push out into A, hoping this time maybe Clear won't be able to trade them all off, but they may not need to, as Nerve going to find the pick onto Koala Noob. And off of this, M80 just backs up. They run through, Nismo runs through Breakable, and EU runs back through onto the site to watch it. Yeah, gonna find them. He's worried about Breakable though, or he should be worried about Breakable, and now he's turning his attention back towards it. This is a difficult play. Nismo gonna push out here. He's gonna be spotted. Dog comes out. They're gonna try and play off of it, but Gangsta pushing into Nismo when he's not expecting, and then pushing deeper into site, taking out Xander will allow B-site to be cleared, but it won't matter because Yay gonna shut down the push from EU, and then the remaining player taken out earlier doesn't mean that Disguise takes a 3rd round. Could they possibly be in a little bit of a momentum boost that could carry them to take the lead going into the next half? I mean, it's still possible. M80's not at that 6th round. And again, it's a very offense-sided map, so Disguise should be able to take the lead going into the next half, especially considering they didn't do it on Haven, which is less offense-sided than Lotus. And I explained in the previous series why Lotus is so offense-sided, but it's because when you're pushed up in those main sites or in those main entrances into the site, it's a really quick rotate. I mean, you could just go through, if you're pushed up on Mound, you can just go through door into B. If you're pushed up in B, you can go through door into Mound. If you're pushed up in A main, you can just go through Breakable into B. I mean, it's just so many opportunities for the offense to rotate, and they can do it pretty well. But enough talk about that. Disguise is pushing up on the offense into C. Xander, though, going to lock it down, finds 2 picks, 2-for-1 special is definitely what M80 would have loved there, and they do get it. And, oh, EU, big whiff onto Gangsta, and he's punished for it. Clear going to take out John Cutie and Nismo as well, and now Koala Noob is alone. I honestly think, had EU not made that big whiff there and Gangsta was allowed to stay alive, I think Disguise would have been able, or sorry, M80 would have been able to take that round, but that whiff going to do it all. Although Koala Noob's operator going to take out Nerve. Although, oh, he's trying to go for a gun, and, well, Clear knows that, so he's watching those guns, and he comes through that wall, going to take Koala Noob out. This round does go to Disguise. Again, could this be the momentum Disguise was looking for to try and take the lead going into the next half? I mean, he does have the econ to buy this round, but this is the last round they will have that econ to buy. And they're not all going to be able to full buy. They're actually going to have to force some econ here. Now, you see EU and Equality going to be on Guardians, although these are 2 players who can definitely hit their shots well enough. But yeah, it's going to be a forced buy here from M80 on low econ, and yeah, next round they will not be able to buy. Well, M80 once again doing an aggressive push out A main. At this point, you'd think Disguise would know how to deal with it, and they do. They're going to make some sound, and then they're going to back out to keep M80 on A, so that way they can quickly rotate over to C, and this is where the offense-sidedness comes in. They're going to be able to get onto C pretty quickly here, assuming they clear out this Killjoy util. I mean, it's going to be used. They're just going to run through it. Gangster's just going to body that. Who cares? Giga Chad just going to run right through that Nanoswarm. And yeah, they're going to be able to play this offense-sidedness by getting onto the site, although Spike has not yet gone down. Xander in a corner. He TP's out, so he will get away with his life. Jay was trying to punish it. Yeah, going to be pushing the 3 that are in water. Exalt going to be able to take out John Cutie after John Cutie takes out Yay. It will be a 4v4. The Spike does finally go down for Disguise. And now this post-plant can be played. Although there was some stalling, M80 does get on the site to start this retake. Koala is very low on HP. Nismo going to be able to heal him. Exalt low, a little bit low. The rest of the team, who was a little bit low, going to be healed there. Nerve going to be able to take out Xander, and they're peeking 1 at a time, and you never want to be doing that. And Disguise, happy to take advantage of that. Going to be able to get trades, and if not trades, going to be able to find multi-kills for some of them. And Disguise now in that 5th round Yeah, Mady looking a little weak. I mean, that was not... I mean, if there's one thing you learn when you are becoming a new esports player, or even if you're just trying to get good at Valorant in general, you know you don't peek one at a time, especially through smoke, because you really won't be able to trade each other off. And guess what M80 just did? They were in that retake, and they peeked one at a time through smoke. There were 3 in that Omen smoke, which was on site, and one at a time they peeked through, and Disguise was happy to... I mean, they're happy to just, yeah, file through. We'll knock you down. One thing I want to highlight, and I don't know if it's because M80 is effectively doing it, or because he's just not having a good map, Ye's the bottom frag for Disguise right now. That's right, on Haven, where Ye was the top frag by a landslide. Actually, it wasn't by that much, but it was by a lot. He's been denied here on the offense of Lotus. We'll see once it's just a defense. I mean, we've seen Ye whiff a few shots, but for the most part, when he has the position to get kills, he does. It's just that he's the first to push in, and then he gets shut down, you know, which, you know, makes sense. You're going to get shut down if you're the first to push in. That being said, this is going to be an eco... Yeah, I think this is an eco round from M80, although... It's actually going to be a force buy here. It's going to be a force buy from M80, excluding the Blade Storm for quality, but 3 ults for M80, 3 ults for Disguise, 2 ults for M80 are going to be situational ults, that being the Blade Storm, which we're going to see come out, so it will be used this round, and from the Shadows, situational ult, could be used for getting vision. There's a lot of different use cases for it, but oftentimes it's a little bit difficult to use, even in pro play, or no, especially in pro play. And then over on Disguised, you've got 3 ults, one of them, again, being from the Shadows, but 2 of those ults not being super situational, although Viper's Pit is situational. You need to get on site before you can use it. And then the lockdown, of course, being used to take site. M80 has pushed out of C, hoping to find some picks, and they don't. Disguise, she's pushed up into A, doesn't really find anything, so they rotated over to B. And they're going to be allowed to rotate, although the Rolling Thunder from C Mound does push Disguise back and prevents them from getting that spike onto B. And, yeah, this spike gonna be picked up. Now, I actually learned a strategy that we actually haven't seen in pro play. One thing I learned recently that you can do is you can stand directly on top of the spike. I'm pretty sure, unless they patch it. But you can stand directly on top of the spike, and the Omen ult won't be able to pick up that spike. So that's a little bit of a neat trick there, but we did not see it come through from this from these pros, but also just because they didn't know if if Nerve was just going to be watching the spike, trying to bait it out, whatever. Anyways, Spike is being held right now by Nerve. He's blinded. Spike is getting diffused. He does sort of just have to push it. He did not hear it getting diffused. Xander with an ace this round shuts down Nerve, and M80 finally gains some ground after losing, I believe, 5 in a row. No, less than that. It was 4 in a row. There you go. 4 in a row from Disguise. That win streak finally shut down by M80, or finally for M80 shut down. And now Disguised going to have to get worst case scenario for them being on the offensive. Lotus was keeping it tied up, but at this point, that is the best case scenario, is tying it up. 2 ults for Disguise to use this round, Lockdown and Viper's Pit. From the Shadows for M80, the Rolling Thunder and the Blade Storm were used on the previous round, so they no longer have those. Qualanoo once again has this operator in his hands, and I'm sure he's happy to have it. He's going to shut down Ye and take him out. Nobody for Disguise going to punish it or trade it off. So Qualanoo doesn't have any shield to work with, which is, Seekers come through. Qualanoo going to break it, and off of that, Disguise decides to peek. Qualanoo going to peek from on site. Also not going to find anything. Disguise still trying to figure out how they want to push this as the lockdown comes out, but Xander with the flank. And you can tell Disguise was not ready for it, as Xander finds 4 kills. John Cutie going to find Xander finds 3 kills. John Cutie going to find the 4th. And M80 is taking the lead coming into this half. And, yeah, it's an offensive-sided map. Disguised, typically, or what we saw in Haven was that they did better on their offense. M80 definitely seems to know what they're doing on Lotus, and I think their offense is going to be more difficult to play through than anything really Disguise can prepare for. Or at the very least, this would be very, very difficult for Disguise to play through effectively.
They had a stretch of 5 or 6 rounds in the middle of the half after going down 0-4. So, I mean, definitely a good recovery, no doubt about it. But in the end, M80 do come out on top. And again, this is the side of the map where Disguise struggled in their other 2 games.
Yep.
Yeah, if only won 39.
And we will see if Disguise can like maybe pull through.
And they're going to have, I think, another hard time, even though they're, again, they're not going to be able to contest for much of this outside space. The double initiator is just too strong. It just comes down to, can you survive through the initial execute and then get the defense into a good spot to rotate to handle the follow-up? Because again,
M80 pushing through into A, it looks like. I mean, this guy's actually doing some good damage to Koala Noob, and still no good damage onto Disguise. So this is decently well so far for Disguise, as they are denying this A push. And the Sky Dog does give some good vision as to whether or not it's a push into tree. Sky Dog gonna prevent them from getting through on that door swing. The door will need to be swung again. Yay, watching a CT right now, making sure nobody's pushing in for a flank. As M80 gonna commit again to this A push. There's still 2 on A, and there's there's Yay very close to rotating. Exalt gonna be able to take out Koala Noob. Nismo trades off Exalt though, so it's gonna be a 4v4. They know Nerve is stuck in drop, and they're gonna try and punish it, but Yay's there to back him up. And although both of those players do die, they don't die before getting picks themselves. So it's a 2v2. Clear with the flank, going to take out Nismo, and it's now a 1v2 for EU. If anybody can do it, it's him, but you know that Disguise is going to be playing together, and the Molly comes out, which does mean that EU just has to let this spike get halved. It's down to Clear to defend the spike diffuser, and he does. EU able to take out Clear, but Gangsta going to trade it off, and Disguise does take the pistol round. That's big. That is what they needed. I honestly did not expect them to get it. But taking it here is exactly what they need to try and get a good start to this half. To try and maybe possibly get a win. I mean, if we go to a 3rd map in this, I'm going to be more than shocked, to say the very least. But, yeah, it'd be impressive. It looks like M80 is going to force here, though. And I don't think Disguise is ready for that. But, obviously, Disguise will have better guns this round. So we'll see if... it'll matter that M80 is forcing. M80 forcing because they know they've got the advantage being on offense, and they also know they're M80, so they may be able to do some pretty good damage here, which means whichever team loses is going to have bad econ moving forward. Yeah, able to take out John Cutie. No more Sentinel to help with the post. Nerve, while blinded, going to take out Xander. Nerve also going to take out Koala Noob. Nismo going to take out Gangsta and Clear at the same time, though, but the player advantage still going to be there for Disguised. 3v2 here for Disguise. And Nismo and EU just holding from this C-Link. Exalt pushing through. Nobody there to trade it off except for Yay, who does trade it off as they do spot EU. Nismo going to take out Nerve. It's now a 1v1 and the Stinger wins with a Phantom. The health too low for Yay to deal with. 4 kills for Nismo, and they do take the round. However, it was a forced bind from both sides. Now, I would normally say M80 lost all but one of their players, so their econ's going to be in a bad spot, but that doesn't matter here, because not only will M80 be able to take bonus this next round, and they won't really have to spend very much money, but in addition to that, Disguised lost everything, so their econ's going to be really, really bad here. And yeah, M80 forcing there was a really good decision to deny any forward momentum for Disguised. And now M80 just going to be able to force a buy here again, and they're going to have much better guns than Disguised, so they should be able to win it. Pistol round for Disguise, going to be a little bit difficult for them to play through. And it looks like they're going to be stacking more towards C-side off of that one-way Omen smoke coming through. It's a good read. I mean, it looks like M80 will be pushing up, but it looks like maybe M80's backing up. And John Cutie going to spot Exalt. Exalt keeps jump peeking out. I think he's just taunting him at this point, but Exalt going to spot John Cutie, so they know there's at least one near A. But as long as Exalt doesn't see anybody else, I mean, they can continue this hold on to C. So they're going to. Gangsta jump peeks out, and he does spot, I believe he saw 2 or 3, maybe even 4 there. All 4 of the ones in main, possibly. Gangsta going to get cleared and taken out from behind box. He often holds that close position. I think at this point, Midi was ready for it. Quantum going to take him out. Nobody going to trade him off either. Nismo going to take up both Nerve and Clear Hero pushing through water. And now it's a 2v, or Waterfall, and now it's a 2v5 for Disguised. This is going to be more than difficult for these players. Although they do catch the drop, nobody's expecting anybody from Waterfall, as they did just pick off from that location. So Exalt does get a pick, but Yay and Exalt both get taken out. The score is now going to be 9-6. Though Disguised was able to get it to the 6th round as they got that first pistol round. M80 forced that second round and turned into a win, so their econ takes a massive bonus. And they forced this previous round, and they won, so now they're going to be taking bonus this next round, which will also happen to be a bye for them. Sky is going to be on a full bye as well, so it's going to be pretty much a full bye from both sides, excluding John Cutie, who has a Guardian. So, yeah, it is technically a bonus for M80. It's down to Disguise to do some anti-eco. 2 ults for M80 to use this round in a Rolling Thunder and Seekers, and I imagine we'll see probably both of them come out, knowing Disguise is on a bye. M80 will likely want to use them, or use those ults. M80 starting this push into B. Skydog comes through, trying to clear CT, and it does pretty decently. John Cutie going to catch Nerve, who is watching door, and he goes to grab the orb, but Gangsta was there to trade it off. Now Kualanu able to take out clear. Ismo going to be able to catch Gangsta, which does mean that that kill is traded off, and now M80 is able to rotate over to C. So we're going through door and through C Link to get onto site, and it looks like Exalt and Ye maybe just going to go for the save. Once again, these two are the last alive. And yeah, it looks like M80 going to get to double digits here, and Disguise's hope of winning this map is dwindling. And it's slipping through their grasp as time goes on. Pistol round was a good way to start it off, but then they just could not gain anything else after that. And from here on out, it's looking like it'll be smooth sailing for M80.
It looked like Disguised was going to stay alive through the Rolling Thunder and Seekers combo, but John on that cross, the only play that could have
Disguised just going to save within a tree. It's going to be, yeah, I don't think M80 is going to be able to shut them down. This bonus round for M80 does turn into a win. The only player dying being the one who was actually taking bonus and had a Guardian from the previous round. So, you know, if there's a player to lose, it's definitely that one. So John Cutie dying does not impact the econ at all for M80. And Kualanub going to be able to pick up an operator here. And the rest of M80 just going to be on a full buy. Sky is now going to be forcing a buy, and we'll see if it does convert for a win. As 2 other players did get to keep guns, so forcing the rest of the players could be a good choice to try and get some econ moving here, but I mean, this will be difficult. And it looks like M80 may be ready for the aggressive push from Disguise through C or through B. If they know it's probably an eco round for Disguise, although it's not an eco round for Disguise, they definitely assume it is. Kualanub going to catch and take out Clear, who's jump peeking out C. EU going to take out Ye. John Cutie going to take out Exalt. Those were the 2 pushers out B. And it is now a 5v2 as Nerve does, from the shadows, TP over to A. Maybe just trying to find a pick, but M80's like, alright, we'll just go through Breakable, and they're going to be able to get on to B site, and they're going to get this spike down. Gangsta maybe looking to just find a pick. Xander, though, watching flank. I'm not entirely sure Gangsta will be ready for that. He's not, but he's still going to get that pick on Xander. So now it's a 2v4, but Gangsta's down to 7 HP, and at this point, it may just have to be a save for these remaining Disguised players. Yeah, this is disappointing for Disguised as, yeah, this defense not going at all how they were hoping it would. They definitely struggled on the defense of Haven, and it seems they are continuing to struggle here on Lotus. And, I mean, they did even worse, or sorry, I mean, no, they didn't do even worse. They did, yeah, no, they did do even worse. What am I trying to say here? These guys did do even worse on their offense of Lotus than they did on Haven, despite Lotus being more offense-sided than Haven, and that just goes to show Disguise doesn't really know what they're doing on Lotus. It seems like they're just not comfortable with it, versus M80, who does seem to have practiced it a lot, and you do have to wonder, why did Disguise pick? Why did Disguise pick Lotus? I mean, they had a lot of other maps to choose from, and they still picked Lotus. It's an interesting choice here. Maybe it's still just one of their best, despite, you know, the way it's looking right now. Maybe for Disguise, it is still one of their best. I'm not entirely sure. Disguise going to take a timeout here. You can probably tell why. They would like to prevent the dominant win for M80.
John Cutie's 1 away from lockdown, so if they're able to grab an orb, could give him a chance to get some side control, get them a plant retake has not really been there for DSG either, to be honest.
Well,
And I
didn't
mean,
get the Koala Noob punch anymore, so we can't really confirm.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason I'm not talking right now is because there's just not a whole lot to say. As far as what Disguise is doing wrong on this defense is they're losing their duels. At the end of the day, you need to be finding those early picks. Because if you're going to be pushed, if you're going to be alone on a site and you get pushed and you're going to get taken out, at the very least you need to be finding a pick. The fact that Clear keeps just jump peeking out and immediately getting picked off, I mean, that's definitely something they're talking about at this timeout, because as soon as there's some sound, he just runs away. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it is down to Disguise to just shut down M80 and at least get a pick before before M80 starts pushing into a site. Koala Noob gonna win the 1v1 with Yay. It's gotta be a big ego boost. You just be one of the best players in Valorant. Also gonna take out Exalt, who is also from Heaven and Rope. Now it's gonna be a 3v5 for the remaining Disguise players, and this buy round for them, it's not looking like it's gonna go well. Koala Noob gonna take out Clear, who's pushing through stairs. Gangsta gonna take out John Cutie, but Nismo gonna take out Nerve at the same time, and now he knows where Gangsta is, and he's gonna take him out. Only one player lost for M80 on the buy round from Disguise. Now Disguise gonna have to force again, because there's no room to save, there's no room to play safe with your econ, because guess what? M80 is now on that 12th round, and Disguise needs 6 rounds in a row if they would like to tie it up and take it to overtime and have a hope of clutching out this map. And yeah, that's a pretty big deficit to get through, and does seem like Disguise does not know how to play this defense. They're placing 3 on A this round, and it looks like they're going to do 2 on C. I actually like this. I do like this, because you don't need to be placing a whole lot on B. It's a quick rotate compared to the other maps, so it sort of makes sense. Nerve going to TP on top of Pillar. He's getting ready to try and find a pick with it. Koala Noob tried to stop Nerve from TPing, but wasn't quite able to catch him before the TP went through. Meanwhile, the Viper's Pit comes out from Gangsta over in C main to cover Mound. Exalt has Seekers to use. That'll be used for re-engagement or re-entry. Meanwhile, over for M80, they do have a lockdown to use, and because the Viper's Pit did come out, they may want to use it to try and counter it. There you go. They do use it to try and counter it. And Xander, or that was just them pushing through the Viper's Pit. Sorry, I was going to say they're all low on health, but it's just because they're pushing through the Viper's Pit. But yeah, it looks like M80 just going to start pushing into C using that lockdown. The spike's not going to go down while the lockdown is active. But, you know, it's not like Disguise is in a position to stop them, as they had to push pretty far back. John Cutie going to take out Gangsta. Disguise trying to do an aggressive retake, and they kind of are. Clear able to take out Xander. But then John Cutie taking out Ye, and Koala Noob taking out Exalt does make this difficult. The lockdown goes out from Disguise, and it looks like M80 looking to disrespect that and take it out. EU going to take out Clear. Nerve going to take out Nismo, though. And EU will get caught in this lockdown. Nerve going to try and defuse, but they are spamming, and he's taking so much damage. He hears the updraft from Koala Noob to get into the spike place, and yeah, Nerve taken out, and that's map 2. Thank you guys for watching. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Thank you guys so much for watching today's live stream. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I'd hope you would consider it. If you're watching, I'll be here next week. And again, if you would like to catch me, I will be doing casting over at Tacti Friends for the Tacti Fight May games, a $500 prize pool on May 14th. That'll be me. I'll be doing the color casting, so a little bit more analysis, which, you know, I tend to do more in this stream anyway. Again, if you want to catch me there, it'll be live at Tacti Friends on Twitch. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you all then. Or, you know, if you don't watch that, I'll see you on my stream next week. Bye!